Regular hearing for Thursday, September 10th, 2015. I'd like to remind members of the audience that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind, and to please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Wu.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Commissioner Richards.
Here.
Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Items 1A and B for case numbers 2013.0677X at 2000 through 2070 Bryant Street, large project authorization and conditional use authorization, are proposed for indefinite continuance. Item 2 for case number 2013.1516C at 450 Somerset Street, conditional use authorization is also proposed for indefinite continuance. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
Is there any public comment on the two items proposed for, or three items proposed for continuance? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
Move to continue items 1A, 1B, 2.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to continue items 1 and 2 as proposed, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 3, case number 2014-002322 CUA at 251 Barneveld Avenue, conditional use authorization, and item 4 for case number 2015-000293 CUA at 3159 Mission Street, conditional use authorization. Let me just see if that is a request to speak. I have no speaker cards.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the two items on the consent calendar? Not. Sure.
My name is David Lee. The one on Mission Street is
Sir,
located.
yeah, if you want to speak to it, we have to actually just pull it off of consent. So the request would be to pull it off of consent if you, and we can hear it
I
under the
understand.
regular calendar later in the hearing.
I understand.
Are you opposed or in support? Just
I'm
out of-
neutral. I
you're-
just wanted to make a comment. If I knew, is it 15th and Mission?
It is between 15th and Mission.
Further out. It's further out.
I think it's much further out, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. I live in the Mission, is why I wanted to comment. That's okay.
If,
I'll sit down.
well, no, I mean, I just want to make sure that if you're not opposed, then maybe we could take action and you can submit your comment under general public comment.
Okay, that would work.
Would that work?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Not seeing any other public comment. Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to approve items under consent for items 3 and 4, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you under Commission matters. Item 5, consideration of adoption draft minutes for August 13th, 2015.
Is there any public comment on draft minutes? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Wu.
Move to approve draft minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to adopt the minutes for August 13th, 2015, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 6, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Well, three things briefly. First of all, a lot of us are interested in things that had originated in San Francisco, and there was one that was in the green sheet this week, Angelo Hank Lucetti who grew up in San Francisco, went to Galileo, and then played at Stanford, originated the one-hand shot and the one-hand jump shot in basketball. Before that, everybody just stood flat-footed and threw the ball up with two hands, so it made the game a lot more interesting. So, second thing is Scott Wiener, Supervisor Wiener, has initiated discussion of a master plan for subways for the future of San Francisco, which is long overdue. It seems like we always kind of do things push and pull, and even if the funding isn't there for this type of thing, I think it's important to have a blueprint for the future that considers where the best places are, because we're a very dense small city, and every other dense small city in the world has transit in its own right-of-way that's far superior to what we have here, and we're just having this competition between buses and cars and pedestrians on the surface, so we need a plan, and I'm in total agreement with what he's talking about. Third, article recently heard that there was going to be an auction for Parcel F, which was a Trans-Bay parcel, which had hoped to bring up to $200 million in an open auction, and a day or two before, a number of the possible parties that were going to bid on it pulled out of the auction, and one reason stated was that there's fear about not getting an entitlement after paying a couple of $1 million for a parcel. The fear of Prop M limitations, you might be stuck with something that you couldn't get an entitlement for, or it would be delayed quite a few years. So we really have to address this soon, because, as you've read, we need a lot more for the Trans-Bay Terminal to be completed, and we'll need considerably more in the terms of billions to have the Trans-Bay, the extension of from Caltrain to the terminal to make it whole. So this funding is very important, and we've got to be able to allay this fear that possible bidders may have and come up with a solution that would couple a Prop M increase, obviously has to go before the voters, with considerably
Commissioner Anthony,
more.
I want to be careful you're not supporting a particular measure one way or another.
I didn't think there was a measure here on anything. This is just in general. It's something that's before us, Prop M discussion.
The 1985 Prop M.
Yeah.
1985 Prop M.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, long story short, we need to deal with this issue in the future, and that's my comments.
Commissioner Richards.
A couple of things. I saw the advanced calendar, and I saw on there on October 15th there's a Market Octavia update, and I was kind of wondering whether or not, I think we've been talking a lot about Eastern Neighborhoods update, and I was wondering whether maybe we mixed them up, or Eastern Neighborhoods is coming as well on the advanced calendar. Maybe we mean Eastern Neighborhoods versus Market Octavia, because I don't think any of us had a lot of information.
Both are actually coming to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Perfect. Now, I guess second question is, does anybody understand where the Ted Egan report is? Is it out yet?
Yeah.
It is out? Okay.
It's out, not in final form. The draft came out last week. He has not issued the final. He has not issued the final report yet.
Okay, great.
Well, as soon as he does, we'll be sure to get it to you.
Great. So, would we get a chance to see the draft, or?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I'd love to take a look. Okay. A couple of other things. We got a couple of letters this past week in relationship to the long meetings, the ones that will go 12 hours. And I think the gist of some of I think 2 or 3 letters, the gist of the letters were, hey, we come and we kind of sit here all day, and then, a lot of people fall off and leave by the time we get to hear the project. Whatever side you're on, they don't really get to have kind of the due process of getting up here and speaking, because it's been hours and hours and hours. And another person wrote and said, hey, can we try to make sure we budget the meetings a little bit better? And I'm kind of thinking maybe we should try to have a goal of no more than 8 hours or no more than 10 hours. I mean, so we really get an understanding and try to manage to a time, because it is kind of brutal, I think, sitting up here when the air conditioning's off and you're here 11 hours trying to make a really informed and good decision. So maybe that's something that this commission can do, or the Rules Committee can tackle, but maybe we can try to set a time to manage too. It's just an idea. Two or three other quick unrelated things. We always hear about change happening in the city, and we always, kind of bemoan the fact that, this place closed or that place closed. In my community, we had the Eagle close 3 or 4 years ago. Thank God it opened up again. But the resounding question I always ask people when a business closed was, how often did you frequent it? And they say, well, I used to go once every X number of months. And my response always was, well, how do you think they could stay in business given the cost to run the business? This past week, we actually have the Palace Hotel's famed buffet on Sunday is no longer, because the demand actually kind of has fallen off for the $100 brunch, even given the amount of money that we have in the city, because not enough people have been going. So I actually questioned some of my friends and said, when's the last time you went to the brunch? Because they were bemoaning the fact that you had other things changing in the city. And personally, for me, it's probably been since 1997 since I've been there. So you start putting these things together and you go, if you really want places to stay in business, you're going to have to frequent them more often so that they actually can stay in business, I guess is the moral of the story here. So no more brunch at the Palace. A couple other things. The Intersection for the Arts has a show at 925 Mission, which is the address of where the 5M project, we're going to have the project go. It's open until October 18th. It's actually portraits of folks from the Tenderloin. And actually reading the article, I haven't been there yet, I think it's a really, really great project to go, a really great installation to go and take a look at, because it really humanizes the face of the neighborhood that we're actually approving projects in. So I encourage everybody to go till October 18th. And lastly, interesting enough, maybe a best-in-class kind of example. I was in Palm Springs. I was in a rental property for a week, and when we showed up in the front of the rental property, right at the door was the good neighbor policy. I think perhaps maybe we can kind of put one of these together for whatever form of short-term rentals is going to be coming in the city, because the first thing we opened was no music in the backyard, no screaming, 10 o'clock. We actually abided by the rules and we had no problems, even though all the other houses around where we were staying had these signs in the front lawn saying no short-term rentals. So it was a really good thing, and I think that it's probably something that we could maybe study or look at and actually have as a part of our program when people do register for short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I received a letter regarding the lateness of our meeting. The comment I like to add is that I think we have to admit to ourselves that we also get tired with having to sit here and really do equal justice to each project we hear in terms of preparation as well as going through it. When it comes to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, including important calendar items coming late, it is physically impossible, mentally impossible to be totally on top of it, even if we try. I'd like us to humbly admit that to ourselves and find ways to constructively spread the more important projects apart in a manner that the meetings are more equally weighed, so that we can indeed do justice to everything that's in front of us. The second point I'd like to make is that is in rebuttal to Commissioner Antonini's comment, or an illumination to Commissioner Antonini's comment. The Parcel F in Transbay is protected through the Transbay plan and planning effort itself. The fact that the parcel ultimately did not receive a bid had something to do that it coincided with a major insecurity in the markets in China, and that rightfully made people aware. It happened on the same day that people did write to the fact that they felt uncertain relative to the overall balanced investment of what they were doing. And that had a direct effect on their decision. It was not just uncertainties about process, because the processes in Transbay are quite clear and not impeded by what we're doing here.
Thank you. I'm glad you guys brought up the length of our last meeting. And I agree, it's a marathon. It taxes us mentally and physically to a point of not being fair to the public, I think. Just so you know, and the public knows that the president, the vice president, and the commission secretary meet once a week to try to set out the advanced calendar. We do our best to try to not have them pile up, but as you know, things fall off, things do change, things get extended. We try to make the time certain items whenever possible. I am kind of curious, though, if video submission of public comments ever been tried. No. Oh. Okay.
That's before us in November, I think.
Okay. I'm open to hearing, I think we all are open to hearing other ideas about what we can do to try to make it more effective. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. One thing that may be helpful, and we try to do this with larger projects, is have as many hearings as we can ahead of the actual decision date to allow input from the public and response by project sponsors. And hopefully many of the issues will be resolved before we come up to the final decision and maybe make the hearing a little shorter. It doesn't always happen, but it certainly, I think, is helpful wherever possible to have multiple hearings on a larger projects.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. Real quick, I thought about commenting, took my name off, put it back on. Just on this item, yeah, definitely I agree with everyone. It is challenging when we're here for 12 hours and having to be as sharp at noon as we are at midnight. It's very hard. One thing, I know we've got the Brown Act, and obviously we want to hear public comment, but it'd be great if we could get maybe also creative, not only just having multiple hearings about big items, but also better advertising and maybe strengthening our policies around organized opposition or organized approval. I think if people sort of knew that was there, and I've spoken to different activist groups that some of them didn't even know that they could do that, and maybe lengthening it from 10 to 20 minutes or something, might allow us to actually then, with good conscience, be able to limit public comment in some instances. I know that we've had to do that with the successor agency because, unlike Planning Commission, we didn't have the room until whenever. We had to be out of there at 5 o'clock. So there were times when I've had to curtail public comment or make it very short. So maybe sort of, again, strengthening the organized opposition, organized support, and really advertising that and strengthening the ability to do that might help a little bit. 3 hours of public comment on one item. We want to hear all the voices, but again, there's a practicality issue.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to department matters. Item 7, Director's Announcements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. 2 items today I wanted to mention. I think you may have seen the press release announcing the Office of Short-Term Rental, and Kevin Guy, who we all know well, who I will sorely miss in the department, is the new director of that office. I just wanted to remind you and let you know that the office is physically located in the Planning Department. It is staffed by 3 members of the Planning Department who have been working on registration and enforcement issues, and 3 members of the City Administrator's Office, of which Kevin is one. So those 6 folks will be physically in the Planning Department on the 5th floor. And just to let you know, as of last week, we had, I think, 620 registrations. The number is climbing. We have, and just so members of the public know who are interested in perhaps doing short-term rental, there is no waiting on appointments. You can get an appointment next day to come in and register for short-term rental. So there is no longer any kind of waiting list to do so. And we're up to about 620 registrations. The second thing is just a reminder for you and members of the public that on October 1st, as we promised, been talking about, we will be having a hearing on the Academy of Art to update you on the enforcement, the EIR. But most specifically, we wanted to have a discussion with you about the process for bringing projects to you once the EIR is certified. So I would ask you all to start thinking about different options that we can incorporate into our thinking. We will present you with some options on how we can structure the various approvals, whether it's geographically, whether it's by use, whether it's by types of buildings, whatever. We'll give you those options on October 1st and try to generate a discussion about that. Obviously, we can't bring all projects to you at the same time, but we can cluster them in ways that make sense. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Dr. William, could you perhaps in next week's package add a short summary of what you were just saying, so that we're a little bit more prepared? It was rather bunched together what you were saying. And just like an outline of how you're trying to organize so that we can develop some ideas. That would be great. Just a bullet form of what you're trying to do.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to item 8, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Appeals and the Historic Preservation Commission did not meet yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The board did return from its break this week. However, Monday was a holiday, so the Land Use Committee did not meet. At the full Board of Supervisors this week, both the District 8 and District 3 ADU legislation had their second read and passed. The inclusionary housing requirement for group housing affordable designated units in C3 districts. This was sponsored by Avalos, Kim, and Marr. This had to be reheard due to a drafting error. The ordinance that was passed by the board and signed by the mayor on August 6th did not include all of the amendments approved by the board and its committee during the legislative process. Therefore, the board had to reconsider this matter, and it did pass on its first read this week. And then finally, the accessory use entertainment in specified Western and South of Market districts also received its first read. This ordinance would limit or would allow limited live performance permits in RCD and WMG districts. This commission heard this item on July 16th of this year and voted unanimously to recommend approval. The board did pass it unanimously on the first read. There were 3 introductions. First was the code corrections ordinance, with this commission heard before the break on August 16th, and it was introduced by the mayor. And then the Jewish Home Planning Code Amendment and General Plan Amendment were also introduced. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing else, we can move on to general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, the opportunity to address the commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the commission for up to 3 minutes. I do have several speaker cards.
Okay. Georgia Shudish, David Lee, John Elberling, Teresa Imperial, Marie Sorensen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm back again with my alterations that are demos. This is one I showed you previously. Can I have the overhead, please? This is on Chavez Street up near Diamond. There's the original house, and there was this spring. Here's another picture of it this spring. That's how it was a long time. I didn't go up there and look at it until yesterday, and there it is. And it's ironic because I've learned later in the day that this particular site pertains to something that you have later on in the day, but I'll save that for later. So again, you know, I know it's difficult to ascertain what this is, but to me, when I showed you those pictures, going from that to this, as I showed it, overhead again, please, that to that, I mean, by any common sense definition, that's got to be a demolition, especially when it started as that. And, you know, granted, people may not like that, they may have issues, but, you know, it's still a demolition. The other thing I wanted to say is maybe this is a trend, maybe this is an outlier, but I found this notice hanging up in Noe Valley. Noe Valley Startup. So I thought, wow, Noe Valley Startup, where's that going to be? And all that occurred to me was, you know, these large projects with 4 and 5 bedrooms and the spaces downstairs, is that potentially a site for a startup? I don't know. Are people tired of riding the buses? Are they going to do a little offshoot of their company there? I don't know. It's just, it's a one-off. Maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing, but it struck me. And then on a happier note, here is a project that was done about 7-8 years ago on 26th. There's the building, the original building. I was managed to print it off of Google Maps pictures, and you can see where it is. And now here it is today. And that's a very nice remodel. And I point that out because I'm interested in what happens with the residential design guidelines. And I mean, I think that's sort of fits in with the neighborhood. It's not overly massive. It's not out of scale. And I'm interested in exploring that with the staff at the residential design guidelines. And I know you're going to bring it up at the commission, but it would be nice, I think, if the public was afforded a workshop with the staff, kind of like you did 8 years ago when you were working on DR reform. I think that was a good thing. So thank you very much.
Any other public comment, the names that we've called?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm John Arberling, Tarco Group. I wanted to follow up on the discussion you had after midnight last week about 5M and its gentrifying consequences. I did watch it. It was a thoughtful discussion. Where we agree with the SOM Canada project opponents is that development of this site is going to very definitely accelerate, or even approval, accelerate gentrification of the 6th Street neighborhood, which is already happening. It's in progress, it's happening, but it will go faster due to 5M. Where we disagree is that it matters really how big the project is. In our opinion, even the as-of-right project, which would be a very large project, 600,000 feet, would be just as damaging in terms of gentrification as the proposed project. To be succinct, it's the first 600,000 feet that kills you, kills a neighborhood or gentrifies a neighborhood, because it would have the high-end housing, it would have the tech offices, it would have the snazzy retail and, hip bars and so on. And that is the transformation that causes gentrification of a district. Whether it's 400,000, 600,000, a million feet, or the 1.4 million proposed, doesn't really matter. It's going to happen. It's going to trigger that. So for us, the important question is, what does the project include as part of it to counter that impact? How much does it do to counter it? And the key standards we set with them, as we talked about, was, will it do much more than the 12% minimum affordable inclusionary? Will it do the 33% city policy or not? Will it, in particular, provide new sites for affordable housing? Because in looking down the road, the hardest thing to find to produce affordable housing in Soma is not the money, it's the land, it's the sites. And because 5M is making available that parcel on Mission Street for new affordable housing, they contribute something very important that we have no other way to get. The other big issue is, does it help us build a future neighborhood that we will have after gentrification, when the only diversity will be found in the permanently affordable housing and the permanently affordable PDR space and so on. And in this regard, the new community park that is an integral part of the 5M project is vital. We have been trying to get a good, safe, clean park for SRO tenants to go to, especially in the mornings, to leave their tiny rooms, to have a place to go. We've been trying to do this for 30 years on 6th Street, and we have never been able to do it before. And finally, 5M, which with its urban design, will deliver that result. So that's why we support the project in general. It's qualified. There's important details yet to address, and we'll bring those up to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial. I'm part of the Saddle Market Action Committee. We know you commissioners and other City Hall have been receiving hundreds of emails in support of 5M. These emails are lies. Our coalition has found out that Forest City is using information from sign-in sheets to send these auto emails. People think they are simply signing on to an informational meeting about the 5M project. They do not know and aren't being told by Forest City that they're signing on a petition. Without their knowledge and consent, Forest City is entering their information to this is misleading the public, Planning Commission, and other decision makers like the Board of Supervisors. This makes us believe that there's hundreds of people in support of 5M. It's completely devious that Forest City is deceiving the public about what they're signing. Then they're falsifying petitions. These who you're trusting to give community benefits, how can you trust a developer that disrespects the community in this way? You need to hold Forest City accountable for betraying the public. This is another of many reasons to do community planning in a public and open process and not back room deals through development agreements. I also would like to acknowledge earlier comments that this project will cause so much gentrification. But from last week meeting, by the time these development agreements and community benefits agreements have been placed, our committee is gone. So we need really to think it through. These just not crunch numbers, but we are impacting human lives. Let's be reminded that the Planning Commission, that the land use planning should be for the people and not for developments, not for profits. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Marie Sorensen. I'm part of Calle 24, and I'm here today with a whole group of people protesting just the unbelievable amount of luxury housing. But in particular, I'm going to address the Eastern Neighborhood Plan. I was reading over the Eastern Neighborhood Plan, and the first objective was strengthen the mission's existing mixed-use character while maintaining, man, my ears are ringing, maintaining a place to live and work. Well, I don't know about maintaining the character when we have several buildings that are being proposed that will not be to the neighborhood's affordability, and they're just going to be more luxury condos. Also, you shouldn't be able to change a code destination and change it from PDR to condos. I kind of said that wrong. Anyway, one of the other objections is to retain the mission's role as an important PDR. Well, cell spaces, that whole block is a perfect example of how all that's changing. And it just makes me wonder, what is the point of the Eastern Neighborhood Plan if it's a guideline that nobody follows? One of the other objectives is to continue and expand the city's efforts to increase permanently affordable housing programs and availability. Well, that's another one that the Monster and the Mission definitely wasn't affordable. The Axis is not affordable. The cell space won't be affordable. The Lennar space on 26th and South Van Ness wasn't affordable. I just don't understand. We have this outline, but it seems to me that nobody's really following it. The mission is just, people are getting displaced, they're getting thrown out for Airbnb, they're getting Ellis acted. It has just become a greed economy in the mission, and we need to put some sort of limit on that. The goals of the Eastern Neighborhood Plan: preserve diversity and vitality of the mission, increase the amount of affordable housing, preserve and enhance existing PDR, promote alternate means of transport to reduce traffic and auto use, improve development and additional facilities and open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Eugene David Lee. Today I'm going to do something different. I'm going to do some poetry. The 15th of September, a day to remember, is a landmark day, and there is no way we can let this continue. The Altamont, a landmark building last night, a tree fell on the high power line. The DPW and everyone did their best, but it could have burned up. But the DPW and everyone did great. But it may be too late. They are trying to evict me as we speak from my home, but that's just the poetry for today. The real issue is you guys are doing a great job. I have to say that. A really good job. You're trying to make the city beautiful, and it's very difficult. It's so difficult because there are homeless people, there are rich people, they all want to live here because it's a beautiful city, correct? And it does need a bath. It needs to be pretty. It needs to be gorgeous. Actually, it does. But my issue is I still think we should have a 55-story tower on the rock. On the rock. I mean, it's perfect. It would be a towering lighthouse with a red light beacon on the prison called Alcatraz. Why not? Why not? I mean, come on. Think of the money you could make from those kind. If it's 20 years in the future, but that would be, you come sailing into the bay, like during Fleet Week, and you would have a red light going whoop. Not bad, 55 max. I mean, go for the moon, right? Hey, that's all I have to say. That's my comment. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much. Mr. Campos, he's my boss. Got to go. Thank you. HCC, got to go.
Thank you.
Oh, how cute.
I still think 55 minimum is good,
I mean, Salesforce does.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Arguello, San Francisco resident, and I'm just here to talk about community planning. And I think this is something that's actually been missing in a lot of development in the city. We have the Beast on Bryant, the Monster in the Mission, we have the Fright on Folsom, and we're not even near Halloween yet. But this is the way the community sees these kind of developments. It's a horror story to us, because people are being displaced. Community planning, I think, is what we need to look at, around these developments, because when you build a project, it's just not a building we're talking about in a certain location. We're talking about a whole community that affects blocks and blocks and blocks. So we have to look at it in the bigger picture. How does that affect businesses? How does that affect art space? How does that affect just commercial space? How does it affect transportation? We need to look at the bigger picture in planning, not just that one piece. And I think that's where we're lacking, and I think that's why you're getting so many people coming here and actually opposing these development, because it does not include that. In the Eastern Neighborhood plans, they talked about community benefits. Well, the way it's been going now, that those benefits are actually short-term benefits to the detriment of the community long-term. So we need to look at the future of that neighborhood. We need to look at it now. We need to make sure, and I hope that you as commissioners can encourage those developers to really work with the community for a plan. It's important right now in the neighborhood because of the changes that are happening. People are being replaced. They're not benefiting from a lot of these developments. It's supposed to trickle down from the top. It's not making it down to the bottom. And that's why, again, you're getting a lot of folks opposing these developments. So again, partner up with the communities, encourage the developers to create plans for each of those areas to make sure that it's not negatively impacting those communities, and supposed to benefit those communities, but they are being moved out, so they're not going to get any benefit from it. So I just encourage, the community plan is important. We've done it in the past. We need to keep working on that, and I encourage you all to encourage the developers also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is LaTanya Jones. I am with the Mission SRO Collaborative. I am a tenant and an SRO tenant too. Today I brought some friends with me. You saw us where you were walking into City Hall earlier. You'll be hearing from us soon. We are all here to demand that you plan for people, not for profit. We do not need any more luxury housing. We need truthfully affordable housing in San Francisco. We ask you today to hear our demand of the people, heed our call for some justice. This crisis is no longer in doubt, it's real, and it is caused by human activity, not to mention the inactivity of the Commission. What we have today in 2015 is a city which is putting out the red carpet for developers to make profit. Profit off of humans, misery, some previous free market won't take into consideration. This must change, as our only fortress and justice of cause is to so much be in yours. The displacement, evicted, struggling poor people of the city must not be an afterthought when projects becoming to big businesses. This isn't a limit, it is called a to action. And this way we will say in all our might, plan for people, not for profit. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Magic. With all due respect, earlier when you spoke to us, you referred to us as the audience. Over and over again in meetings, this is happening in the last few years. It is indicative of the fact that we're becoming unconscious about politics being a show, and we are the audience that is watching it. So I really appreciate that you would refer to us as the public and that you are public servants. I've had two different government bodies change on their website. It's saying audience participation into public participation. I recently read an article that said that some of you planning commissioners have been realizing that you have more power than you may have previously exercised, and that it is time to look at a new way to interpret the law. That the phrase community benefit is not merely some phrase, but in fact the very foundation of what your work is meant to do. And that for too long in many communities, because I've been witnessing and participating for 40 years, the Planning Commission has served the role of rubber stamp for developers. I know you want that to change. I think we all know that we are a critical time on this planet, in this city, and this city has a profound tradition of supporting its working people and diversity. We are failing in doing that at this time. It is time for us to look at ways that the law can work as a benefit for the public trust. We are really moving out of a time in which the bottom line is going to be money over and over again, and to an era in which public trust is what your responsibility is, and what the people, when they come and ask you to stop these things, must be done. We've been putting pressure, and it's been working, and we're glad to see that. The Beast on Bryant, the Monster in the Mission, we're being creative, we're being artistic, we're being positive, and we're fierce. We are not going to lose our city. I have carried a vision from when I was 16 years old till now. I still hold a positive vision. I will not give up. My brothers and sisters will not give up. And you have a function now, and each of you needs to search your soul to find a way to use your power in the most beneficial way to let our working people and our poor and our homeless have a place here in this city and maintain the artistic diversity. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tess Wellborn. I would like to thank Planning Department for putting in increased scrutiny for mission area projects over the next few months. Thank you for doing that. There is more to be done. Stop spot zoning. Stop spot zoning. The other thing that you really must start doing that you have not done, to my knowledge, is cumulative impact. So you put in this project, how does it affect all of the other projects that exist or are planned within maybe a 10-block or a 20-block radius? How does it impact all of the businesses in those areas? How does it impact the longtime residents? When somebody is evicted from their home in San Francisco, they are usually evicted from San Francisco. They lose their friends, they lose their dentist, they lose their hair cutter, they lose their medical support team, they lose family ties, and if they're a senior or somebody with disabilities, they often die very soon afterwards. Cumulative impact. One example I will give you is the South Van Ness area, where some 15 or so projects are planned. A possible addition of 4,000 cars to one of the most transit-rich areas in San Francisco. You've got to stop spot zoning and start looking at cumulative impact. Thank you.
We saw this really great show last night. Her name is Rupa and the April Fishes. She sings in 5 different languages. She's a practicing physician at UCSF and travels all over the world singing, so really nice. Wanted to comment on a couple of things. One is these circadian cycles. About 9 p.m. it's nice to receive some darkness and maybe turn the lights down, do a little reading in dim lit. But I would guess this is not the best place to hang out after 9 p.m. All these bright lights shining on you, and we like to have your energy levels high the next day and the following day so we can receive the most out of our public servants. Then sometime drinking caffeine after about 2 or 4 p.m. It has a half-life of about 6 hours, so we drink 200 milligrams of caffeine at 2 p.m. Then at 8 p.m., it's about 100 milligrams. At 2 a.m. in the evening, we still have about 50 milligrams of caffeine in our system, so those, again, might disrupt those sleep cycles. Football season is beginning today, so we get to watch people run into each other with helmets on, thankfully. I took the Niners on the over on an 8-8 season, but what they do is, if they're a coach, is they have a playlist, and what they'll do is they'll look over the game, and they have 70 plays Okay, 34 of them were run plays, 40 of them were pass plays. I was wondering if in here we see something like that where we could have an itemized list of the different items we look at. One might be large-scale projects. Another one is internal department planning, presentations. Another one external from different city organizations. Another one might be just general public comment we've talked on here, and maybe making 7 to 9, and not only looking at how many events that we see from each one, but also seeing the number of minutes in correspondence. And I think that DRs might be the one-off, especially in single-family homes. They take on a lot of time, possibly, and also we see a lot of negative energy that we're not necessarily used to. Oming over 12 inches on the roof trestle or one skylight. I think we saw about 26 minutes of that just in a couple hours last week. And then we'd like more energy going into greening and this idea of equality across public infrastructure. And I tend to agree with that guy with the rather large hair that came up here, that maybe we could see something other than a federally defunct prison on our iconic island out there. Thank you.
Any additional public comment?
Good afternoon. Where did it go? There we go. This one. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nice to see you again. I love that they're starting to think about you taking care of yourselves. We need that. We're all humans. I'm going to here to talk to you about Proposition M, to remind you some things about it. Passed to sharply limit the yearly construction of office space and insert new growth guidelines into the city's master plan. The intent was for developers to pay a variety of fees that alleviate extra burdens their presence adds to housing, transportation, and educational facilities. In practice, the requirement means that opportunists with money to throw around can develop pretty much as they wish. Thus, it is time we return to the guidelines. So, I'm going to read some of them to you. That existing neighborhood-serving retail uses be preserved and enhanced, and future opportunities for resident employment in and ownership of businesses are enhanced. Projects affected: 5M, Beast on Bryant, Redlick, and Prop I also supports this. Another, that existing housing and neighborhood character be conserved and protected in order to preserve the cultural and economic diversity of our neighborhoods. Projects affected: 5M, Yerba Buena, Beast on Bryant, Munster in the Mission, Redlick, Prop I, Prop F. That the city's supply of affordable housing be preserved and enhanced. Monster in the Mission, Beast on Bryant, Fright on Folsom, 5M, Prop I, Prop F. That a diverse economic base be maintained by protecting our industrial and service sectors from displacement due to commercial office development, and that future opportunities for resident employment and ownership in these sectors be enhanced. Redlick, Beast on Bryant, Prop I, Prop F. The Proposition M is still on the books, and we need your support in this. It's really important that we work together on these projects and that we stop making it so easy for one group of people to keep getting the upper hand when there shouldn't be any upper hands. Its provisions appear regularly in the Planning Department's environmental impact review of proposed construction and demolition. Please use your official position to exercise more accountability in using them for the advantage of all. We really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this, and we know that you can all do better. We can do better, and we need you to use the word no more often right now until things become more clear and more shared in the way that we think. You always shake your head. Why?
Hear you. We can't hear you because of the noise.
It's noisy out there.
Okay, well, every time I come up, I see you shake your head, and it's hurtful to me sometimes.
No.
So I'm going to request that you notice. Wonderful. I'm so glad it wasn't me this time.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
That is the end of public comment. That was a 15-minute public comment section. There is another public comment section at the very end of this of today's agenda. Okay, we have already went well over the 15-minute allotment time.
Very good, Commissioners.
I think we cannot proceed with this noise.
Sheriffs.
Sir, you are slightly out of order.
We can go home.
I'll just go home.
We can go home.
So,
That's fantastic.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner, shall we proceed with your regular calendar?
Take a pause.
Let's take a 2-minute break here. Let that go on.
I'd rather go ahead. I don't want to give them any acknowledgement. Let's just go on. Get the sheriffs to get them out of here if we can't hear.
Let's take a 1-minute break, okay?
1 minute.
Thank you.
I think we should basically close the
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
routine, I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind, and to please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar, and I was just informed that item 12 for case number 2014-002218, CUA at 2186 Gary Boulevard, conditional use authorization, experienced a notification issue where greater than 20% of the mailed notices were returned. In those instances, the zoning administrator has determined that a new notice needs to be sent, and so that item should be continued indefinitely.
So, Commissioner Antonini.
Make a motion to continue.
We should actually give just a forward public comment to the matter of continuance.
Okay. Okay, so opening it up for public comment on the item number 12, which is now recommended to be continued.
And it would be only on the matter of continuance.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. I'm Scott Adams. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Comcast. We wanted some clarification. We did do a second mailing at the request of the Commission staff. So could we get some...
Yeah, we haven't heard anything about this.
I was literally just informed of this, and so the planning, the planner who was assigned to your case notified me that unfortunately 20% of the mailed notices were returned to the planning department, and so in those instances a new notice needs to occur in order for the item to be heard.
They were sent more than a month and a half ago, so I'm confused on why they would have just now been received as returned.
Is that planner here, Jonas? Is staff here? Is staff here? That planner here?
I do not see staff here, so I cannot respond to that.
As of
question.
11:30 today, I had received an email that we were still on, so I'm confused that we're not.
I can't explain to you why it's coming so late.
Jonas David's here.
Commissioners, David Lindsay from Department Staff. We had a lot of returns on the mailing for this one that was sent out. We counted it up as over 20% of the total, most of them from one housing development that's across the street. So the zoning administrator was consulted, and he advised that we would need to continue this in order to carry out the mailing.
Sorry, it was kind of hard to hear.
Yeah.
So my question is that we sent out the mailers over a month and a half ago, so why did we just receive word today that they were returned? They should have been returned probably within the week, and then we...
No, it honestly doesn't happen that fast with the post office. When they return envelopes to us, we get them in dribs and drabs. So we got a big chunk back just this week, just in the last couple of days.
I mean, as of 11:30 this morning, I had a message from Laura saying that we were on the planner.
Yeah, we were counting them up literally within the last hour.
So what does this...
What are our next steps at this point?
Steps, what does this mean?
We'll have to renotice this hearing, and with corrected addresses. We'll return the envelopes to you so that you can see where the problems are, and have your mailing consultant correct those so that they can be remailed.
So did you say that it was to one particular development that they were returned, or?
Many of them were from one particular development, yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so what's the recommended date for continuance?
It's an indefinite continuance because...
Reissue the mailing?
Right.
Okay.
There is no date because you'll have to actually reissue the notices, so we'll have to find a new date. There's no point in continuing the matter. It'll just a new date in the future will be chosen.
Okay, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I have a question. They said there was a second mailing, so how soon should we know the results of the second mailing, if those were received or not?
I'm not sure what they're referring to as a second mailing.
Okay, maybe project sponsor, you can give me a little more information on the fact that the notices were sent out twice.
Right, they were sent out twice. So when our original submission was made, I guess there was a 6-month window of when the mailings can go out and when the hearing date is set up. So we've been in the process for about 10 months now, and so we were required to send out a second mailing, which we did a month and a half ago.
Okay, I can explain that now that I've heard you explain it. The original, the planning department does the mailing based on material submitted by the applicant. They provide us with the mailing addresses, and then the city sends out the mailing. The first set of addresses that they sent us were more than, because the case was with the department for longer than 6 months, those addresses are considered outdated, so they provided us with a second updated set. There was never any initial mailing using those addresses, so we did the mailing based on the second set of addresses, and those are the ones that were returned to us.
Okay, now I understand. There's only really one mailing, but my question is, what is a reasonable amount of time? There'll have to be another mailing that could be done, presumably within a week or two.
Right. The mailing is a 30-day mailing, and we can do it fairly quickly once we get the revised addresses from the project sponsor. They'll need to provide those to us, and it will take them some time to put that together. So, I mean, we could certainly say a date 6 or 8 weeks out there, and if we don't make it, then we can continue it further.
I'd rather make that continuance because you wouldn't have to renotice then. We are renoticing, yeah, we are doing it anyway.
We have to renotice.
At least we have a date on there, presuming that the message, the notices go out and only a small percentage come back. So I'm going to make a motion, project sponsor, let's say 6 weeks from now, if that suits you, to schedule the hearing on this item?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll ask when the commission secretary can give us a date, I'll make that continuance motion.
Thank you.
What would that date be? That would be the 15th of October.
Is that enough time?
Mr. Lindsay,
That's
you
only
think
4.
October 15th is realistic?
I mean,
That's only 4. We probably better go a little later.
6 would, I mean, the mailing itself is a 30-day mailing,
Yeah,
so.
right. We have to allow time for things to come back.
November
so.
5th.
Excuse me, Commissioners. I'd like to say something. I'm part of the ownership of this project. We've fallen into this vicious cycle of timelines that have been met. There was a mailer that was sent that was received by all of the people that needed to receive it. Because of the 6-month process and countless changes that were requested by the planning department, now it's expired. So it's not like these people haven't known about this project. Everybody has been notified, and I think we've been complying for the longest time. This is causing us, the ownership, a lot of pain. This is a project that really should be pretty streamlined. I'd really like for us to try and see if we can continue to hear it today. Like
Sir,
I said,
unfortunately, the zoning administrator has determined that we can't proceed today, and he's the authoritative voice on that matter, on whether or not notice has been adequate.
We're falling
notice has
into
been
this
met.
cycle where each time a different deadline's not
I understand,
met
sir, and I completely sympathize with the situation, but those are the labels that were submitted to the planning department by your group.
But previously, they were sent and everything was received by these.
They were never sent, sir. That's the issue. They were never sent.
The first set of notices that were submitted were never mailed. They were simply expired after 6 months.
They were mailed, but because we were in the process with the planning department, it expired, and we needed it because supposedly people move. People might have moved.
I'm very sorry, sir, and I'm sympathetic. I understand that this is a.
What do you think about
It should be such a simple, we're talking about a lot of community benefit here, and this
Sir,
is...
at this point, there's, because of the determination made by the zoning administrator, there's really no way we can proceed with the hearing today legally.
But it seems like there's a little bit of confusion because they were sent initially, And the only reason we had to wait 6 months is because potentially people have moved. But that would be a very, very small percentage of people.
I'd like to, there's no action we can take today but to continue.
Yeah.
And I understand your complication, and I would like to maybe try to set you up offline with the actual planner, with the zoning administrator, so they can go through and find out more of what happened, what didn't happen. But as of today, right now, the recommendation from the zoning administrator is that we continue the item.
It's not that I need it to be heard today or anything.
Sir,
but
I mean, at this point, I mean,
let me say just one last thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm prepared to make the continuance. So I think we said the 15th was a little early. Mr. Ionin, can we come up with something more towards the latter part of October?
I mean, we can continue it to October 22nd, and if we have to, we can continue it again.
Let's try that. My motion is to continue to October 22nd, and also hope staff will continue to work with project sponsor to try to make sure this doesn't occur again.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue item 12 to October 22nd, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, it will now place us on item 9 for case number 2015-009096 PCA, establishing a new transportation sustainability fee. This is a planning code amendment.
Commissioners, I would introduce this item, and then we'll have several speakers after me. This is a long-standing piece of work that multiple departments have been working on to update and establish and expand the city's required fees of development to support transportation systems. The transportation sustainability fee is one part of a three-part program that we've been working on. One is the fee itself, which was the successor to the TIDF, or the Transportation Impact Development Fee. It's been in place for quite some time. Second part is the Transportation Demand Management Program, which we're working on separately to try to reduce the demand for single auto use. And the third is CEQA reform, which is pending at the state level, which would allow us to streamline how we do our CEQA reviews for transportation reviews. So this has been a multi-department effort that's been going on for a number of years between the Planning Department, the MTA, the Transportation Authority, the Mayor's Office of Housing, and a number of other agencies who have been working on this for quite some time. I'm joined today by Director Ed Riskin from the MTA and Director Tilly Chang from the Transportation Authority, who would also like to say a few words, and then we will have staff make the actual presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Fong and Commissioners. Tilly Chang, Executive Director of the San Francisco County Transportation Authority. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon to speak on behalf of the Transportation Authority. I'd like to express our agency's appreciation for this body's leadership and your staff, the partnership of the Planning Department. We're strongly supportive of this item, the Transportation Sustainability Fee, and the overall Transportation Sustainability Program effort. As you all know, the work on this program has been in the making over the past decade or so, many, many years. Our collective aim from the beginning has been to better align San Francisco's development review methods and policies with our overall city policy, particularly the transit-first policy of the city. While it sounds simple to coordinate land use and transportation decisions, we all know it is not easy to do. But we had many good foundational policies to work on. We built on the foundation of the Transportation TIDF, the Transit Impact Development Fee. We also collectively broke some new ground on CEQA analysis tools and methods, and we engaged the public, a number of community stakeholders from all sectors of the city. Everyone appreciates how hard this is to do, to get these decisions right at the beginning, but how fundamentally important it is as it shapes our overall transportation demand that we can then only respond to through investments and policies on the transportation front. But it is a symbiotic relationship. It is a system. As the County Congestion Management Agency, the Transportation Authority is keenly interested in this holistic approach to city congestion management. Together with our sister agencies at the Planning Department, the SFMTA, and the Mayor's Office, we've worked closely and collaboratively over the years to develop a three-part approach to managing demand at this early stage of each project's development. We know that the funding is just one piece of a larger need, and it takes a whole team of expertise from multiple agencies to build the broader policy picture to move our city forward. Here, let me acknowledge and thank almost a generation of planning department staff, Bill Whitego, Alicia Jean-Baptiste, Victoria Weiss, current staff. We're also involved from the beginning, Sarah Jones, Wade Wheatgriff, Rachel Shutt, and others under the direction of Director Ram. So the collaboration has been great, and it has built on the innovative policies that the city already had with the TIDF. The TSF itself will generate needed investment to improve our transit systems and our overall city transportation infrastructure to respond to challenges like Vision Zero and growth. And we also know that this is going to be a great foundation for update of the transportation vision for the city, which will be an upcoming collaborative initiative of the various departments, including the planning department. And this will then result in an update to the San Francisco Transportation Plan and build on the Mayor's Transportation Task Force as we move into another round of seeking further revenues to invest in our city's transportation system and together work to prioritize and fund those projects over the next 25 years and beyond. So again, thank you for your shared leadership and partnership. The Transportation Authority continues to look forward to collaborate with the Planning Department staff on the coming work, and we look forward to bringing regular updates to this body to seek your guidance and to keep you informed of our efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong, members of the Commission. Ed Riskin, Director of Transportation here in San Francisco. Just to follow on some of what both John and Tilly spoke to, we've been making significant investments in the transportation system in San Francisco over the past few years to improve the reliability and reduce delays on Muni, to make our streets safer for people getting around, no matter what mode, but particularly by bike and on foot. Those efforts notably advanced by the Mayor's Transportation Task Force that Tilly mentioned 2 years ago, established by the Mayor, that identified $10 billion worth of need for the transportation system over the next 15 years, of which only $3.7 billion had been identified. That task force recommended new local revenues to start closing that gap, the first step of which was taken last November when voters approved Prop A, a $500 million general obligation bond, to advance those very ideas of improving Muni reliability and making it safer for people to get around the city. We've also been replacing are in the midst of replacing our entire bus fleet, expanding the fleet, as well as beginning the process of expanding and ultimately replacing our light rail fleet. So that there's a lot of good work underway to support the needed transportation investment that we have now. We've been using those funds also to leverage other regional and state funds, notably a $41 million recent grant of state cap and trade revenues to support our rail extension. But with that, we still have a gap, and that $10 billion need doesn't fully account for the impacts that all of the development that's coming to the city will bring. And this commission knows better than probably anyone else in the city how much of that is coming and what kind of impact that can have to our city, to our transportation system. Specifically, a couple ways that the development can have impacts on our city's economy and our quality of life. And I've just been sitting here in this meeting so far, I've heard that those are matters that are of deep interest and concern to a lot of us San Franciscans. What we do in terms of investing in transportation to support that development can really have a profound impact. Much of that development and growth is going to come to the city, and I think from a regional perspective, rightly so. It should be coming to urban centers like San Francisco. It's really our obligation and opportunity to plan for how we manage that growth and development so that doesn't adversely impact our economy and quality of life. Specifically, in terms of what that means for transportation, if we can make the adequate investments in transit capacity and enhancing other affordable and safe ways for people to get around the city so that they don't all bring their own cars when they move here to live or work, we will have less congestion on our streets, less pollution in our skies than we would otherwise. Equally important is the fact that the more that we invest in sustainable, affordable transportation, such as transit, such as safe cycling and walking in the city, the greater the range of economic diversity of people will be able to stay and come to the city. I think people are going to probably come no matter what, but the more that we can invest in affordable transportation, the more we'll be able to preserve some of the economic diversity that makes San Francisco what it is. So to that end, we are proud to have worked with the other city staff to bring forward this fee that really asks the development community to take on a broader and deeper responsibility for helping to fund the transportation improvements that their developments need. It doesn't fully fund the impacts that their developments bring, but it's a big step towards closing the gap in a way that doesn't impinge upon the developments advancing, but brings their adequate or increased contribution to addressing the needs of the transportation system, again, that their developments rely upon. This matter did come before the SFMTA Board of Directors last week, and they, without opposition, recommended its approval to this body and to the Board of Supervisors. So I thank you very much for giving us the time to speak, for considering this item, and would very respectfully and strongly encourage your adoption of this fee so that we can support and best manage the development that's coming to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you, Directors. Adam Barrett from Planning Department staff. If I could go to the PowerPoint. And I'm joined by staff members from MTA Planning, the SFCTA, and Mayor's Office of Housing, who are here to answer questions and make portions of the presentation as well. As you may recall, we made an informational presentation here on the Transportation Sustainability Program about a month ago, and we're back today to talk about an action item relating to one aspect of this program, as John mentioned, specifically the Transportation Sustainability Fee. So we'll get more into the details of the fee proposal, but I wanted to sort of take a step back and sort of refresh and talk briefly about the overall goals of the program. As we know, and as you well know, San Francisco is growing and is expected to continue to grow, and in order to grow gracefully, we have to keep up the ability of people to move quickly and easily about the city. And what this means is that we need to continue to invest in our transportation system. So that is the goal of the Transportation Sustainability Program, is to keep people moving as our city grows. And as we previously presented, the program consists of three components, which are shown here. We'll be coming back at later hearings to talk about the first two, and today we're going to focus on the Transportation Sustainability Fee, which is part of a proposed ordinance, which is the subject of a proposed ordinance, which is before you today. We have at this point discussed this proposal with a wide variety of stakeholders from our CACs, small business community, development community, transportation and housing advocates, and we've worked to sort of craft a proposal that helps to balance all of those interests. So I just wanted to sort of end by describing some of the things that the fee would do. This proposal would be the first time that the city would create a transportation impact fee on residential development, a citywide fee on transportation on residential development. It would also be the first citywide fee for complete streets on any type of development. And as Director Riskin mentioned, the city has made a commitment to investing in the transportation system through a proposed series of public and voter-approved measures. But it's a multi-pronged strategy, and this is a piece of that strategy to work with the development community to increase the revenue towards the transportation system. So the fee, as currently proposed, would raise over $400 million in new revenue for complete streets and transit improvements to help serve the new growth that's coming to the city. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Chen to talk through the mechanics of the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Chen of Department Staff. I'm pleased to present for your consideration the proposed Transportation Sustainability Fee, or TSF, which represents a critical step towards ensuring that we have the resources our transportation system needs. So the TSF was introduced by Mayor Lee and co-sponsoring supervisors Wiener, Breed, and Christensen on July 21st, 2015, and was subsequently amended through substitute legislation on July 28th and September 8th. As the September 8th substitute ordinance was introduced after the case packet was published for this item, I'm now submitting to the Commission a copy of the most recent substitute ordinance as well as a memo describing the proposed changes. We will be continue to be making small changes to correct technical code references as the proposal moves through adoption. Today I'll be describing the fee proposal and how it was developed, as well as feedback received during the public outreach process. Later in the presentation, Alicia John-Baptiste, Chief of Staff at SFMTA, will be providing more information on the proposed TSF expenditure plan and how MTA will ensure that we are investing funds to address our most urgent transportation needs. Before I delve into the fee, I just wanted to underscore the point that Director Ruskin referenced about this critical funding gap that the city is facing, over $10 billion through 2030. This diagram really highlights the goals of the TSF. The Mayor's Transportation Task Force really identified funding sources that are aimed at addressing maintenance of the core of the system, as well as efficiency measures. The TSF is really designed to help address the demands on the transportation system generated by new growth. If adopted, the TSF would help ensure that developers are contributing their fair share to offset their impacts on the transportation system. The TSF proposal was crafted to create a careful balance between technical studies that I'm going to get into soon, the Nexus study and the economic feasibility study, in order to apply a fee to non-residential and residential uses around the city. It would replace the current impact fee, the Transit Impact Development Fee, or TIDF, and apply the fee to more uses. So in addition to the non-residential and residential uses, the fee would also apply to large institutions, namely universities. There is no change to the status quo for the majority of nonprofits. So before I get into the actual fee, I just wanted to provide some background on how the fee was established. So the TSF proposal was crafted to try and strike a careful balance between two technical studies that the city commissioned, the TSF Nexus study and the TSF Economic Feasibility study. I'll briefly present the key findings from each of these studies before getting into the fee. So the Nexus study established the maximum legally justified fee amount. It's based on the increased transportation demand from new development. So basically how many trips will be generated by new housing and jobs, and how much it would cost the city to serve those people with enhanced transportation services. The TSF Economic Feasibility Study, on the other hand, established how high fees could be set without making new development too costly to build. The ultimate goal was to maximize transportation revenues without stifling development or causing housing and commercial real estate prices to rise substantially. The Nexus study, conducted by Urban Economics, identified a range of transportation projects that will be needed to serve new growth and established the total cost to the city of providing these services through 2040, which is presented in this table. The study identified two categories of transportation needs, transit and complete streets. The Transit Nexus identifies the cost to provide transit capital maintenance and capital facilities projects, while the Complete Streets Nexus identifies the cost to provide streetscape improvements to increase safety and comfort for pedestrians and cyclists, an acknowledgement of the fact that such projects can ease demand on the transit system. This nexus was actually established by the San Francisco Citywide Nexus Study in 2014, but is referenced here as part of the maximum potential TSF rate. Adding these categories together results in the total maximum justified nexus amounts listed in the right-hand column. They range from $26 to $31 per square foot for PDR and residential uses to $87 per square foot for non-residential uses. These figures represent the total amount we could legally charge new development to offset their impacts on transit. Our next step was to develop the economic feasibility study in order to help establish appropriate fee amounts within these ranges. The economic feasibility study conducted by Seifel Consulting evaluated how different potential TSF levels might impact new residential and non-residential development. As part of the TSF proposal, the study would be updated every 5 years in order to reflect market conditions, or sooner if requested by the mayor or board. The study evaluated residential fees ranging from about $6 to $16 per square foot, and non-residential fees from about $14 to $36 a square foot. It utilized a residual land value analysis to determine how these fee amounts might impact expected project returns, with the goal of ensuring that development can still occur in most instances. In order to make sure that the fee would equitably impact development across the city, the study evaluated 10 prototypical projects meant to represent a range of expected development types. These prototypes were modeled on common types of development applications that we receive at the department, and they include residential and non-residential projects ranging in size from small to large projects in various neighborhoods. A number of these prototypes correspond with those that were used for the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Feasibility Study and the Central SOMA Feasibility Study. The study found that the current market could support a fee of roughly $8 a square foot for residential uses and $18 per square foot for non-residential uses, without having a major impact on project feasibility or resulting housing costs in the neighborhoods where most new development is occurring. These fee levels represent an increase of roughly 1% to 2% of construction costs for residential developments and less than 1% of construction costs for non-residential projects. However, the study did find that there is significant variation in development feasibility depending on project type and location. In particular, new development in certain neighborhoods, such as outlying neighborhoods like the Excelsior, have lower than average price levels and rents and might not be feasible currently given escalating construction costs. While the TSF itself will not cause these developments to be infeasible, it may further distance these projects from economic feasibility. Further, the study noted that should the market experience a downturn such that revenues are insufficient to cover development costs, future development would be more sensitive to higher impact fees. For these reasons, the study recommended that the TSF be established at no higher than these amounts. Based on these recommendations, here are the TSF rates that were ultimately proposed in the ordinance compared to current TIDF rates. The proposed residential rate is $7.74 a square foot, and the non-residential rate is $18.04 a square foot, or about $4 more than current TIDF rates. The PDR rate is $7.61 a square foot, which is roughly equal with the current TIDF. These amounts represent roughly 1/4 to 1/3 of the maximum justified transit nexus. The proposal also includes a fee reduction for residential uses in some area plans, which would be equal to the transit component of the area plan fee up to the full amount of the TSF. The TSF would apply to most land uses in the city. In addition to non-residential uses covered by the existing TIDF, the new fee would apply to market rate residential development of 21 units or more and large nonprofit universities that are required to submit an institutional master plan. There would be no change in the status quo for the vast majority of nonprofits. The fee would exempt a number of uses, and these exemptions are listed here. Many of them were crafted to ensure that the TSF is aligned with other citywide policy goals. For instance, the fee would exempt affordable housing defined as deed-restricted low-income units serving up to 80% AMI and middle-income housing projects where all of the units serve households earning up to 150% AMI. It would also exempt small residential developments of 20 units or fewer, as well as small businesses that are changing uses, defined as businesses that are less than 5,000 square feet in size. I should note that this provision would replace the existing policy credit system for small businesses currently in the TIDF, in effect making that credit available to all qualifying businesses. As mentioned, the majority of nonprofits would continue to be exempt except for large nonprofit universities. The intention behind this policy was to expand the fee to cover major universities and hospitals that require an institutional master plan filed with the city, as these uses generate significant impacts on the transit system. However, due to the fact that hospitals are currently undergoing extensive seismic upgrades to comply with California requirements, the fee currently exempts hospitals but includes language specifying that the fee may be applied to hospitals once the requirements are met, estimated for 2030. In addition to the uses listed here, the fee also exempts properties that are owned by the city, state, and federal government, HOPE SF projects, and projects in former redevelopment areas or in areas covered by development agreements where the terms of those agreements specifically exempt the project from paying transit fees. The proposal also specifies what development projects would trigger the fee. Consistent with the current TIDF, the fee is triggered by new construction or expansions of 800 square feet or more. Changes of use of all sizes would trigger the fee except for small businesses. This would apply to projects that are changing use from a category with a lower fee rate to one with a higher fee rate. And as an aside, since the TSF actually consolidates non-residential categories, so retail, office, et cetera, into one category, there would be fewer instances where there would be a need for a change of use. The proposal also includes grandfathering provisions to account for projects currently in the development pipeline that may not have anticipated the fee when making past financial decisions. For both residential and non-residential projects that have currently received entitlements, the current TIDF rates would apply. Residential projects that have submitted a development application but haven't received entitlements would pay 50% of the proposed TSF rates. And non-residential projects that have submitted their development application would continue to pay current TIDF rates. In the course of developing the TSF proposal, staff consulted with a wide range of stakeholders to gain feedback, much of which has been reflected in the fee proposal. Stakeholders included community advisory committees, policy advisory groups, housing advocacy organizations, small business stakeholders, transportation advocates, and nonprofit and market rate developers, among others. A full schedule of outreach meetings is included in the case report for your reference. The next two slides summarize the main feedback we received during this process. We received several questions and comments regarding the small business provisions of the fee, specifically on the fee triggers and size thresholds and the applicability of the fee to formula retailers. In response, staff have met with the Chamber of Commerce, the Small Business Commission, and others on several occasions to address these concerns. As a result, the Small Business Commission voted unanimously to issue a resolution in support of the TSF at their August 24th hearing. Staff also received feedback from area plan CACs and neighborhood organizations that the fee revenue should support investments in areas of high growth. In response, the fee proposal was modified to include language specifying that TSF expenditures shall prioritize transportation projects that are identified in area plans. During preliminary outreach with members of the development community, staff also heard and incorporated feedback that the grandfathering rates for residential projects should be set no higher than 50% of the TSF rates, as fees above this amount could make projects currently in the pipeline infeasible. Similarly, developers indicated that the fee could disproportionately impact smaller residential projects due to the tighter margins these projects face. In response, we developed the exemption for projects less than 20 units, which represents less than 4% of projected growth. We also heard feedback that the middle-income housing threshold of 150% AMI was too high. Based on feedback from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, staff maintained the proposal at this amount in order to be consistent with the city's program on middle-income housing. Stakeholders also advocated that the rates should be increased since they fall below the maximum justified TSF rates identified in the Nexus study. As mentioned previously, the fee rates were based on the recommendations of both the Nexus study and the economic feasibility study, which indicated that fees above the current proposal could have a negative impact on some types of development. As currently proposed, the fee rates strive to maximize revenues in an equitable way across the city without hampering development significantly or causing real estate prices to rise. Finally, we also heard feedback that the fee should be applied to accessory parking uses, for instance, parking spaces in residential buildings. In response, staff consulted with the city attorney's office and confirmed that we cannot legally charge the fee on accessory parking based on the TSF Nexus study, as the trip generation calculations do not count parking as separate from their underlying uses. This is actually a policy concept that staff have investigated previously. However, the research linking parking to trip generation is currently not strong enough to establish a legal nexus. I should note, though, that as part of the city's research on the Transportation Demand Management Program, another part of the TSP, staff are investigating whether there's sufficient evidence that we could collect to suggest that there is a direct link to figure out how the program can better provide adequate incentives for developers to reduce on-site parking. One other point, staff heard from some stakeholders that the fee should be applied to all types of development, such as affordable housing, nonprofits, and so on, as the Nexus study indicated that all projects have an impact on the transportation system. However, as noted, the proposal was crafted in order to align with other citywide policy objectives, such as ensuring that affordable housing and small businesses can develop in the city. With that, I'll pass it over to Alicia John Baptiste.
I see Supervisor Avalos here. I don't know if you want to take this opportunity, if that's okay with staff in their order.
Thank you, President Fong and commissioners, and thank you for taking up this really important new fee for development and transportation. My name is Supervisor John Avalos, and I represent District 11, which is the southern part of San Francisco. We're actually on the outskirts of San Mateo County and Daly City. Very, very different type of phenomenon going on there when it comes to development. Just the other day, we had put a plan in for the Board of Supervisors requesting the Planning Department to send to the MTC a request to clarify that this part of San Francisco is a priority development area along Geneva Avenue and Mission. Apparently that had been done before, but it wasn't quite done as effectively and efficiently as it had to have been. And to me, that's because there's often not a lot of attention given to this part of San Francisco for doing the kind of infill development that is happening elsewhere. We have incredible sites close to Balboa Park Station and places close to real strong transit hubs like Balboa Park Station that can be developed, but there isn't really the type of structure in place in terms of doing financing, in terms of doing land use, that can really help incentivize that type of development from happening. And now we have a new transportation sustainability fee that perhaps can be created in a way that can help create incentives for development in this part of San Francisco that, to me, in my experience and the experience of people in the southern part of the city, are way behind the rest of the city. We're back in the 1950s in terms of infrastructure for housing and for transportation, and we'd like to get to the 21st century, well before we get to the mid-21st century. The transportation sustainability fee will be a great improvement for the over the TIDF, but the Nexus study makes it clear that the proposed level of fee is nowhere near sufficient to offset the impacts new development will have on our transportation network. While I understand that there are limits to how high a fee developers can pay and still be able to finance their projects, I think we can craft a more nuanced fee structure that can generate additional revenue without overly impacting development. The hospital exemption. The exemption for large nonprofit hospitals is very problematic. These large institutions have significant impacts on our transportation network, and they have the resources to be able to pay this fee. So we'd like to see that we take out that exemption. It's also important to look at, as I touched upon, and I think the planning staff had touched upon as well, is varying the fee rate for different areas and development type. The economic feasibility study shows that the impact of the TSF on development's feasibility varies widely depending on the location and the development type. Small condo developments in the outer Mission would be significantly impacted by the proposed fee. But housing projects in the Mission or Central Waterfront would still be feasible if the fee were doubled. I believe we need to look at creating a variable fee structure to match the fee amount to this real estate reality of our different neighborhoods. We have all kinds of development happening in District 11, in the OMI, in the Excelsior District. It never comes before you. It's actually people creating denser housing by doubling up, creating new rooms out of the garages and new spaces in their housing, or creating unpermitted housing altogether. And that's something that we need to be able to address by new land use policies and new ways of looking at fee structures as well that will create incentives for new development. This can be a way to incentivize development in our outer neighborhoods that are being left behind by the current boom. This housing would be more affordable than the current housing being built in our other higher-priced neighborhoods. We should also look at scaling the fee based on the size of the projects. This would avoid overburdening small developers while mitigating more impacts of larger, more profitable development projects. I also look at concerned about the exemption on middle-income housing, and perhaps the exemption is at too high of an AMI level. We should reconsider giving a full exemption to middle-income housing up to 150% AMI. While I appreciate the city is not producing enough middle-income housing, I'm sure I'm not sure we should be treating these projects the same as deeply affordable housing. I would propose either giving a partial waiver to middle-income housing at that higher 150% level or lowering the threshold to 120% AMI. Grandfathering. The grandfathering of projects in the pipeline seems fairly arbitrary. The original proposal was only for 25% discount for projects in the pipeline. There doesn't seem to be a justification for increasing this to 50%. Again, it seems like we could develop a more nuanced approach to the grandfathering based on the size of the projects and how far through the process these projects are. In particular, it seems problematic to grandfather the very large projects at Park Merced, Treasure Island, and Bayview Hunters Point. While these projects have all been approved, they won't be breaking ground for many, many years. The purpose of this grandfathering is to avoid overly impacting projects that have already planned their financing. But since development is still years away, breaking ground is still years away, there's time still to plan how financing can happen, and there'll probably be changes in the financing structures that will enable these projects to come forward and pay the fees. Lastly, the fact that the TSP does not apply to accessory parking is a big hole. I'm glad to hear that this will hopefully be addressed in the upcoming Transportation Demand Management Program. Also, the Transportation Authority is looking at how we might be able to structure the TSF as well to look at these different neighborhoods and different configurations or different structures of housing that we have in different neighborhoods. I really hope you can consider a more nuanced approach. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alicia John Baptiste with the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. If I could return to the PowerPoint. In terms of the revenue generation anticipated under the proposed fee, we're expecting that the fee in total would generate approximately $38 million a year in revenue. That's under the way it's constructed now. Because there's an existing transit impact development fee, the restructuring of the fee to apply to more uses generates about $14 million a year in new funding for the transportation system. This is an extremely critical source of funding for the transportation system, although the MTA has a capital budget of approximately $680 million annually. About half of that goes just to maintaining our existing assets, and frankly, we could use more funding just for that purpose. So having a revenue source that we could dedicate to transit capacity expansion was really important and would allow us to make the improvements we need to make in order to accommodate the growth that's happening in this city. In terms of how the funds would be programmed, about 60% of the funding would serve as a replacement to the existing transit impact development fee and would be used in the same way that those funds are programmed now. Essentially, the MTA uses that money to invest in vehicle and facility maintenance campaigns, which are too small to be capital eligible, but too large to be normally funded through the operating budget. So these are things like replacing all of the doors on the light rail vehicles. Some of you may have been on a Muni train when the doors have broken down and you can't move. When that happens and we don't have the resources in place to invest in the system, we're essentially having ad hoc service cuts across the system on a daily basis. So having those funds in place to ensure that we can do this preventive, necessary maintenance is extremely important and would continue under this proposal. The majority of the new funding would be invested in capacity expansion, as I mentioned, much of that for the Muni system, but also some funding for our regional partners such as BART and Caltrain, which play a very important role in the city's transportation system as well, and then funding for bicycle and pedestrian programs as well. More specifically, the capacity investments are currently planned to include things such as vehicle expansion. One of the most clear-cut ways to add transit capacity is to simply provide more service. In order to do that, we have to have the vehicles to enable that service to be provided. One of the things that we often hear at the MTA is questions around why we run one-car trains during rush hour, for example, and the answer is because that's as many trains as we have. All of them are out in service. So adding vehicles to our fleet is critically important in order to provide reliable uncrowded transit service. We also receive formula funding to replace our vehicles once they reach the end of their useful life, but we do not have any funding sources for vehicle expansion. So this would be an important use of the TSF in that area. Funds would also be programmed towards reducing travel time on Muni routes, and when we can take enough time out of the running time from one end of a line to another, we actually get a service improvement and a service increase because our buses are circulating through that line more quickly. So that's an important component of transit capacity expansion as well. We also are planning bus rapid transit projects on Van Ness, on Geary, on Geneva Harney, some major overhauls, for example, of the M line. All of those are examples of the types of projects that could be funded through the TSF. In terms of the regional carriers, funding could go to things such as station capacity improvements for BART, as well as BART car renovation, potentially Caltrain electrification, anything that serves to expand the capacity of transit within San Francisco. On the bicycle and pedestrian side, before I move on, we continue to be very focused on achieving Vision Zero, which is the goal of reducing traffic fatalities to zero by 2024, and much of the investment enabled through the TSF would be towards bicycle and pedestrian safety projects. On the programming side, the MTA goes through a very robust process every 2 years to budget the hundreds of millions of capital funding that we have. That does include a number of public hearings, both through the CACs and with other stakeholders, as well as the MTA Board, the Board of Supervisors, the Capital Planning Committee. We also partner with the Transportation Authority to ensure that the prioritization process that's represented through the MTA's capital budget reflects the San Francisco Transportation Plan and the priorities laid out there. As with the area plan impact fees, the TSF would also be reported back to the Planning Commission every 2 years so that the Planning Commission would have an opportunity at that point to take a look at how funds have been programmed, how they've been implemented. One of the concerns that we've heard on a fairly consistent basis as we've talked with stakeholders about this program is how to balance between sort of system-wide transportation investments and investments in neighborhoods that are experiencing an extreme amount of growth. The TSF ordinance as currently drafted does call for prioritizing projects in growth areas that have been identified in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, for example, or the other area plans. At the same time, we would need to look carefully at the system-wide investment because, for example, if we were to purchase new vehicles with these funds, there's no way for us, it wouldn't make any sense for us to try to hold those to the neighborhoods in which the growth is happening. Those would have a system-wide benefit. So the intent would be to balance between both of those needs. And with that, I'm going to turn this back to Lisa.
So in conclusion, Commissioners, the TSF is before you today so that you may recommend adoption, rejection, or adoption with modifications to the Board of Supervisors. If adopted, the TSF would raise $1.2 billion, which represents over $400 million in net new revenue, and it would ensure that new developments are contributing their fair share to improve the transportation system. It would represent the first citywide transportation fee on residential uses, as well as the first citywide fee to fund complete streets improvements. The proposal would also increase the amount that non-residential developers are required to pay. As described previously, the fee was developed in consultation with a broad range of stakeholders and were set at rates intended to maximize transportation revenues without having a significant negative impact on development feasibility or resulting housing and commercial real estate prices across the city. For these reasons, the Department is recommending that the Commission recommend approval of the proposed ordinance and adopt a resolution to that effect. We're happy to answer any questions and hear your feedback on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll open to public comment. I have a number of speaker cards: Jake McGoldrick, Peter Strauss, Nicole Ferrara, Tyler Frisbee.
Honorable Honorable Commissioners, good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing. I speak here today as the president of the Union for the Adjunct Faculty at the University of San Francisco, but above all, I speak as a member of the USF community. I am the former chair of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Authority. 6 years I chaired, and I was 7 years out of my 8 years on the Board of Supervisors, Land Use Committee, chaired that for most of those years, and have some acquaintance, if you would, with the transportation, the TIDF. I was the chief author to amend the TIDF when it was $5 a square foot, very limited applications. That's about 8-9 years ago. It was only $5 a square foot, and we had a nexus study done, we had a feasibility study done, and we upped it more than 100%, as I recall, over $10 for non-residential, of course, and the uses that under TIDF had been identified going back decades. This proposal is about 98% great. But there are some pieces in it that I want to address today, one on behalf of USF, one on behalf of our city. Certainly on behalf of our city, the Nexus study has identified about $87 and change that could be charged to non-residential as a maximum allowable, lawful, and so on. In the meantime, only $18 and change is being charged. That's about 21% of what would be the max. However, for non-residential, the number hits about 26%. And I know this chart you have, but that's numbers that we can take right out of the document here. So why is non-residential being charged 26% when, residential being charged about 26% of what the Nexus study identified as the max, whereas non-residential is only being charged a little over 20, about 21%. If that's a policy call as opposed to a political call, then we can debate that. But above all, USF, an institution where I teach, I've been involved for over 30 years with USF, represents the only, if you would, post-secondary institution, post-secondary educational institution that's a nonprofit that's being basically targeted as it's required to do an institutional master plan, targeted for some of the development that they have, which will actually benefit the students tremendously, benefit the city because it would provide dormitories or residential housing for students, and would be dinged for millions of dollars on these projects, and appears to be the only, under the charitable exemption case, the only institution that's really being pulled away. I would ask that you please recommend, because you have options before you, one of your recommendations can certainly be to recommend that option that takes away the charitable exemption from USF be reinstated. It doesn't make much sense. USF doesn't make any money out of its, I don't think I'm allowed to tell you what they make, but it's just about nothing. They make no profit out of their housing. They provide housing. The face of USF, by the way, too, in case anybody has some leftover stereotype of USF, has changed radically. The diversity of USF, whether it's ethnic, whether it's gender, but also whether it's economic and financial, with all the financial aid that's given to students is unbelievable. And it's not a place where there's a lot of rich kids going to school, I guarantee you. Is my time up? I'm sorry. But please, if you would, please reinstate the charitable exemptions so that for large institutions that offer an institutional master plan, because it will allow USF to do something that's very important, continue to give financial aid to low-income students, and I can't tell you how many because I'm out of time. Thank you very much, and thank you for your public service. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members. I'm Peter Strauss. I'm here for the San Francisco Transit Riders. Let me say that we are strongly in support of the Transportation Sustainability Fee Program, but at the same time, we have some concerns that it's not as strong as it should be in a number of areas. And I think the comments that John Avalos made are very much in line with our own concerns. We have a letter that we've submitted along with 5 other organizations. I gave you another copy just to make sure you have that in front of us. And some of those other organizations are here to speak to and will address some of the concerns that I can't hit. There are 4 issues that are discussed specifically in the letter. The first one is that the fee itself program is proposed at rates that we believe are insufficient given the city's desperate revenue needs, especially looking ahead into structural deficits as we roll into the future. 25% is too low, and that applies. It's the level set for residential we feel are too low. The levels set for commercial are too low. Second issue concerns the waivers, which we feel are far too extensive and need to be rolled back. The third issue concerns the grandfathering, which which we feel is too generous and also needs to be constrained or nuanced better. And the fourth issue is the first three issues were on the revenue side. The fourth issue is on the expenditure side. And that said, we feel that the MTA should be given maximum flexibility in how those fees are applied, that they should be applied for available to be spent for operations as well as for capital very broadly. And that's consistent with TIDF. Just to address that first one again, the city's, the rate at which the fee is set is the most critical in terms of the revenue that's generated, and even going up to a 33% rate would generate about $3 million more per year for the city. I would note that when the TIDF was put in place, it was established at a $5 rate against a $9 cost, or a 55% rate. So there are a lot of precedents, for having something that's at a higher rate than 25. Even the economic feasibility study says that a majority of residential properties would not be affected, residential development, 8 out of 10 would not be affected by a higher rate, and we feel that that is a very conservative estimate. And again, it can be nuanced, as Jake said, as John said. Also, with respect to using funds for operations, I would note that the MTA has had the ability to do this consistently since TIDF was put in place, and has demonstrated the ability to apply these funds intelligently, and creatively, and not to squander those funds, when not needed. But the availability of TIDF funds has enabled the city to avoid things like service cuts in the past, so it's very important that the agency have that flexibility. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Ferrara, and I'm the Executive Director of Walk San Francisco. Thank you for your attention on this matter today. I wanted to highlight that we are really excited that the transportation sustainability fee is moving forward here with you today, and we're really excited about the fee. In fact, we're so excited that we want more of it. The fee right now, as it stands, is less than 25% of what the Nexus actually shows, which is the biggest concern that we have. Housing and transportation are really two sides of the same coin. When people leave their house, they need to get to and from their destination safely and efficiently. The transportation sustainability fee will help do that. It will help make sure that as we accept new growth in our city, that those people can get to and from their destinations sustainably. We all know that congestion is an issue. It's frustrating. If we don't start investing in reliable, efficient modes of transportation that are also safe, we can't actually expect people to start shifting to those modes. So this fee actually is a great model for how we can do that. But charging developers such a small percentage of what their impacts are on our community really leaves something left to be desired. That means we're either going to kind of sustain this level of frustration around congestion with 3 people getting hit by cars every single day in San Francisco, an unsafe transportation system, or we can ask developers to pay the full fee and start to invest more sustainably in our system. I know that there are economic impacts and the economic feasibility of the fee, so I ask you to consider a certain level that feels more justifiable, feels like it can work for you. Maybe it's 50%. But at the current rate of 25% or less, that just really doesn't cut it. You also might want to consider where the fee is being placed. So maybe in downtown areas where we know that the fee can that development won't be affected by an increased fee. That area pays the full fee, whereas other areas where development is most needed and the economic impacts might be more harsh, that those fees are reduced in those areas. We also definitely want to see parking included in the ground floor area measurements. So the fact that parking is not applicable to the fee from a transportation perspective is really is scary. That we're not actually asking developers to pay a transportation impact from probably the largest impact, which is parking. So as you can move on and consider this transportation sustainability fee, I hope that you can help make sure that we are setting ourselves on the best trajectory for a sustainable transportation system.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your service. My name is Tyler Frisbee. I'm the Policy Director at the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. And as usual, I could just get up here and say what Nicole said, but we'll take a few minutes to put it in my own words. The Bicycle Coalition is a strong supporter of the transportation sustainability fee. As was mentioned in the presentations by staff, it is a leading model for the rest of the country about how to acknowledge that our development, whether residential or commercial, have huge impacts on our transportation system. And if we are going to provide our residents and our visitors and the people who work here with a transportation system that lets them get around our city safely, efficiently, and minimizes the congestion and the pollution that we are seeing increase throughout the city, we need to find a way to pay for it. This is a really great model to link those two critical components. We do encourage you to take a look at what the most appropriate fee level is. As has been noted, the current proposal is about 25% of what the Nexus fee suggests is the true cost of transportation impact. And if you read through the economic feasibility study, it's also lower in many areas than what is economically feasible. I think Supervisor Avalos' point is very well taken. The appetite and interest in development throughout our city changes depending on where you are. It is very robust in downtown. In other parts of the city, including his district, the current fee as proposed is sufficient, and if you go much higher than that, you would deter development. So I'd consider and hope that we all can think about, are there opportunities to tier the fee depending upon where the development is happening and how the strength of the interest for the development projects in those areas. I also want to emphasize what you've heard both from Peter Strauss and Nicole Ferrara around the parking square footage issue. It is very concerning to us right now that accessory parking is not included in as part of the TSF. It has a huge impact on transportation, and regardless, it is part of the square footage of a residential building. And so we believe that that area's square footage should be included when leveraging a fee upon a developer. We suggest and hope you will consider those changes. We are, I want to reiterate, strongly supportive of this proposal overall and hope to see it move forward in San Francisco soon. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Cullen on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. I want to commend MTA and Planning Department. We've had presentations on this over the years and have followed it, and want to say that broadly we're solidly behind what this proposes to do. As much as anyone, the projects that we support and the guidelines that we use to evaluate projects, that type of urbanism is harmed by a transportation system that's inadequately funded, and this is a way to get at it. That being said, I want to say that on the central question of the fees, the theory being that the best fees of all are the ones that someone else pays. And we're in a situation where our membership is going to pay a significant fraction of the fees. We get it, and it's the right thing to do. We want better transportation and transit. The city needs it badly. But our understanding is that the fees before you were the result of an extensive feasibility analysis, a quantitative analysis done to try and guess or estimate how it can be allocated without causing harm and improving. And what appears to be the conversation is that the projects that in Trans Bay or Rincon Hill that could absorb the fees, we get it. But make no mistake, we should be under no illusion. $774 is not a negligible amount, and at the margin, it will make more difficult to build smaller scale, lower cost construction outside of the urban core, and that is precisely the type of housing we most urgently need, and the one that's conspicuously absent in any of the building that we see going on. It's painful when some very large institutions who might, under different circumstances, be able to boast about the enormous number of jobs that they provide and the economic benefits, now say, well, we can't. We're too poor to take on these fees. We get it, and the fees seem to be, there's an economic analysis behind it. We don't think that just saying, well, let's just raise it to the nexus level, it just seems a little outlandish and difficult to understand. Is it based on any analyses that relate to economic feasibility? We haven't heard if it is or not. I'd urge you to consider something, that possibly capturing some of the fee generation from this and using it for physical, tangible improvements in neighborhoods. One of the narratives we hear frequently is that, gosh, we see all this development and nothing gets better. You know, we don't see the improvements that development is supposed to fund. And there's a perception that the fees, the enormous revenues produced by development as benefits to the cities, the financial benefits to the cities, disappear into the maw and can't be identified in any tangible way as an improvement to the neighborhood. And something like this might go to that argument. I'd urge you to consider it. Thank you.
Sue Hester, it's been a long time coming. This fee was generated from a planning commissioner in the 1980 era. Dick Sklar, he was on the seat from the Planning Commission for PUC, and it was soon after the passage of Prop 13, and there was a lot of concern about how the community was going to be impacted by shutting off property taxes. So we've come to this, and I think it deserves a little bit more consideration than a report last week for decision today. You have heard really good comments in the past hour, including Avalos before the comment period was over. You have to look at what is the correct ratio. I think you have much of a role on that because you do with land use. Certainly then the Board of Supervisors or even the MTA. You get the project week by week and you go through them all. When the TIDF was passed, the ratio was basically a half. Now going down to 25%, I find it hard to understand. We have a serious transportation need in the city. If you live in an outlying area like District 10, District 11, even District 4, District 4 is beneficiary of rapid transit. But if you are on the bus lines, you feel it when you're at the boundary of the city. So I'm asking you to take a deep breath. This is big legislation. I don't think you're ready to vote today. Based on the comments you've heard, how will you change what your recommendation is to the Board of Supervisors and MT? I think they should be changed. I agree with what Jake McGoldrick said about institutions. We have found an institution that basically says, phooey on this planning code. We're not going to comply. We're not going to have an institutional master plan, and we're going to take 25 years without compliance. They do no housing. They have buses all over the city. They haven't paid a penny for the city. And USF, which has been really good about filing their institutional master plan, has a cap on enrollment, has to pay for transit passes for everyone. They buy transit passes for the entire student body as a result of their institutional master plan. And if you don't have the same standards for all of the institutions in the city that you can regulate, that you're not doing your job. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline Guibert Chase with Coblentz, Patch, Duffy, and Bass on behalf of the University of San Francisco. As you are aware, the legislation before you would eliminate the long-standing charitable exemption for certain nonprofit post-secondary educational institutions, including USF. As currently drafted, the legislation would also newly impose a fee on residential projects, including student housing projects. As will be explained in more detail by USF, this is of concern, in part because of USF's proposed 600-bed student housing project. On behalf of USF, we respectfully request that the charitable exemption be retained. At a minimum, student housing projects should be exempt, particularly pipeline projects that have a development application or EE application on file. As you are aware, there is a shortage of student housing in the city. In recognition of this need, the city adopted legislation in 2010 and 2012 to incentivize the development of new student housing. We ask that you continue to support that cause by considering the amendment suggested by USF. Again, ideally, the charitable exemption would be retained. Based on our research, it appears that USF is the only major university that would in fact actually be negatively affected by this proposed amendment. Notably, as would CCA, Dagoni, and the San Francisco Art Institute. However, those are smaller institutions, and from what we understand, they have little to no future development plans. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Miles. I am the Master Plan Manager at the University of San Francisco. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I am here to request on behalf of the university that the existing charitable exemption be retained in the proposed fee legislation. The University of San Francisco is a private, nonprofit university. It is the only major university in the city that would be directly and negatively affected by this proposed fee. We feel this is a disproportionate impact on our university. There are 2 points that I want to bring to your attention. First, as Carolyn indicated, we are in the process of developing a 600-bed residential hall on Lone Mountain. Currently, we house about 35% of our students, and this we hope will get us to about into the about 44% of our student body on campus. This is significant in a number of ways. Students on campus tend to behave better. They tend to learn better. They stay in school and graduate, and it builds community on the campus. So from our perspective, there's a lot of incentive in having students on campus. There's also a beneficial consequence for the city, as it would new housing on campus relieves housing in the city. We would bring in 600 students out of the market housing and onto campus. There are additional benefits to having housing on campus, to expanding our housing on campus. We have 2 points to that. One is that we have a policy on campus where students who live in the dorms are not allowed to have cars. So that takes cars off the road in the city. And it also, with students living on campus, it reduces commuting to campus however a student gets there. Another point I want to make is that every undergraduate, and this year 9 graduate students, receive Muni passes every year from the university. The university pays SFMTA $1.7 million a year, between $1.5 to $1.7 million a year, and distributes those passes to our students. This is part of our very robust transportation demand management plan. We have a 22% drive-alone rate among our students and 26% drive-alone rate among our community as a whole. That's less than half of the overall drive-alone rate in the city. So in conclusion, to point out, USF is a good institutional citizen in San Francisco, and we are a bit singled out. We feel a bit singled out in this process. We are developing housing on campus. Almost 3/4 of our population uses public transportation, and we underwrite that, and we respectfully request that you retain the charitable exemption. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Cohen, Council of Community Housing Organizations. We are a party to the letter that was submitted to you earlier, along with the Transit Riders Union, Walk San Francisco, Senior Disability Action, Human Services Network, and Urban Habitat, and actually, I think, Historical Alliance with the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition on this measure. So I think we all understand the implications of this fee proposal, and it's been a long time coming. In fact, it's about 3 years overdue. I think it's unfortunate that with the development boom since 2012, how much lost revenue by not having this already in place, but here we are. I don't normally call kind of process issues to the fore, but I do want to say that I find it very frustrating that just today at 11 a.m. we find out that there were substantive amendments introduced yesterday to the ordinance at the Board of Supervisors for which there was no notification of any kind. So I'm very rapidly scanning through the memo that you got today, and these are not non-substantive or minor changes. They may seem minor, but they're nuanced and significant, and I really think it's inappropriate, frankly, to force action today when this has been sort of a moving set of goalposts, including the amendments just introduced yesterday. As a case in point, the increase of exemption for so-called PDR businesses that co-locate in a building is effectively allowing full-scale development for PDR to be exempted from the fees. That's a policy question that you should really be asking. It's different when you're talking about a single 5,000 square foot business. When you co-locate a bunch of them into these new tech hubs and PDR hubs, you're talking about giving exemptions for very large development. Again, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but to do it kind of, quietly under the covers, I think needs a much more robust policy conversation. One thing that was different from the June version we saw with MTA that came out shortly afterwards was there were some changes to the initial waivers and reductions, which you've heard about. The original waiver was for housing up to 120% of AMI, which was already an increase. And lo and behold, the Office of Economic Development came back and said they wanted it to 150% AMI, with no other rationale except that that's the price point that everybody's pointing to for the mayor's office. But we don't have any housing programs at 150% AMI, and I think there's a very strong precedent to keep it capped at 120, which is our traditional moderate-income housing programs, and we have public funding for that. 150 becomes more of a symbolic goal. Secondly is on reductions. There was a 25% reduction initially, which was changed to 50% reduction for so-called grandfathered projects, specifically at the request of market rate developers, with no policy conversation at all. And you've heard folks here say how much lost revenue that is. Again, it's a very significant policy question, and we suggest you keep it at 25% or perhaps tier that. So projects that were in the pipeline for 2 years get one reduction. Pipeline projects that are, say, a year old get a smaller reduction. Thank you very much.
Any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments, closed and opening it up to commissioners. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. Very important subject and important issue. And very pleased by the fact that this is being addressed. I agree with some of the speakers. I wish it had been earlier. But we show this need of $10 billion, and from judging from what's been presented, the $10 billion basically deals with present system, some augmentation, replacing of some light rail, replacing of buses, perhaps a little bit of expansion of the systems themselves. And I think that the number is actually a lot bigger than what you're pointing out here, especially in view of the suggestion by Supervisor Wiener that we analyze subways citywide. And I think to really solve our transportation problems, that's what's going to need to be done. So I think in the future we probably should project our real needs based upon what it's going to take, because you can only clog so many buses and cars onto city streets, a city that is a conduit through which people have to pass, whether they want to or not, from the peninsula to the North Bay, Highway 1, Highway 101. That's not going to change. So anyway, that being said, shows that we only are going to project about 1.37 billion net or $3 billion out of this particular program towards that $10 billion goal. So where's the other money coming from? Where do we think we're going to get the other $7 billion?
Thanks, Commissioner. Alicia John Baptiste with the MTA. When the mayor initiated the process a couple of years ago to look at this broader question of funding, we identified a need of about $10 billion, and this was collectively the task force, a need of about $10 billion investment over 15 years. $3.7 billion of that is funding that's already been identified. So that might be formula funding we receive from the federal government or from the state. The task force recommended that the city pursue a series of revenue measures that would require voter approval, which would ultimately raise approximately $3 billion in revenue. So that includes two $500 million general obligation bonds, the first of which was approved in November of 2014, potentially an increase to the vehicle license fee and a proposed increase to the sales tax. Collectively, those measures would raise $3 billion. So then there's $3.3 billion in unidentified, or a need that with unidentified sources. The TSF is one piece of meeting that $3.3 billion need. We also have, with the passage of additional local funding measures in San Francisco, we are better able to leverage state and federal funding. So we've had a commitment from the region to match the funds that we raise locally to increase essentially our regional share. We also anticipate that we'd be able to compete better at the federal level for funding with our ability to raise local revenues. But the reality is there's not an entire program for that $10 billion as of yet. It's just a significant amount of funding needed in a short amount of time.
Thank you, and I presume that this does not exclude higher levels for special use districts or area plans that are being formulated for the future.
In terms of anticipating revenue?
Well, I'm thinking about like Central SoMo, that is going to be before us, and even though this is the baseline, and as you said, certain special use districts are already exempted because they have their own rules that are in place, such as Trans Bay, for example. But I would assume that those passed in the future, this would just be a baseline, but would not be precluded from asking higher amounts from these particular areas.
That's correct. I'm sure Adam could speak to that as well, but that's right.
Yeah, okay. So I think that's an opportunity for a lot of funding, and I have a few other thoughts on what could provide more funding. So thank you, and I'll continue with my comments. Yeah, I agree that we have to get more. And one thing I think people have spoken about the idea of possibly having, higher fees. I think there might, and also a couple of speakers said gradated fees in the areas where the most growth is occurring. There's a better chance of it being obtained, possibly a little bit higher in areas such as the Outer Mission where, there doesn't seem to be too much interest and a small increase might preclude any growth at all there. In development, that might be better to be lower. So that's something you should consider, perhaps $1 or $2 more for residential and non-residential in the higher growth areas, but maybe $1 or $2 less in some of the areas, something to look at. The other thing I think you've got to do, you've got all these exemptions, and realistically the impacts of affordable housing, of nonprofits housing, of all these things are just as great as market rate. In fact, they're even more because a higher percentage of the residents in these areas probably ride public transportation, increasing the need for public transportation. So there is an impact. And I don't think total exemption is the right thing to do. I mean, I think everybody should pay something. They should pay a lower amount, perhaps a fraction of what we're asking, maybe $2 a square foot or something like that for all of these institutions to contribute at least part of the impact, because if the nexus is much higher, it's the same for these groups as it is for market rate. So that may be another source of funding to include some fees for all developments, even those that we're encouraging. We're encouraging affordable housing, but they got to pay their way too. And the nonprofits is just, they could be highly inefficient and have huge salaries. Just because the group doesn't have profits doesn't mean they're efficient or they're altruistic. So I think that's a way you can gain a little bit more too. I agree with the speakers who've said that if there's a charitable exemption for USF, it should be applied. We're trying to encourage student housing. It seems like they're being singled out because a lot of other institutions that don't build any student housing obviously are not being charged a fee because they're not building any housing. But, you know, the one that is doing it should not be singled out to have to pay a fee for student housing, or at least a lesser fee. Again, I talked about lesser fees for nonprofits and affordable. Maybe USF should pay something, but make it significantly less than what's asked of everybody else. Those are my main things. Yeah, on the parking issue, I mean, I think that it's going to be pretty hard to establish the nexus, as was pointed out, and we're already including the actual square footage of housing development, whether they not including an additional fee for providing parking. Actually, they're doing us a favor because there are going to be fewer people using public transportation if they have cars. They do add to congestion, but they aren't utilizing the what we're approving, which is what we're trying to fund. And I think the money should be used almost exclusively for capital improvements, not for operations. I mean, we're going to start running it a little bit more on a business-like basis. Rates are going to have to go up. We're one of the lowest in the country, and we have all these exceptions for almost everybody. It's rare you find somebody who pays a full fee, because if you're a senior, you get a cheap rate. If you're under 18, you get a cheap rate, and you know, so, and ridiculously low. So I think that we got to start applying these rates to have a higher rate of the operations funded by the revenues that are generated by usage. But because we've got plenty of needs for capital, and if we start stealing that and using it for operations, we're going to have even less usage, because people aren't going to ride public transport if it takes them an hour and a half to get from Potrero Hill to the outer Richmond or something like that. I mean, you know, nobody's going to do that. They're going to drive a car or take Uber or something else. So I think it will benefit us a lot. And I agree with some of the things that some of these speakers had said, and those are my main thoughts. And as I think that's the summary of my thinking. Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Can I just ask some questions on who's exempt from this? I don't know who the best person to ask is. Oh, Corey Teague. So people are exempt from property tax, right? You can file for an exemption from property tax if you're a nonprofit and you own the property and you occupy the property.
Sure.
And it seems like all those entities remain exempt from this, right? So a daycare or a private high school that's nonprofit and is exempt, is that true that they would remain exempt from this?
Correct. The existing TIDF has a charitable exemption program that essentially states that if you are exempt from property taxation, and to do that you have to be owned and operated for nonprofit purposes, then you can be exempt. And in the new proposed TSF, the only change to that is kind of the recognition of the larger institutions and the impact they have on the transportation system. And as Lisa kind of outlined how we got to where we were in terms of pulling that back a little bit for larger post-secondary institutions.
If I may, just to clarify, for-profit institutions are not exempt.
Correct.
They would
Correct.
pay the fee.
Yeah. So if you're exempt by Prop 13 from paying property taxes, you're generally exempt here, except for USF and other. I mean, what's that threshold that USF falls into that others don't, or is it specifically?
Sure. It's tied to if the institution is required to file an institutional master plan, which if you're outside of downtown, that just means you have to have at least 50,000 square feet of institutional use within the city. If you're downtown, that's kicked up to 100,000 square feet.
So it's not small, it's not large necessarily. I mean, we've had universities come here that I hadn't heard of that had smaller footprints that paid. I mean, that would trigger an institutional master plan that would trigger payment of this, even though they could be exempt from property taxes.
Sure. Right now, we have, I think we have 4 or 5 institutional master plans for nonprofit universities. So on the books now, it's like a large handful of institutionals. Obviously, can't really account for any new institutions that may be established over the life of the fee. Sure.
And what is the policy? I mean, I guess I get it. I don't necessarily get the policy rationale. If they're exempt from taxes under Prop 13, I guess why are we singling out post-secondary educational institutions that file IMPs?
Sure. I think the issue is that we started this process trying to capture as much impact as possible and recognizing a lot of the uses and major uses that create a lot of transportation impact on the system. That might be a question that's better answered by one of my colleagues, though.
Hi, Commissioners. The major institutions are enormous trip generators, and as we're looking at, we have a $10 billion system investment need for transportation, and we have been asking all kinds of different people to come forward to contribute to meeting that need, including most recently property owners in San Francisco who are now paying more property tax to fund the general obligation bond. We had to look carefully at what is the level of impact that each of these different types of development are placing on the system. The major institutions, the private nonprofit universities, the hospitals are some of the biggest impact creators of all of the types of development that we have in this city. There was a decision made to postpone the fee on the hospitals until after they've completed their seismic requirements, which is something that the state has required. The Board of Supervisors would have to affirmatively vote because we couldn't force that vote, in the future on the Board of Supervisors. So because of that consideration, the hospital fee was essentially postponed. The reality has been that for many of the hospitals that have been doing significant work in San Francisco, we've ended up with a development agreement under which they've contributed the equivalent of the transit impact development fee. So we've seen that contribution, at least from a component of the major institutions, whereas it has not applied in the realm of post-secondary education in the past.
Or even like high schools, for instance. I mean, there's a lot of private high schools that generate a ton of trip generations. They are not necessarily, I kind of get the hospitals. I don't know if I quite get the post-secondary institution, kind of why the carve out.
The threshold of the institutional master plan requirement was intended to capture essentially the larger institutions in the city. So that 50,000 square foot threshold outside of the downtown, 100,000 square feet in the downtown does distinguish between smaller scale institutions which have less impact on the system and the larger institutions. Part of it too, just as we've done with looking at both the nexus, sort of the amount of impact that's created on commercial development and market rate residential development versus the feasibility of those projects to pay. As we're looking at the nonprofit community, there is a difference between a small nonprofit with limited funding sources and a major institution in terms of capacity to pay the fee, and we've really tried to strike a balanced proposal here in putting forward what we think is the best solution to meeting the transportation system needs.
Did you consider like a size threshold? Because there are nonprofits that are, I agree with you, that are big.
The size threshold is embedded in the institutional master plan requirement.
No, but for other nonprofits. I guess my thing is we're kind of singling out schools, but there are other nonprofits that own their own buildings and have more than 50,000 square feet of space that don't get captured in here because they don't file IMPs because they're nonprofits, not necessarily related to schools. So I don't know. I just don't. I get the point, and we're trying to raise as much revenue as possible. I mean, certainly like high schools or just private schools, they would be exempt, right, under this.
Correct.
But they generate massive amounts of trip generation in aggregate, but we're not necessarily charging them because they don't hit the size threshold. So I don't know if we're treating all nonprofits kind of equally, which seems just a little odd on the post-secondary. I mean, I'd rather see hospitals charged now in post-secondary kind of exempt from this, because I think, I can see more of a rationale for charging hospitals than kind of singling out some schools under the IMP post-secondary. And if it is just USF that is going to end up doing it, it seems a lot. And just to clarify, is this just the housing portion of the post-secondary, or if they decided to?
No, it's any aspect.
It's any aspect of it. So it's not just the housing. It's if they expand their campus.
Can I just clarify? It's not just USF that would be paying the fee, right? There are other post-secondary institutions that would be subject to it if they did expansions. I think the projection and the thought that was presented to you is that these other institutions don't have any expansion plans, but for now, but in the future, if they do, they would have to pay the fee.
That's right.
No, well, like CCA has been here. They've got a plan to expand into the back. They would have to charge the fee also, right?
That's right.
Okay. All right, so that's my I mean, I like that. I would advocate more for the hospitals not being exempt and exempting the post-secondary institutions and making them at least consistent with other educational. I mean, I kind of lump them into educational institutions, but we'll see what others have to say. And then on the affordable housing in this kind of discussion of the AMI threshold, I don't see AMI listed anywhere in the ordinance. Where does that come up?
I think for the specific section,
yeah,
it's in section 406. Article 4 is the article in the planning code that deals with all of our impact fees and how those are regulated and calculated. And section 406 specifically provides specific waivers and exclusions. We already have this in place, as was mentioned. It's just for many of our other impact fees, it's just set at currently at 80% AMI.
And this doesn't include inclusionary housing, right?
Correct. Inclusionary housing is still required to pay the fee, just like it is other impact fees as well.
Okay. So it's for standalone 100% projects, which would have 150% inclusionary in them?
Up to.
Okay.
Yes.
But it is, again, it's 100% affordable projects.
It requires that all of the residential units in the project be de-restricted so that they are at 150 AMI or less.
Okay. All right. Then that clarifies that. I thought we were talking also about inclusionary housing. I mean, I think Mr. Cohen's point, we're not necessarily building affordable housing at that level. We may, I know it's called out in the bond. It's a debate whether we do or we don't. But if we do build it and it's part of a larger project with other levels of AMI, it should be exempt, is what we're saying here. And I agree with that. And then on the grandfathering, was there any talk given to, so who's grandfathered? If you apply today for a permit, you start the environmental review process, you're grandfathered under this? You're 50% grandfather?
So the proposal as currently worded, essentially the threshold would be whether or not you've submitted a development application, and the ordinance actually clarifies that would not include a PPA, and so that would actually determine the threshold of whether or not you're in the pipeline. And then once you've reached your entitlement, for residential projects, that's the cutoff between whether or not you're exempt versus paying 50% of the fee. And then for non-residential projects, for both the projects that have submitted an application and those that have had their application approved, they would pay current TIDF rates. So the intention here was to gradate the proposal, to really kind of acknowledge that if you have your approvals, you really kind of have an expectation about your financials for your project.
And what classifies as a development application?
So that would include, and actually maybe Corey could specify.
Sure. For the purposes of grandfathering, you need to have filed either an environmental review application or a development application. And a development application is any one of the various entitlements that we may require in the code. So whether it's a conditional use, a variance, a downtown authorization, a large project authorization, or an office allocation. I think those are the 5 that are included.
Right. And a couple of folks brought up kind of...
I should say, sorry, also a building permit application. There are projects that are as of right and don't require entitlements, so that would qualify as well.
So a couple of people brought up, which I think makes sense, is somehow, those who filed those applications in the last year probably were more aware of this coming down the pipeline than those who filed 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Some gradation of that grandfathering, like 25% for the last year, 50% if you filed the year before. Did you all consider that at all and dismiss it? Because there was,
Yes. So there actually was kind of in our initial round of outreach, we did discuss the idea of having a 25% fee grandfathering rate for residential projects. But in conversation with housing organizations and developers, the feedback was that was actually not enough, particularly for residential projects currently in the pipeline, to account for kind of their past financial decisions. Of course, there's a wide variation across different project types.
Right. Okay. I mean, I'm open to kind of a 25% in the first, if you filed a year ago, from the time this is adopted to a year, and maybe 50% if you filed your development application prior to that. But again, we'll see what others say. And then on the amount, I mean, this is the most challenging portion of this. It's kind of, we're making sausage proverbially here with kind of the rates, we're kind of looking at this study and then doing studies off that study and coming up with numbers. So to me, it's a little bit of guesswork at kind of what the appropriate rates are, or kind of looking at what existing rates are. Can you remind us kind of fees in plan areas, what they, if anybody has that, kind of where they are generally, like Eastern Neighborhoods fee or mid-market fee? What do people pay currently for fees? And I know some of these go down for housing, but just a general idea. I mean, is it between $7 and $15?
Varies a lot. Eastern Neighborhoods generally between $10 and $20 a square foot. Market Octavia is around $10 a square foot. Transit Center is higher than that. So it
and
varies.
Those fees generally
Balboa
cover
Park
what?
is $5 a square foot, something like that.
Okay. And the fees cover those fees?
Currently, they cover transit, complete streets, open space, and childcare, and a little bit for administration.
Okay.
The proposal here would be that the transit portion would roll into the TSF, and you would get a credit for that portion.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, to me, I think we could go down the path of every one of those uses could have an impact fee. Rec Park could ask for an impact fee, hospitals, police, fire. I mean, everybody could justify having an impact fee, and we somehow rely on development to pay for it. We'd end up with fees that probably exceed the value of the housing we're built if we do that. So I get it that the transit folks want to charge the maximum, but it doesn't leave a lot of room later if you want to come back and do more affordable housing or add a rec park fee or a health fee or something else that has impact. And I agree with Commissioner Antonini, like at some point we're going to have to, it can't only be on the backs of kind of new residents and new projects. It's got to be spread out. I mean, I was just doing a calculation, if you did a modest $150 parcel tax, which I noticed wasn't in the list of possible revenue sources, which I think should be, in addition to kind of sales and VLF, and there's 370,000 units. I don't think that exactly translates to parcels, but that's $55 million a year. That's $1.6 billion over 30 years. If it increases with inflation, it's more. To me, that's 100 times a better source of funds. It's there every year. You can bond against it, whereas this comes and goes with development. I know there's not a limitless appetite for additional fees. So I get the need for this fee, but I'd love to see that kind of added to the list of future fees, because I think it's I don't live in a new development. I've lived here for a while. I'd gladly pay $150 on my parcel tax to improve MTA. I'm sure a lot of people would, and it generates a lot more money than this necessarily, and it does it every year. So that's beside the point. But I wouldn't know necessarily where to go with the fee. I mean, it seems right. It's, I can see it for a $2 million, condo being a little low. It's maybe $10,000 per the unit, but for like what Supervisor Avalos was talking about in other areas of the city, it may seem high. So I do agree, maybe we look at this kind of, is that allowed to change this based on kind of where in the city it is, or based on kind of the sales price of units?
Commissioners, Kate Stacy from the City Attorney's Office. There are really two components to the analysis here in setting this fee. I think staff has explained the city conducted a nexus study in order to establish, what is the burden created by new development, and that is the maximum fee that under the California Mitigation Fee Act that the city could impose. But the second step is more a feasibility issue, and the city could certainly determine that a fee it's more feasible to pay a higher amount within that nexus ceiling in some parts of the city or for some kinds of uses. It's really more of a policy question, and to ensure that the commission and the city, when it adopts the fees, has a rationale explaining what those different feasibility sort of policy determinations are. But certainly the city could determine that a new development in one area will be significantly less able to pay a fee, whereas another development in another area of the city could pay a higher fee. So it certainly is conceivable that...
If I may, as long as it's within the nexus, you're saying that's possible.
Really, the nexus sets your ceiling from a legal perspective, but the feasibility really is, it's more of a weighing of policies and also an analysis of what's feasible for a particular kind of project, and that could also vary depending on area.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay. Thank you very much to the staff for the great presentation and all the work. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Commissioner Hillis and Commissioner Antonini, for taking many of my questions thus far. So hopefully, maybe I won't have as many. Just a couple quick things. So Commissioner Hillis started off by talking about the exemption for charitable organizations and that applying to post-secondary institutions. I agree, it does seem a little called out, right? Because there are other types of institutions that may have institutional master plans. Hospitals are just one, post-secondary or others. There could be some other ones. But overall, I agree with the policy that larger institutions that are inducing growth in our neighborhoods need to support the transit improvements. And I don't know that it's enough just to pay the fees for Muni. It's clear that those fees aren't supporting capital, new capital infrastructure, as well as ongoing operating costs. So I think we need to look at the growth that those sorts of institutions are inducing. Commissioner Hillis did point out that there is a gray line there. I mean, I remember we had the discussion about the San Francisco Conservatory, which is a smaller institution which still has to put in an institutional master plan. And if they were coming up to us today and we were talking about this new TSF, I wonder if we'd be having the same conversation about whether or not what they are trying to do is growth inducing. I think we would, because they're talking about building new student housing, and those people are going to get around mostly on transit. But they're smaller, so I'm not sure. But overall, I kind of agree. Although the policy wasn't clearly called out in the staff report, I think I agree with the sentiment that was there. In terms of just Supervisor Avalos brought this up, and I think it's really important to call out. It is called out in the staff report and the legislation that there are many areas of the city with major developments that will not be subject to this. Supervisor Avalos called out a few of them: Yerba Buena, Hunters Point, Park Merced, because they have development agreements. And every single time I have an opportunity to, I will always plug development agreements because I think that's the greatest way to get direct impact to the areas that are seeing large growth at one time, because you're putting a lot of development in one place in one concentrated period of time. So I know that that's something. I'm not sure how many other commissioners may share the sentiment that Supervisor Avalos was putting out there today, but I, for one, am totally comfortable with having projects, redevelopment projects or other projects with major development agreements and disposition agreements to be exempted from this, because oftentimes they end up paying an equivalent amount of transit impact fees and sometimes more, and we actually see the tangible results because what they're going to build or fund is part of the plan, which we can't really say for some of the other development that we have in the city. So I agree with keeping that in there. I think in terms of the level of the fee, it's challenging. Commissioner Hillis said it right. It's sort of like making sausage. There's a nexus study, which I think we all agree was very well done and very much does sort of put a cap out there that I think that most people could agree upon. But I think what you're talking about is, okay, what's the band below that sort of maximum? The feasibility assessment puts one there, but I think that there's less agreement on whether or not the feasibility assessment really sets that band, and clearly some of the fees look like they may even be below that band. I'm challenged because in terms of can I opine on what the fee should be other than saying perhaps higher, because we still haven't had that joint meeting with SFMTA. And if we had, one of the things that I would have asked for is pushing them to really be specific about what it is that we're trying to prioritize in terms of capital infrastructure and even maintenance of different portions of the MTA's assets. It's hard to push for a particular number, whether it's the square footage fee or the cumulative fee that we would get over 10 or 30 years, when you don't know what that's going to get you, and you also know that you're not going to be able to fund the entire bucket. So there's a $10 billion bucket. There's a big piece of it that's missing. There's lots of different ideas of how to fill that bucket. Parcel tax is a fantastic idea. But you know you're not going to get to 100%. So the question is, what can you do with what you have? And if you're going to try to put a few more drops in that bucket, I think it's really important to create a message around, okay, what are you fighting for those few extra drops for, right? So when I think about should that fee be higher or lower, I think about what's the relative value of what's the additional impact that we'll get in terms of additional capital infrastructure investment and operating and sort of maintenance investment. And because the MTA hasn't been very clear about that, I don't know, right? So it's, other than saying the fee could probably be higher than what it is, it's hard for me personally as a commissioner to advocate for any specific level, because I don't know what, sort of that incremental impact of what we would additionally be getting is, because it's not clear what exactly is being prioritized even in the current capital infrastructure investment list. So hopefully the supervisors will get that and be able to maybe think about increase that fee to get these specific things. Right now, it's not that specific, and it's really challenging. I like the idea of thinking about fee graduation in different areas, but I'd love to hear from other commissioners if they have clear ideas on what that actually means. I'm not sure if that means it would be by just areas, like, districts or areas of the city. Would that be by zoning types? Would that be size of projects? That idea is a little bit too nebulous for me to say sounds good, thumbs up, but over the general concept of having different fees for different areas depending on how high growth they are kind of makes sense. Thanks.
Commissioner Wu.
I'll just build off of Commissioner's comments so far. As for the grandfathering, I think it's very helpful to have heard those definitions of the different development applications. And so if it can be spelled out, I'm not sure if it is in the actual language. I think it's good to be specific. I would also be supportive of some idea of graduated grandfathering. So maybe projects that were approved either 1 year ago or something like July 1st, 2014, maybe they only get a 25% reduction, whereas others may get what's proposed.
Just to clarify, do you mean approved or do you mean who they submitted an application?
Submitted application, so I'm sorry if I said it wrong, following the structure that's been laid out already. As to the fee amount, I think that's where the real gain is actually. The grandfathering is just a one-time. The feasibility study states that, I think it was said in public comment, at 50% or 150% of what was previously proposed, it doesn't impact most development. So all that to say, I think there's room to push the boundary more. The letter signed by the coalition suggested maybe 33% of the nexus. I think that this is our chance to set it going forward and seeing how much development is coming through. One other question I had was about area plans. So could staff answer if the TSP is approved and implemented, does it reduce fees in existing area plans?
They would pay the difference, which is higher. They would pay. They already pay the area plans already pay a transportation fee.
The difference sort of subtracts out the existing.
They would pay the new fee, but they're already paying. They would pay the equivalent of the new fee. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lisa.
Sure. So yes, it's somewhat of a complex proposal. Essentially, as John stated, they would pay the existing area plan fee, which applies to residential uses, and then they'd pay the new fee. So this area plan reduction is only for residential uses, first of all. Non-residential would continue to pay both fees in full. So the residential, they would pay their area plan fee, they would pay the new fee, the TSF, and then if there's a transit component of their area plan fee, they would get credited by that amount up to the full amount of the TSF. So for instance, in Market Octavia, this would result in a reduction of about $2.40 per square foot. So the net new fee in that plan area would be $5.34 compared to $7.74.
So essentially, the existing transit-focused fees in area plans would be all, I don't know.
They would fold down, essentially.
Right. And did staff consider asking those in the area plans to pay that fee and the full TSF on top of that?
So that is something that we received as feedback at the Eastern Neighborhood CAC, but that wasn't a universal sentiment. But it was one idea that came up. And actually, if there's further questions on the methodology, we actually have a slide showing the calculation.
Okay, if you could quickly run through that.
Yeah, so here's an example, again, with Market and Octavia. So the TSF is $7.74. The full Market and Octavia impact fee is $10.92 per square foot for residential uses. So that total would be $18.66. And then the transit portion is credited $2.40 for a net total of $16.26.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to see exploration of not doing the credit.
Commissioner Richards.
Okay, I guess several things. First, this is interesting because this comes on the heels of the subway master plan that Supervisor Wiener introduced, which is kind of like really going to blow all this up in terms of what the need and demand is. And world-class cities, the growth actually needs to help pay for the continuing growth of the world-class city. So I think this is really good, a huge good start. Somebody mentioned there were amendments introduced. And that kind of concerns me because we don't have that before us today. I don't know what they really were, what the impact was. Can somebody elaborate on that? I just want to make sure I know exactly what we're dealing with today if we actually do take a vote and make a recommendation.
So as specified earlier, the substitute ordinance and the memo were submitted last night and then brought in paper copy today to the commission.
Okay.
So there's kind of four key issues that were addressed with the substitute ordinance. They are considered relatively minor and non-substantive in nature. The first of which was that the ordinance added a timing of payment section, which is language that is in all of the other area plan fees, and it basically very clearly states when the fee is paid.
Okay, cool.
The second is the application of the middle income housing fee exemption. So the ordinance as introduced actually included in section 406 language that it would exempt middle income residential projects from not just the TSF, but also the area plan fees. And that was due to where it was placed in the code. And that actually was not the intention of this proposal, since we're really just dealing with the TSF.
So that corrects it.
So that's a correction,
okay,
essentially.
Great. Okay.
Similarly, for the HOPE SF projects, I think the policy intention there was to exempt the entire project of HOPE SF. So that includes both market rate and below market rate housing, as well as all non-residential uses. Really an acknowledgement of the fact that these are very blended projects where you have kind of a cross-subsidy happening, and we really want to see these projects being built. So the substitute ordinance really clarified that the exemption would apply to all development.
Okay.
It was also mentioned that the small business exemption was amended. Previously, the exemption applied to spaces as long as the cumulative space was less than 5,000 square feet. And what was amended was that now the proposal allows for multiple small operators to co-locate in a single space. So this would cover instances, for example, where if you have a large commercial kitchen or several commercial kitchens, and you have different businesses operating those facilities, but they're each less than 5,000 square feet, they would be exempt.
So if I were an entrepreneur and I wanted to create a space where I'd rent an office space, but it was shared, and I was like the master leaseholder on the building, and I parceled out this cube and this cube and this cube, would it apply to me? Even though I'm the person holding the lease, but everybody else is kind of subleasing from me to create that kind of a co-working space? Because generally, you don't get a co-working space by saying, I'm going to get 100 square feet, and somebody else is going to come up for 100 square feet. How does that work?
Sure. So you would be changing from an office space to another small office spaces?
So there's a building out there, and it's 6,000 square feet, and I want to go create a co-location office space. I rent the space, it's within code, right? But I parcel out everything at 100 square feet to 60 entities. Do I have to pay this?
Just to answer Corey T. with Planning Department staff, that specific example, you would not be exempt. Let me get to the core of what the issue was. Right now, TIDF has a policy credit system, and there's a limited fund of money every year that can go towards these policy credits. One of the policy credits is a small business credit.
Okay.
And that small business credit stipulates basically that the existing and then the resulting business had to be less than 5,000 square feet. Basically, you're starting as a small business and you're ending as a small business, with 5,000 square feet being the proxy for what is a small business.
Okay.
What this does is essentially remove the existing criteria. So, for example, if you had an empty warehouse that's 20,000 square feet, under the current small business policy credit, if you wanted to carve out 5,000 square feet for a retail use or just under 5,000 square feet, you wouldn't be available to get the credit because the existing use right now is more than 5,000 square feet.
Right.
And what we're really trying to do is incentivize small business creation, the outcome.
Okay.
So in this situation, the minor correction was that in that scenario, if you have an existing use that's over 5,000 square feet, but you break it up, and really we're talking about PDR to non-residential. That's really the only time this is going to apply.
Okay.
If you break it up into smaller individual units that are less than 5,000 square feet, and so essentially they're going to apply to, they're going to have individual business tenants.
Okay.
Then all of those spaces would essentially, because they're resulting in less than 5,000 square feet, would be exempt from the fee. That's the big difference. If you're talking about a use that an individual use or facility that by its nature kind of breaks off and does co-working, we would most likely look at that as one use overall.
That was my concern.
We're talking about independent units,
literally
less than
separate
5,000
leases
square.
for separate space. Okay, great. Wonderful, thanks. I guess another question in terms, overall arching question, I think several commissioners brought this up. We have a $3.3 billion need. We have a bond that covered $500 million. We have this is over the 2030, I guess, 30-year period. or 15-year period. We have this, which is 1.2 billion. Then we have this gap of 1.3 billion, actually 1.6 billion, right? So I kind of look at, everybody should share in the part of the solution. The bond is really the property owners, and I guess some of them pass that on maybe to tenants through a pass-through. I'm not sure if that was allowed or not under Prop A. The developers and the new residents are paying this through this TSF, whether you build an office building or you build new residents, whatever. Then I think there's the other two are vehicle license fee and sales tax. Is there a plan to actually assign those different other funding sources to make up that 3.3 billion, or is that yet not determined? Because the burden on sales tax is it disproportionately falls, it's a large amount disproportionately falling on people that might not be able, quote, to afford it, but they should be a part of the solution. I want to make sure that the burden is actually looked at as well.
Understood.
That comes up to, is this the right amount to charge developers?
Right, understood. With the sales tax, just to clarify on that, there are certain types of goods that are not subject to sales tax, for example, food. And that's to reduce the burden on lower income folks who otherwise would pay the sales tax for other types of products. Just to be clear, when we started this process a couple of years ago, looking at globally the investment needs for the transportation system, we had a $6.3 billion need. What we've realized to date is a $500 million general obligation bond. So we're at 5.8 remaining. So it's the proposal to levy a vehicle license fee in San Francisco, to increase the sales tax, to do a second GEO bond, those collectively would invest $3 billion. There is still that $3.3 that remains unfunded, even if all of those measures are successful.
Okay, I must have read this slide wrong. I came up with, we're only 3.3 short.
Well, we would like to materialize that so that we really are only 3.3 billion short. But we're sort of, we've begun the process of raising these different revenue sources to invest in the system, but it's a long road, and there's a number of actions that still need to be taken. With the TSP, also just to be clear, because we have the existing transit impact development fee, this essentially expansion of that fee to residential uses and to major institutions, that generates over 15 years, which is that same time frame, about $200 million in new funding. So the $1.2 billion that's referenced was already kind of captured under the identified funds.
Okay.
So I do think there's an ongoing question around what are all of the appropriate sources and what does any individual or different type of entity get asked to contribute. Right. I think part of the issue around that $3.3 billion in unfunded is we have moved to a position where we've taken more local responsibility for this type of investment than we've had to do in the past. And the reality is that in prior generations, we've been able to count on federal funding. The fact that federal funding has not kept pace with the need to invest in the system is unfortunate, and it ends up being something that's felt at the local level. And I think that's why you're seeing more and more local jurisdictions attempting to do something to solve this issue. But if we are to really look at, and this goes to Commissioner Antonini's point as well, if we are to really look at the true amount of investment that's required in the transportation system, I don't know that we can ever solve that without state support and federal support, just because of the magnitude of the dollars that we're considering.
So it's like affordable housing.
Correct. And so what I think part of the goal here with the Transportation 2030 program has been to maximize the amount of local support and maximize the amount of local investment that we're making to position ourselves to better articulate our need at a state or a federal level.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the question is, can somebody help me walk through the sensitivity analysis again? This comes up to, are we charging the right amount? I know it's sausage-making exercise, or it's a guess, or, we hear, but, I looked at each one of those, and I kind of think I got it, but I guess the question is, sensitivity analysis, you start with, especially on the for sale one, you start with the price that can be realized by neighborhood, by construction type, office rental for sale. You start subtracting everything down, you get your developer margin, and you end up with this amount. How does that work? I mean, Was it, hey, the developer margin was always sacrosanct at 20.5%? I mean, what number did you manage to in order to say, well, this is the right amount and this is the wrong amount?
I'm going to pass this one to Lisa.
Okay. I mean, there were a lot of tables and so if you can just boil it down and tell us, like, what was that kind of bright line that you said, I don't want to cross that because of whatever the reason was, what made it not incentivized?
Sure, that's a great question. So, as you kind of mentioned, there's a process to develop the methodology where you kind of total together all of your potential costs. So that's your hard construction costs, other development costs, and then, but except for the land, because that's calculated separately, and then you subtract subtract that from your revenues. Excuse me. And that varies depending on whether it's ownership versus rental. And then we're looking for kind of expected levels of return. So that includes the developer margin. And so that's also part of the kind of cost side of it. And then you're left with the land residual. And so the idea is that we're looking at, first of all, as we develop these prototypes, before we even apply the fee, are these projects feasible? And that's when, we found that there are certain types of projects in certain areas of the city where development is currently not supported. Then the next step was really, okay, now that we know that kind of baseline amount, let's set fee levels at 100% of the 2012 ordinance, 125, 150, and 250%. So that was the kind of process we went through with each prototype. And we're looking for a percent change of less than 10% in the land residual as kind of our kind of gut check about like a reasonable range in terms of the fluctuation in land prices. The idea being that when developers are entering into agreements for the price of the land, they may not have incorporated the cost of the fee as part of their calculus. And so 10% was what our consultant advised us was a reasonable threshold.
That's normally the contingency budget, like a contingency budget.
It's about equivalent to the contingency,
okay.
Correct?
I can see now the logic there. I guess, so, a lot of the other fees that we have, I come from Market Octavia, and we've dealt with all these other fees, and they normally are set at 30 to 35%, kind of, and then the other 2/3 has to be made up somewhere else. And this is residential 25, office 20, and PDR 29. And then you also said that there were parts of the city where this really doesn't pencil out because the residual land value exceeds that 10%. So I'm supportive of a fee structure that varies by location in order to drive the kind of development we want in those areas. So, and that actually, I think, goes hand in glove with the transportation to serve those areas. So I think a few other commissioners mentioned that. I think that is a good thing to explore, is, let's vary it by location rather than just do a flat fee. So is the fee amount right? Well, I see what the sensitivity analysis, like, I understand it, it could be a little more. I think we had some folks want to explore that. How much, it's not indexed for inflation, is it, the fee? Or does it index each year?
Yes, so all of our area plan impact fees and development fees are indexed to the same.
So what about revenue inflation? So I sell something for 1,000 square foot today, resident, now next year I get 1,200. There's no indexing for that. So the capacity to pay, actually based on the inflation of what you can get for it, isn't counted. Can we count for that?
So currently the way all of our fees that are administered by the planning department are indexed is with this single kind of construction cost calculation.
Okay.
So that doesn't necessarily account for all kind of the dynamics of the market. And I'm sure we could get an economist here to kind of speak to the possibilities of what you're suggesting as well.
Sure. And I keep coming back to a conversation I had with the developer who said to me, I don't really care what the construction inflation is at this point. The revenue inflation is much higher. So I keep coming back to that. It's like, well, why don't we look at the revenue inflation and index it for the windfall? Why can't, if you get more, why can't we get more?
I just wanted to add one thing. So I just wanted to add one thing, which is that we actually wrote into the ordinance that there would be every 5 years an economic feasibility study that would be done that could lead to adjustments in the fee.
Okay.
What you're saying, I mean, the market could go up, it could also go down. And
sure.
So
absolutely.
So it's sort of built into the ordinance that we would look at that every 5 years.
Sure. And when the market did go down, we did the deferral on the fees, and we did things to spur development. So I think it's a great idea. Maybe you want to make it 3 years. 5 years might be too long. That's my suggestion. So right fee amount, okay, sausage making, may be okay. I guess exemptions, I look at whatever we decide as an exemption is going to drive our public policy goals, right? So small businesses are hurting. I don't want to burden them anymore. I think we landed there right. Small development, profit margins are less than 20.5, maybe okay. I'm okay with that. Affordable housing, I think Commissioner Antonini mentioned that. I guess, I talked to Don Falk about how they have to cobble together money and what it takes to build an affordable housing project. I guess my thing is this really, from a public policy point of view, going to discourage development of affordable housing if we put this on top of an increasingly kind of fragile way to build? Mr. Cohen, I know you mentioned you mentioned you represent nonprofits.
Would you be surprised at the answer I gave to you? Of course. I mean, I'm actually, frankly, Commissioner Antonini, surprised to hear you say what you said earlier. The long-standing exemption for nonprofits, not just housing, but nonprofit development activity, has an absolute logic to it, which is this is city-funded infrastructure. It's called nonprofit for a reason. There isn't profit laying around for which you can actually then be expected to invest in the building of city infrastructure. Nonprofit affordable housing is built with public funding. And if you are talking about shifting money from the Mayor's Office of Housing to MTA, then that's what should be proposed. Or talking about shifting money from the Human Services Agency, or DPH, to MTA, that's what you should propose. There is no extra money laying around. It is an absolute apple and an orange in terms of how the financing for affordable housing works differently from market rate housing. Moreover, to hear that there's inefficiencies or overpaid staff, I think, is rather offensive. It's interesting that the pictures we see and all the brochures about San Francisco's development are typically affordable housing. They are some of the most efficient and most proud pieces of development this city has compared to some market rate housing. So I beg to differ about that, and I think the exemption is well placed where it is.
Okay, I think that clears up any question I had on that. Thank you. Student housing, I guess a couple of questions. It looks like we want to incent universities and institutions to build student housing. We have a large institution that's for profit that isn't building student housing, and I don't feel good about singling out one entity. Maybe there can be some sharing of the burden a little bit better. Maybe some of these under 50,000s can pay a little bit because they are using a system. Maybe as they reach over 50,000 square feet or 100,000 downtown, then they pay more. But I think there should be a little bit more sharing. Let's see, waivers and one other question I have. So we have a large for-profit institution that's coming before us on October 1st. They buy a residential building and they put student housing in it, right? It's housing to housing. Is that a change of use? This has happened over and over and over.
Sure. If the building was already housing to begin with and they are changing it, they're remarketing it for student housing, it would not be a change of use. Because if for our impact fees, one thing we're doing with the TSF is we're collapsing the land use buckets to only 3. Okay. So there's only residential, non-residential, and PDR. So in that situation, individual dwelling units, group housing, it's all considered residential. So you're only going to trigger the impact fee if you're going from a lower fee use to a higher fee use, which is generally from PDR to residential or non-retail or non-residential.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess on the reductions of my third point, I looked at what kind of triggered me on this was we looked at the mission interim controls, and when we actually looked at kind of why would we say this project's in and out, we said, well, when they filed the application, they knew this was coming, and I think we put a date. I don't know if it was January 1st or whatever. I kind of think there should be some type of graduation here based on how long it's been that you've actually had your project going. So if you've had it 3 or 4 years and this is something completely new, you probably should be more exempt than somebody who just filed something 3-4 months ago or by January 1. So I definitely support some type of graduated reduction. Then the last question I have is, this whole issue around what we had, how you raise the money, but then how you spend the money, the eligible uses for funding. So under the TIDF, it was pretty flexible, I think, in that you had money that could be used for capital plus operations or service enhancements, maintenance. But under this, it looks like only that portion that was the 61% that comes in, that was the base TIDF fee, has that flexibility, but the remaining portion doesn't. Can you clarify that for me? I just want to make sure we have enough flexibility built in.
Right. There's still flexibility to use the funds towards operating. What the ordinance towards operating purposes.
Right.
What the ordinance does is essentially put in writing what the practice has been around the use of the TIDF. So in practice, the funds that we're using today to replace the doors on our vehicles or do midlife overhauls are sitting in our operating budget.
Okay.
What that means in practical terms is that funding that we receive that's more fungible, for example, from the general fund, that we would put towards that. We don't need to put towards that. We can put it somewhere else because we have this funding coming in to pay for that pseudo capital expense that's too small to be capital, but
so 100%,
still large.
100% of this new TSF could go to whatever.
No, what the Nexus study has done is to say that there are different categories of need that are generated from new development.
Got it.
And so it does allocate. The percentage table that we showed indicates 60% of the funds go to essentially that TIDF replacement, so that sits in the operating budget, does the preventive maintenance work, and then the remaining 40% goes into a combination of the bike projects and bike and ped projects and the capacity expansion projects for both Muni, BART, and Caltrain.
So one question, maybe the math is not working in my head, and it's not midnight, so maybe it's just me. So you have your fixed 61%, but you have an ever-increasing number to apply that 61% to, or does it go in tandem? So that door problem over a larger fleet is still met by the 61%. Is that all works in tandem?
So it's 61% of the funding received.
Right. So you have a capital portion and a portion that can be more flexible.
Right.
Okay. And so each one grows as more money comes in, each one of those goes up.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the same proportion.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Great program, devil's in the details. You see by all of the questions, many kind of interlinked, asking questions why. I don't know how to make sausage, but that's why we're here. I have a question for you, and that relates just to what's being asked. Would you mind coming up one more time? I want to ask the question simpler. There are 3 functions in the system that's called buy, build, and run. Those are the 3 basic categories of the transportation system. In your previous TDIF, the funds raised addressed all 3 of them. I'd like you to affirm or explain that TSF addresses buy, build, run. Or is it just only buy and build?
It is buy, build, and run.
In the new system?
The new system. Buy, build, run.
Are there any changes in gradations of how funds are being used? Are they the same, or are there less or more in the 3 categories?
The difference, which is the concern that you're hearing from the previous speakers, the difference between the TSF and the TIDF is that under the existing transit impact development fee, there is no language constraining the use of the funds to any particular purpose. So within the realm of what's allowed under the Nexus, right? Under the TSF, the ordinance contains language that says that the component that's sort of in the run piece of this goes towards preventive maintenance programs. So it adds language which constrains the use of funds to that purpose. From a practical standpoint, there is no difference between what we're doing today and what's been proposed under the ordinance.
I'm concerned that change in language somewhere implies change in the way you do things, and I think when you're running a large transportation system with technology which changes much, much faster than anything we were ever able to realize, they do not have the flexibility to do what you need to do when you need to do it. That is, at least for me, a basic, instinctive pushback to that restriction on the fee. I just want to say that and have it over with. When it comes to, thank you. When it comes to the issue of fee amount, we are in a buoyant economy, and I'm very practical about money. I would assume if I have an excess with the spread that you very carefully have detailed, instinctively I would probably not grab for 50%, but at a minimum in a buoyant economy I would grab 33% or 35%, knowing that when the economy recedes a little bit from its buoyancy, that it would have to go down anyway. So do I want to go down from 25% to less, or do I want to be at 33% and then go to 25%? Looking at the transportation system of San Francisco in comparison to other cities around the world, and I'm going to stretch that out to looking at transportation systems around the world, we have a very interesting transportation system which grew along the premise of being a suburban system rather than an urban system. And that is very clear in the way BART stations do not really serve the city other than in incremental stops to outlying communities. What happened on the tail of having a successful BART system came the idea of expanding transportation in a way that is, in comparison to many other U.S. cities, fantastic. So I'm really happy about it. However, there are many holes. And when you move into different parts of the city, you know very well where there aren't sufficient buses, where there's not enough frequency of buses, where there are no streetcars, although there used to be there. There are many, many holes which, with densification across the system, will ultimately be required. Does this particular buoyancy in economy would not make us want to grab money to plan expansions of the systems into those areas where they always have been missing, not just in those areas where there will be noted growth. I don't want to take that much further, but I want to grab the opportunity of expanding the system in anticipation that growth will occur everywhere, and the system will grow not just in response to target growth in areas, but growth equally to the entire city. The second point I'd like to make is I share the concerns about fee waivers. I would like to see fee graduation as indicated by Supervisor Avalos. And the one remaining question I have is area plans and pay differences between old and new rates. That seems to be logical. How exactly it plays itself out, I can't quite tell. Why are SUDs exempt? I believe that SUDs are, from my perspective, not the best way of managing transportation, because the length of time that SUDs give themselves as a base for the agreements are far, far, far too long to treat them just as islands. SUDs are as much part of the larger city system. They were just lucky enough to get a special deal. And I believe that they should be regulated similar to what area plans do.
I think you may be referring to development agreements. Is
That's
that
correct?
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, those are projects that either have existing development agreements or may have development agreements in the future. You know, it's not that they are necessarily exempt. It's that it's spelled out in the terms of whatever the agreement. So it is a deal or a contract that's made at that time that has to go before this commission and the board and approve. So it will be up to you to say whether they should be paying the fee higher, lower, different, whatever. So it's not that they're exempt, it's that it's a legal instrument that sort of trumps anything else.
Development agreements are contracts, and we can't undo a contract piece of legislation.
Then I think any future SUD.
It's not an SUD, just to be clear, Commissioner. There's many SUDs out there.
SUDs have development agreements. Treasure Island, Park Merced, and 5M are all to have one will, working with development agreements, which should be completely integrated and parallel to what everybody else has to pay as their share as well. I am not the maker of development agreements, but they should not be treated in any form or shape differently, including at the timing in which those fees are feathered into the larger picture here. I'm just throwing that out because I've been questioning that all along.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm not sure what our process is going to be today. I would assume we are going to be voting to recommend approval, although, you know, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to have anything with all these technical points. We may have to have those as findings because they're going to be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors anyway, so that may be the more practical way. And I'll make a few comments on my thoughts, as will the others, and maybe we can have those included in the recommendation that goes as. So anyway, yeah, I'm very much in agreement with Commissioner Johnson, where development agreements are very good. We don't have redevelopment, but we have something that's similar in tax increment financing, that the money goes back to the area in which the project is taking place to mitigate the impacts of that project. We just have to make sure that it's high enough to not only mitigate it, but also provide some funding towards citywide needs. And that, I think, the applicability of this towards existing development agreements would be a legal question. I think it would just, whether or not you can charge this above and beyond what we're already agreed to would be problematic, I think. So, you know, that just has to be researched by the city attorney and others, but I would certainly be in favor of trying to get our funding as high as we can for this need. Also, someone brought up the point of revenue from other sources, and certainly figuring out revenue from existing businesses that would not be building something new, but are in place and do in fact have their own impact on transportation needs. This is a discussion for another day, because that's not before us. This is a tax on what is being built new as opposed to what exists already. But I think there may be a way to do it, whether it be a parcel tax or whatever can be done in keeping with Prop 13 or whatever we have in place legally. I mean, I think there may be a way to unlock the vast amount of revenue. This comes up often in my mind when we talk about Trans Bay. We have all these existing buildings that don't have to pay the Trans Bay fee because they're, you know, not in the zone or not, we're not under the agreement, but they have the same impacts as some of the ones that are now obliged to pay. So that's a great source of funding that could be realized if we can find out a way. As far as casting the net, I mean, I'm a small business owner. I'm not saying I'd be happy to pay, but I would understand a small fee of 50 cents or $1 per square foot for anything I might be creating in my business, addition to my 800 feet or more addition to my office. Certainly makes a lot of sense, and it helps, and I think that should be across the board. And even though Mr. Cohen makes the example of robbing Peter to pay Paul, I'm not sure all funding for nonprofits comes entirely from the city and county of San Francisco. And there is an impact, and if it's a small enough fee, it certainly makes sense for all groups, small developments, small businesses, nonprofits, affordable, and it all helps towards this need. They generate an impact that's just as great as everybody else, but because we are encouraging them, we understand, and they have a tight budget, we're understanding that, you know, it should be a very low impact fee. Fees for different areas, looks like we're on the lower end of the feasibility. I think we talked about some numbers here between 6 and 16 and 14 and 36, and we're kind of erring to the lower side of those on our fees. So certainly, if the city feels it's prudent, if you could add $1 or $2 in the most areas where the demand is higher and subtract $1 or $2 from the amount in areas where the demand is more challenged to be able to build anything. Thinking in specifically by supervisory districts, perhaps District 11, 4, and 1, perhaps District 7. I mean, these are areas where there's a hard time generating a lot of construction of new housing or new commercial space, so there may be an argument made for that being a little lower. And I've already mentioned that the exemption for USF, I think, should be included, not to single them out if they have that charitable thing. We have to be equitable in our treatment of the various institutions. And grandfathering, some commissioners brought up the gradation on grandfathering. It seems to be reasonable. If something's been in the system for, a long time, they should get the full grandfathering. If it's been within the last year, maybe they shouldn't get the full amount, and it should be a lesser amount. And they would, be under, many would be approved and would go under the old system, as I understand it, both sides of it, residential and commercial, do the TDIF if they're already approved. So that's pretty much a summary of what I think on the issue.
Commissioner Hillis.
So I was going to try to make a motion just to see if we can get agreement on something. Yeah. So, I'd move to recommend approval of the ordinance with the following changes. So on the grandfathering, so projects that have applied or have a development application after July 1st, 2014 would have a 25% fee waiver. Those that have applied kind of prior to July 1st, 2014 would have a 50% fee waiver as proposed. So the only change would be that 25% for projects from July 1, 2014 to when this is adopted. On the exemptions, I would recommend removal. I don't know how quite to say. I would recommend taking out the secondary institution language so that they would continue to be exempt like they are now. And I think I've heard comments. My justification would be if you look at most secondary institutions in San Francisco now are exempt for other reasons. UCSF is exempt because it's state-owned. CCSF is exempt because it's city-owned. SFSU is exempt because it's state-owned. So, I think we're just getting USF and CCA and some other smaller institutions. So I would remove that language so that secondary institutions would continue to be exempt. I'd add back hospitals immediately and not wait that 10 years so they wouldn't be exempt. And then on the fee, recommend that the board consider a graduated fee rate by neighborhood where the feasibility reports show that projects are more feasible, and or consider not offsetting the fee in plan areas, which kind of gets at that. So, where we're seeing a lot of development like Eastern Neighborhoods and in Market Octavia, you wouldn't have that offset to the existing fee.
Second.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Commissioner Hillis, for making a motion. I was going to try to make one as well. That one sounds pretty decent to me because I was about to have flashbacks to when we were looking at short-term rental, and that was crazy. Just a couple of things that may make it into the motion. We'll see. No one addressed some issues that we heard in public comment about the inclusion of parking areas as part of the square footage. I just want to make sure that we talk about it at least before we finalize the motion, even though Commissioner Hillis' motion caught 90% of, I think, what we talked about. My personal view on that is, again, it's about what area are we building that is inducing growth. And to me, that's the area where you're putting bodies. Cars aren't bodies, and I don't think, we want to change modes, but from a policy perspective, I have a hard time, frankly, creating a nexus in my mind of parking to transit. Frankly, I think that's just a way of being able to say we want fewer cars in the city and taking away parking spaces from buildings, which is a different policy objective than what we're talking about today. So I just want to make sure we mention it. I'm not really in favor of including that type of space in this fee, but maybe others will be, and I didn't want that to get lost in the shuffle. I think the only other thing I would say is I'd have a question about Hope SF exemption. That's the one that doesn't seem immaterial to me. If I think about Sunnydale and like Potrero Hill, those are major developments that include residential as well as non-residential. And to say that, oh, by the way, we're actually exempting all development in Hope SF projects, not just residential, from this fee is not an immaterial change. So my question is, can someone just remind me on Hope SF how we are paying for transit? I know that most Hope SF projects have some sort of development agreement or other sort of governing documents that include what streetscape, transit, open space, and other improvements they're paying for. But if someone could just give me the quick summary so I can get comfortable with that material change.
I'm going to let someone else answer that. I did just want to clarify that the reason that it's immaterial is that the original ordinance actually did exempt both the affordable and the market rate housing the way it was written originally, and that the change was also to include non-residential space in those projects, which is a relatively small amount of space. So I think that was why the conclusion was that it was immaterial. And if I'm speaking out of turn, the city attorney can correct me. But so that was why it was considered immaterial.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I would disagree for some of these larger projects. If I think about Potrero Hill, it's not a plurality of the space. It's not non-residential development, but it's certainly, you're like tripling the density in that area. So it's not immaterial to say that you're taking, you were exempting, you were not exempting non-residential development, and now you are. I think that's not a minor change.
To be clear, Commissioner, I think a couple of reasons. One is the intense needs of those projects and the expectation that the market rate housing is subsidizing the affordable housing on those sites. It makes those sites very, very challenging from a financing standpoint, because they're not only paying for that, they're also paying for all the infrastructure, the new infrastructure on the sites. The other thing is those projects have been in the pipeline for quite a long time. And so they might, in fact, come under your pipeline, your grandfathering exemption anyway. So, I mean, I don't know the exact dates of their applications, of course, but that's something we can look at. So they have not had the expectation, clearly, they have not had the expectation to have to pay this fee because residential uses were not subject to the old TIDF.
Yeah, it's true.
So, I mean, I get the sentiment. I get that there's a fair amount of market rate housing in those projects, but the cross-subsidy is making the financing of those projects incredibly, that combined with the infrastructure is making the financing of those projects very, very challenging.
Oh, and just to be clear, that's not my sentiment. I think, just in the way that we're talking about exemptions for affordable housing, I believe that these larger projects around Hope SF should also be exempted. I just want to be clear on the reasoning behind that, because I felt like that's not, the amendments were sort of billed as immaterial changes, and that one's not immaterial, and I just wanted to sort of clarify why and what that was happening. But my sentiment isn't that we should make any sort of adjustments to that. And I think we should just maybe on the motion, just real quick, on the free graduation by different areas, perhaps we should make it something specific that they could chew on, so maybe by supervisory district or something like that, like just sort of make it a very specific finding.
If I may, some of the supervisory districts cover a broad range of economic conditions in the city, so I'm not sure that's what you'd want to do.
I mean, I wasn't suggesting supervisory district as the actual suggestion. I think it's, I'm just still unclear on what that means as I was when someone made the suggestion. So I feel like if we're passing that on to the Board of Supervisors for them to chew on, I think we shouldn't put them in the same position that we're in of being confused by what we're asking for, or what we think is a good idea.
Commissioner Richards.
I think just to the point Commissioner Johnson made, if we do anything, if we can maybe peg it to some type of this sensitivity analysis, so there's not the margin in a certain area to build X type of development, but over here there's certainly more than enough. So we should come up with maybe a number, and it should be applied anywhere. I don't know, that's my guess. I guess second thing, still want to kind of come down and peg it on the actual amount, so we can get an amount. I think you said, what was the motion on the amount of the fee? Did we cover that?
I went with the existing fee and consider an increase.
Okay, maybe I can ask anybody from staff, if we go ahead and move certain ones of these up, so and I know the sensitivity analysis is here sitting in front of me and it's buried somewhere. If we take a look at, say, office and say, we'll take we'll recommend 125, which would be $5 increase over the $20, correct? What would that do to the sensitivity analysis? Just looking for maybe coming up with a number and maybe recommending that we look at that. So we have 25 residential, 20 office, and 29 PDR. I'm not really interested in exploring PDR. I think that's close to the 30%. But if you look at the other two, the 25 and the 20, office 20 and the 25, if you actually take a look at the office and say, we want to go 125% of the base, which is, I guess, the 20%, make it 25, what would it do for the sensitivity? Feasibility.
Remind me, is the feasibility analysis in the case report?
I think it's in the...
Here it is,
yeah,
right here.
So what the feasibility analysis shows is essentially what was studied was there were rates that were introduced in 2012 when the TSF concept first came forward to the board.
Right.
So the feasibility analysis studied what would happen if those rates were applied, what would happen if we increased those rates by 125%, right. 150%, 250%. And so then you start to see at those percentage increases what happens to the different development types
right.
Under those scenarios. So it does vary depending on the type of project right. and where the project is located, how far they tip into the infeasible based on the rate that you're increasing.
Yeah, I'm looking at a pipeline of office space of 11 million square feet against a
Commissioner, if I could, maybe rather than try to, because we're not going to be able to answer the number of where the tipping point is, but I think maybe the Commission's motion could say something to the order of that the board consider in certain areas raising the fee up to 33% of nexus. That seems to be the number. Which is kind of, yeah. As a consideration, and with the analysis that would have to go with that.
Yeah, I think I could support that and make a motion to do that.
I'll just amend my motion to do
that. That is in your motion. Okay,
I'll amend it,
but we actually said 33%.
Yeah, up to 33%.
Up to 33%. Okay. Then I had one other question. One other motion I'd like to make is to have the reset period on the fee be 3 years versus 5.
Or at least the analysis.
The analysis to look at the fee, the justification for the current fee, either up or down. 3 years versus 5. Yeah. Sure. Is that acceptable to the motion maker?
Just to be clear, it's 5 years is the mandatory, but it's or earlier upon request by the Board of Supervisors or the mayor.
How about we recommend that it's 3? Recommend.
Or you could include yourselves, so that it would be on request of the Planning Commission.
Okay, I like that idea even better. And we'll have a joint meeting with the transportation. MTA. Is that okay, Commissioner Hillis? Sure. Okay, it's okay with me. Great, thanks.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm okay with the motion. I just needed a clarification on what the 33 1/3 is. 33 over what the existing fee is. Is that what you're saying?
It's normally where the nexus is set.
Of the nexus.
Of the nexus, okay. Because I'm looking more at the development feasibility study, which had a range of 6 to 16 and 14 to 36. So I would be more inclined to raise it a little bit in those areas rather than making sure that it was within the development feasibility range. We don't want anything beyond the range of that.
Yeah, it wouldn't at 33%. I mean, it's currently like 25. It'd still be there.
Okay. And my other question for the maker is the grandfathering. Okay, we said July 1st. It's now September 10th. So how about September 1st instead of July 1st, 2014 for the grandfathering, because that's a year ago. you wanted to make it July 1st.
Yeah. I just feel like this has been out there for a long time. I mean, it wasn't thought of yesterday. It's been at the Small Business Commission and MTA Commission, and
It's been discussed, but nobody really knows yet what the numbers are really going to be. And, I mean, I think that, you know, I doubt too many people even knew this July 1st, 2014, that this was coming up. September 1st, you could maybe make a case that there was some thought about it. So that would be my suggestion on an amendment.
I mean, I'd rather stick with July 1st, just because things just take so long. It is just an initial development application, which I think is done early in the process. I mean, we probably won't see these projects for another year and a half or 18 months. So it's 3 months.
All right.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess one last, and to the point of the date, I remember hearing this when I sat on the Market Octavia CAC, and they had $7.34, and that was 2 years ago. So this has been out there a long time. Okay. So one last question, and then I'm done. Over time, practice changes. So I had that question around, you said this reflects current practice. Is there anything in the current practice that actually is not happening that actually happened historically? So when you say it's current practice, I want to make sure that the flexibility that we've employed over all these years is actually captured in what we're going to be able to spend this money on. Is there anything we're missing?
Yeah, I think historically the MTA has used the transit impact development fee to pay operator salaries, to bus driver salaries.
Okay, so this would exclude it?
That would be excluded.
Okay.
Yeah, under the new TSF.
Okay.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm wondering if we could add to lower our affordable housing to 120% rather than 150, partially because we have never really fully explored 150 and current funding stays at 120. And I feel that we are offsetting the general way of policy and where we really are. We can always amend that, should we kind of resolve that at a later point. I think at the moment, I think I would prefer to stay with 120. And I still would like to make a pitch that we are taking a slightly higher rate on the Nexus, not 25, but 33%, knowing that we will have to come down should the economy send us into the other direction. If the economy sends us much further into wealthier times, then we can still use 33%. But for the time being, I feel that that is the right number.
Commissioner Johnson.
I'd like to see that the motion is amended to include the definition of 120 AMI, not 150 as it currently stands, and that we are upping the amount of fee to 33%. I did not quite understand that because you made that conditional, Commissioner Hills. I couldn't quite. Perhaps I misunderstood.
I think the fee is currently for residential at least 20. What's being recommended is 25%. And what I think the motion says is we'd ask the board to consider increasing it in certain areas up to 33% where the feasibility report shows that's feasible. And I think that kind of responds to what Supervisor Avalos said, that in some neighborhoods, even the 25% may not be practical. And so it allows the board to consider rates that would go up to 33% under this kind of graduated system.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I don't know, Commissioner Hillis, if you're considering that first point for the motion, but to my pitch on the keeping it at 150 is that we have, as a policy perspective, we have very few levers to incentivize that 120 to 150 that people have been talking about over the last 5 to 6 years, and this is one way of doing that. And so I would recommend that we keep that piece the way that it is.
Yeah, on that one, my response would be, it's. I know there's debate over what middle-income housing is. Is it 120? Is it 150? Is it 160? Is it 200? I don't think this is the place to necessarily put a stake in the ground on that? I mean, if the debate comes out to be 150, it's 150. If the city's kind of subsidizing through there's an affordable housing project that includes 150 in order to subsidize 60% or lower in other parts of that project, I think that's an affordable housing project, which should fall under this exemption. I mean, again, we're not asking for inclusionary at 150. If the inclusionary rate was ever pushed up to that, that's included in this already, even inclusionary at 100. So I'm comfortable knowing these are 100% affordable housing projects, that 150 is fine, and I think that's what's called out in the bond, too, as kind of, the bond can be used for projects that are at 150. If the bond proceeds are being used for it, I think it should be exempt.
Commissioner Richards?
I think that's a good train of thought. I get the second question, is there anything legislatively coming besides the bond, which we've already passed, that actually mentions that new 150? Because I remember we struggled with this on another issue, and we said 150 was kind of out there, 120 was the standard, but it looks like 150 now may be the new upper end.
And we have Sophie Hayward here from Mayor's Office of Housing who may be able to answer that question. Just
anything
so maybe you could re-ask it for her.
Yeah. Is there anything legislatively coming where the 150 is now being kind of introduced as the upper end of what used to be the old 120?
Sure. Sophie Hayward from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. They just ran up the stairs, so I'm panting a little bit. But certainly, I'm not sure if it was addressed, but in the Affordable Housing General Obligation Bond, eligible uses extend up to 150% AMI.
Okay.
For a proposed middle income program. I anticipate that should the bond pass in the future, we will develop a middle income rental program up to 150% AMI. That doesn't currently exist, and the exemption would only apply to those units that are subsidized and funded by MoCD.
Sure. But maybe it would be better to say our recommendation would be if the bond passes, the 150 is the new standard and we agree with it, but if it doesn't, we go back to the 120.
I would like to reiterate just the policy about surrounding the 150% AMI. Basically, we've identified that as there are affordability gaps that extend to 150% AMI and beyond. And the model we used there was thinking about a family, for example, with 2 teachers, 2 children, working families. We want to preserve our options to create middle-income housing programs that extend that high because they are so difficult to subsidize through other programs, including tax credits and others. So certainly, if the bond passes, that will pave the way to creating those programs. But whether or not the bond passes, there is a need at that level. And I just want to make sure that that's clear.
That's fine. Thanks.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 150, although it unfortunately casts a little smaller net and doesn't capture as many towards the thing. But I had made suggestions for lower amounts, but on ones that are below our level and not included, but that's not part of this motion, I understand. So that's just for the supervisors to consider.
Okay, Commissioners. There is a motion that has been seconded with, I believe, one amendment that was included. Just for clarity's sake, we are amending the legislation that was just recently substituted on September 8th, 2015, and handed up to you. That is our baseline that we're working off of. Would you prefer I call the motion in its entirety or take up each one of those suggested amendments separately?
I'd recommend in its entirety.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
all together.
So let me see if I've captured the motion in its entirety. The motion is to adopt a recommendation for approval as amended to include grandfathering projects after July 1st, 2014 to get a 25% fee waiver and projects submitted before a 50% fee waiver.
Okay.
And then exemptions, we are removing the secondary institutions and adding hospitals. And then on the fee, that the board consider a graduated fee rate up to 33% of nexus by neighborhood.
and that we'll be adding the Planning Commission to be able to request an updated fee analysis basically anytime.
We're looking for 3 years.
3 years.
Just say it's 3 years.
That's right.
So could we put to 3 years in?
And there is no offset for plan area fees.
I think that was and/or consider. I mean, that could be a way to get at that neighborhood issue and/or consider
Okay.
no offset to the plan area fees.
Okay.
So it's part of that same idea.
Right.
On the economic analysis?
Well, the 3-year was basically including the Planning Commission to be one of the agencies that request an update to that fee analysis.
Before
So in other
5
words,
years.
there's no, yeah.
Could be, and I was
exactly.
asking for 3.
What's that?
I was asking for 3.
Well, yeah, I think it was 2 different things, right? So
Yeah, there were.
make the regularity of that report 3
3,
years.
and then
add the planning
out came the
commission
extra
ability.
goodie that we can ask
And
for.
so is that amendment amenable? Okay, so making the economic analysis required every 3 years, right? But that it could be requested even sooner by the Planning Commission, including the Board of Supervisors and the other agency that was listed. Okay.
Sorry, Jonas, may I clarify one point on
Yes,
that?
please do.
The proposal for the 25% rate of grandfathering, wanted to clarify if that is just for residential projects, because we had a different proposal for residential and non-residential. For non-residential, it's just that it would go back to the TIDF, which is actually about 25% less than the proposed new rate. So
I mean, I think
what you're saying
I
is
was
just
considering
just on
mostly residential because they're new
Okay.
projects, newly
Just want to make sure that
subject to these fees.
So the grandfathering of projects and the reduction of fees would be for residential projects only. Very good. Then on that motion, Commissioners, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
Commissioners, the next item, Supervisor Wiener is here. He has changed the schedule around. I'll ask if you guys want to hear this item next.
Kind of haven't had lunch yet.
Okay. Commission will take a break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. Take off with your local government at SF.gov.tv.
On December 28, 1912, San Francisco Mayor Sonny Jim Rolfe stared into a sea of 50,000 of his constituents who had gathered at the intersection of Geary and Kearny. The throngs of San Franciscans had assembled to savor a moment in history, the birth of the first publicly owned transit system in a major American city, the San Francisco Municipal Railway, MUNI, as it would come to be known. Happy birthday, MUNI. Here's to the next 100 years.
Hi, I'm San Francisco Public Defender Jeff Adachi. The criminal justice system is at a crossroads. Americans are confronting what's broken, demanding change, and most importantly, putting forth solutions. Please join me on Justice Matters. On each episode, our expert guests will take on the most pressing justice issues affecting San Franciscans today. We'll explore topics such as racial profiling, police body cameras, and sky-high bails. It's a necessary conversation because fairness matters, accountability matters, and justice matters.
Working for the City and County of San Francisco will immerse you in a vibrant and dynamic city that's on the forefront of economic growth, the arts, and social change. Our city has always been on the edge of progress and innovation. After all, we're at the meeting of land and sea.
Our city is famous for its iconic scenery, historic designs, and world-class style. It's the birthplace of blue jeans, and where the Rock holds court over the largest natural harbor on the West Coast.
The city's information technology professionals work on revolutionary projects like providing free Wi-Fi to residents and visitors, developing new programs to keep SFO humming, and ensuring patient safety at San Francisco General.
Our IT professionals make government accessible through award-winning mobile apps and support vital infrastructure projects like the Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System.
Our employees enjoy competitive salaries as well as generous benefits programs. But most importantly, working for the City and County of San Francisco gives employees an opportunity to contribute their ideas, energy, and commitment to shape the city's future.
Thank you for considering a career with the City and County of San Francisco.
What's your favorite commission to watch? I'm into architecture, so I like to watch the Historic Preservation Commission.
Kids these days.
Don't let your kids know more than you about your local government. Watch SF.gov.tv online, anywhere.
Hey San Francisco, it's Halili bringing you this week's fun-filled activities to enjoy on the cheap. You know how we do it. This is the Weekly Buzz. Curious about Reiki? This Friday, there's a free clinic open to anyone who'd like to learn about and experience the benefits of this practice. The goal of Reiki is to promote deep relaxation and balance through hands-on touch, fortifying our ability to heal by calming the cardiovascular system and creating a state of coherence. The clinic is by donation and takes place at Flourish Studios from 6 to 8. Come join a volunteer work party at EcoSF School Farm this Saturday from 12 to 4 to lend a hand and learn about farm work. All skill levels and ability are welcome, even for moral support and comic relief. They'll provide some water and maybe a snack and plenty of well-worn gloves. If you'd like, bring some more refreshments to share or your own favorite personal protective equipment. Enjoy Arias al Fresco in Sharon Meadow this Sunday at 1:30 as the San Francisco Opera celebrates the opening of its 93rd season with its free annual concert in Golden Gate Park. Pack a picnic and enjoy highlights from the opera's fall season featuring some of the opera's top singers accompanied by the acclaimed San Francisco Opera Orchestra. And that, my friends, is the Weekly Buzz. For more information on these events, visit us at sfgovtv.org and click on Weekly Buzz. And while you're on the web, check out our YouTube page and scroll through some of our original programs. They're good. Thanks so much for watching.
Hi everyone, I'm Patrick Odolini, Director of Earthquake Safety for the City and County of San Francisco. And today we're hosting the city's first ever Earthquake Retrofit Fair here at the historic Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. The point of today is to teach people about the new mandatory soft story retrofit ordinance and connect them with the services they need. Why don't we go inside and take a look? We can save thousands of lives by retrofitting soft-story buildings before the next earthquake. 60,000 San Franciscans live in vulnerable soft-story apartment buildings, and if these buildings are retrofitted, this allows people to shelter in place, sleep in their own beds while repairs are proceeding and the city is recovering. We're here at the Earthquake Retrofit Fair, and this is an event designed to connect folks that either have to comply with the mandatory soft story ordinance requirements or want to do a voluntary retrofit on their property to really connect with the resources that they need.
I came here wondering what I needed to do as an owner of an apartment building that does have a soft story on the first floor, what I needed to do in order to comply with the new rules that went into effect last year.
And after talking to some of the property owners, they said, hey, we want an event where this is all in one spot. We don't want to go to 10 different events, and we heard them. So the Department of Building Inspection sent out roughly 6,000 notices to property owners advising them of these new requirements. Every single one of those property owners also got a letter from us telling them about this event. But what we've noticed and what we try to be sensitive to is not everyone can attend an event. If you have it in the middle of the day, people want to come in the evening. If you have it in the evening, people want to come in the middle of the day. So this event spans the afternoon and the evening, and the idea to encompass all of this.
Well, I'm excited to be here today at the Earthquake Retrofit Fair. It is amazing to see all those people here because we are faced with risk every day in San Francisco. And it's critical for us to be prepared, to respond, and to recover from disasters as quickly and efficiently as possible.
I've been to a lot of city events and trade shows, expos. This one had a tremendous turnout.
The superstructure of the building represents the superstructure of an apartment building. It's very stiff with a lot of walls. And the lower part of the building, particularly on these buildings that are in the corner, there's no support on either side, and they shake quite a bit.
What that does is it makes it dissimilar from the floors above, and in heavy shaking, in an instance of an earthquake, that top floor is going to have more mass, and that's why you see the damage that you saw in 1989. And then furthermore, in the Northridge earthquake in 1994, we saw significant damage of these types of buildings, and we know that they're just bad actors structurally. Here what we're doing is simulating a retrofit on a building. One way we can do that is by adding steel frames. Typically a building like this, you want to brace in both directions. Now you can see how strong and secure the building is.
We have adopted a 30-year earthquake safety implementation program, of which there's a mandatory soft story retrofit requirement. And this is an example of work being done by our office to help mitigate the risk posed by earthquakes. This is a way that we ensure continuity of operations for both the city and our private sector partners.
I had questions about what kind of professionals are involved in this. I want to start to put together a team of people to help me get through this.
I'm a structural engineer and I've worked in the San Francisco Bay Area my entire life, and I'm thrilled at the quality of contractors and engineers that are here.
What we've done is we've taken one big venue, the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, and put all the resources in one place. We have some of the manufacturers here that make some of these retrofit products.
You have financing, you have public policy makers, you have engineers, contractors. USGS is here today, Structural Engineers Association, Rebuilding Together.
The Department of Building Inspections here, the Earthquake Safety Implementation Program, Office of the City Administrator, Department of the Environment, and a long list of other participating partners within our own city family.
All of those bring one little piece of what is a broad community resiliency approach.
Last night I felt doomed, but I actually feel a little more positive about things now. You know, I felt like, how are we going to pay for this?
We didn't want to create one financing option because we know that in mandatory projects like this, a one-size-fits-all approach to financing does not work.
We found some information about financing. I mean, there are definitely different options, and certainly for different types of property owners.
So not only have we engaged over 20 private lenders that are here offering unique products for their own banks, we have a public financing option. So we've created a pool of buildings that will be able to apply for a Mello-Roos-style tax district, which is a complicated way of saying that they'll be able to pay back their loan through their property taxes over the next 20 years.
Now there are 3 options in front of us, one of which is a complete refinance, second of which is getting a loan specifically for the retrofit, and the third of which is enrolling in the PACE program through the city. Well, liquefaction occurs along coastal areas and areas where we've had streams and floodplains, sediment like sand, a high water table, and enough ground shaking to cause the sand to vibrate. So here comes my earthquake source, and I'm not going to hit it really hard. I'm just going to get it vibrating. It's the vibration on the sand grains, and you'll see the water come to the surface because the sand grains are pushing against the water, and it has to escape somewhere, and this is what pushes on the foundation. It can knock the foundation over, and then you can see that it can actually push up and rupture pipelines.
It is intimidating. I'm, just talking to people as a layman who needs help, like walk me through this, help me understand what I need to do.
This is a difficult process for people to navigate, and because we are a very specialized group just focused on earthquakes, we've been able to case manage this and do a tremendous amount of outreach. So not only have we done some of the informational sessions that we've talked about, but we've also spoken at many different owner groups, many different community groups, all across the city over the last year.
Outreach, like today's Earthquake Retrofit Fair, is really critical to the mandatory soft story retrofit program, as well as all earthquake mitigation programs in general. The city really has to get out into the community and help people understand what it is they have to do, how to do it, and also ways to finance it. In this way, the Earthquake Safety Implementation Program is really an advocate and a resource in the community.
So why don't we go ahead and skip to the Q&A, because I imagine that's what most of you are here for anyway.
For months, and for months to come, we have been holding workshops, presenting at community meetings, as well as reaching out face-to-face with property owners, tenants, tenant advocacy groups, and design professionals to help people understand what it is they need to do and how to do it.
So some of you may be familiar with the Green Finance SF program that I mentioned earlier. If you'd like to learn more, please sign up on the sheet back there. But this is a different way to finance the project. This would allow you to actually have the loan issued to the property as opposed to the individual. So if you were to sell that property, the loan would be assumed by the new owner. And instead of making normal loan payments like you would on any other kind of standard loan, this is paid back through your property taxes and amortized over 20 years at a low rate. So this is a fantastic option.
I'm in favor of the program. I think, obviously we're going to have an earthquake. It's just a question of when. Obviously, if we do this to the buildings, it improves it from a safety standpoint, also from an investment standpoint.
And after a few minutes with folks, even if they don't agree with the idea and agree with the concept, they understand it.
We've always talked about being able to do this. Now we're sort of being forced to do it, which is a good thing if we can find a way to pay for it.
Yeah. They understand that not only is this protecting their property, studies have shown that every dollar spent on mitigation saves you $4 after the event. So not only is this truly protecting their investment, but it helps the overall resiliency of the city.
And then we attach the floor to the shear wall with framing.
It's the right thing to do. You can look at these soft story buildings and you see 3 rows of apartments on top of them, and it's built very much like the buildings that collapsed in the marina during the Loma Prieta earthquake. And you just shudder to think that your building could look like that.
Now people are really getting educated here, especially today, on really I need to get this done. I don't want to lose my building.
And if people are able to shelter in place in their homes, it's keeping them in their homes, and it's recovering from the disaster faster than we otherwise would.
And together we can work towards coming out the other side of a major disaster and kind of shaking ourselves off and getting up and rebuilding and making this community, bringing it back to what we absolutely love, why we live here.
At the state level, folks have talked in the Seismic Safety Commission and made recommendations that every city retrofit and mitigate their soft story problems by the year 2020. To my knowledge, no other jurisdiction of this size has tried to tackle this problem. And if you look at the ordinance and the timelines in the ordinance, we are set to have our program complete by 2020.
They're ahead of their time. They're ahead of the rest of the state. They're leaders. And I think the quality of people that are here are because of that leadership.
It's also spurred this great conversation statewide. Everyone's talking about how did San Francisco do it? And I can't stress this enough, is because it was rooted in the community. If we didn't have the community saying, us as San Francisco is concerned about earthquakes, us as San Franciscans are concerned about seismic risk, people...
Wow.
Did you ready?
Yes.
Nice box.
What's new?
What's new?
I'll make sure you're talking to here. So everybody can
Good evening, Commissioners, and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for September 10th, 2015. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. To please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 10 for case number 2015-008150 PCA, notice to tenants of dwelling unit merger or demolition. This is a planning code amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez, Planning Department staff. Today I'm presenting an ordinance that would amend the Planning Code to require neighborhood notification pursuant to Planning Code sections 311 and 312 for proposals seeking to remove an unauthorized unit. However, before I continue, I'd like to provide Supervisor Wiener's office with time to present to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andres Power here for Supervisor Scott Wiener. So recently it came to our office's attention that not every tenant is noticed if their building owner files for permits to demolish their unit. Certain rules, or the current rules, treat tenants differently, so that, in other words, not everyone gets the same level of notice. A building owner can apply for a permit to demolish a unit without notifying an existing tenant if that unit is not on the city's official books. This gives the tenant little time to plan, to push back, to avail themselves of all the rights that they have. The building and planning codes require notice to existing tenants in a building for actions including unit demolition. But it turns out that there's a significant loophole in these requirements when it comes to units that may not be on the books. These units and the people living in them don't receive notice if a building owner intends to demolish that unit. In some cases, and including one that was recently considered by the Board of Permit Appeals, existing tenants have no notice that their unit is being removed. Without notice, these tenants have basically very little recourses to push back. This is unfair and unjust, and we must make sure that we continue to protect our existing tenants in their housing. In a highly unusual move a few months ago, the Board of Permit Appeals passed a resolution unanimously urging the Board of Supervisors to fix this loophole, and this legislation before you today does that. So I'll let Diego talk about the specifics, but in a nutshell, what this does is require notice of all tenants, whether or not the unit is on the books, of any action that would effectively remove the unit. So whether it's a standard unit demolition or through what oftentimes happens, doesn't even come to the planning department, permits through DBI, effective demolition by removing, one day the stove, the next day the bathroom. So essentially the unit's being taken off the books, and it's a way to avoid planning scrutiny. So this legislation was also considered by the Building Inspection Commission back in, I think it was in June, and it was endorsed unanimously by that commission, and I would urge your support today too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the Planning Department broadly supports the intent of the ordinance, which is to assure that all tenants residing in a building proposed for alteration receive adequate notice of proposed work, irrespective of whether they reside in a unit that's unauthorized. The amendments to the Planning Code result in a relatively minor procedural change to the existing notification procedures. The Department believes that these changes will be easily integrated into our existing procedures. However, the Department believes that some of the proposed amendments require modification for improved implementation. The first set of modifications, as outlined in your case report, would add language to sections 311 and 312 that help highlight the applicability of this new requirement. The second set of modifications would help bring the mechanics of the new noticing requirement in line with the existing notice procedures that are currently underway by the Planning Department. In particular, the staff recommendations surrounding increasing the posted notice size to align with the current CU and variance posted notice sizes. We recommend altering the proposed content of the new posted notice to align with the existing Section 311 and Section 312 content, but with some of the relevant added information as proposed by Supervisor Wiener's office. We recommend aligning the date that the posted notice is posted with the mailed notice. This happens with all other entitlements. And lastly, we recommend having the Planning Department cause the notice to occur, not the Zoning Administrator's Office. And this is also similar to Section 311 and Section 312 notification processes. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll open for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Sanchez, could you please fill me in of who is responsible for posting?
Under Section 311, it's the Planning Department causes this to occur, and it's a bit of a team effort between the project sponsor posting the posted notice that they receive from the Planning Department, and then the Planning Department also mails out the notices. We mail it out receiving addresses from the project sponsor. So under Section 311 and 312, it's a bit of both parties doing the notice.
I'm glad that you are mentioning 3 languages, Spanish, Chinese, and Russian.
Yeah.
The city is more and more full of people of other languages as well, and I'm concerned that we might leave some of them out. As I walk through certain parts of town, there is a variety of much spoken, like Arabic-sounding languages, and I want to make sure that all of those people understand of what this is all about. And we might selectively, should we know that the building owner has people of other language backgrounds, that they are equally informed. Otherwise, I think we're creating an uncomfortable situation.
Commissioner Antonini.
I think this is good legislation, makes sense. It involves noticing, and it may help us in the road to establishing whether units actually exist or not. I know this includes not legal units, but even so, it's a step because we spend a lot of time in discussions over whether a unit is actually there or not there, and anything that makes it more clear whether there is a unit or also whether there even is a tenant, because, it might tend to establish a record for our purposes that somebody did live there even though it was not a legal unit. But I think it's good to have as much information as possible.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess a couple of things. First, this one kind of hits home for me. I had a friend who actually was in a unit that wasn't legal when they were getting evicted until they actually it was an imminent. And it was a really ugly situation. I appreciate the supervisor's leadership here. I also would hope that the staff could also figure out whether there's any other these kind of loopholes out there based on things that we've seen or heard out in the community. I think it's a fantastic idea. One question on the posting, I guess, Mr. Sanchez. If you're a person that has an illegal unit and you're trying to demolish it and get somebody out of their unit, your incentive to actually put the sign up isn't that great. Is there a verification that big sign actually gets posted?
Under Section 311 and 312, we typically ask for an affidavit that says the project sponsor has posted the notice according to the instructions for the full 30 days. So they are signing an affidavit that they did.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I just want to make a comment that I think the legislation is very sensitive. The refinements of the department add a lot of clarity, at least for me reading through it. So I thank the department for going the extra mile, and I move to approve with modifications.
Second.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, There's a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval with modifications on that motion. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission Chair Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, I will place you on item 11 for case number 2011.0108U at 45 Lansing Street. This is an in-kind agreement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kimia Haradan, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a waiver for portions of the Rincon Hill impact fees for 45 Lansing Street in exchange for an in-kind agreement with the sponsor to provide streetscape improvements. The improvements are drawn from the Rincon Hill Streetscape Plan for portions of a block on Harrison Street. The fee waiver is for $668,045 of the entire impact fees, which is $3.8 million. A brief background on in-kind agreements. Projects in adopted area plans are required to pay impact fees. Alternatively, projects can enter into an in-kind agreement with the city and provide, in exchange of that, provide streetscape improvements or infrastructure improvements for all or portions of their fees. The Rincon Hill Area Plan is unique in that it also includes a streetscape plan that proposes improvements for every block of the 10 blocks within the area plan boundary. The streetscape plan was drafted in 2007 and adopted very recently at this commission. The proposed in-kind agreement would implement the proposals of the Rincon Hill Streetscape Plan for this block on Harrison Street between Essex Street and to the west of the 45 Lansing property line. The improvements include widening the sidewalk on the northern part of Harrison Street, a bulb out at the intersection of Essex and First, as well as special paving, landscaping, and sidewalk furniture. The proposed improvements would enhance pedestrian safety, particularly at the intersection of Harrison Street and Essex Street, where the on-ramp into the I-80 poses pedestrian safety challenges. Pursuing this in-kind agreement would create an opportunity to capitalize on existing construction of an adjacent development to implement the public improvements proposed by the Rincon Hill Streetscape Plan. In the absence of this agreement, the streetscape improvements would not occur until 2017, when the Public Works has scheduled to start construction for improvements on the full stretch of Harrison Street in the Rincon Hill boundary. Staff recommends that the Commission approve this fee waiver, as it would provide necessary improvements proposed by the adopted Rincon Hill Streetscape Plan within a faster time frame. And I'd like to also acknowledge that the project sponsor is also here for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. So no project sponsor presentation on this, just availability for questions. Okay, thank you. So is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. So the first one is the sort of philosophy behind this is that the streetscape improvements that are proposed by the developer pretty much are the same as, essentially the same as what the in lieu fee would have been, or the fee would have been.
There are portions of their in lieu fee. So their in lieu fee is $3.8 million, and the streetscape improvements will cost $668,045. So portions of their fee are going to be satisfied with these improvements, and the rest are going to be paid.
Okay. So just real quick on that, is the $668 the final cost estimate? Because I feel in the staff report that says that was just one of two estimates, and then there was a final number.
And the project sponsors provide two cost estimates, and the city goes with the lower one.
Okay, great. And then just confirming, the homeowners association right now is taking on the responsibility of maintenance. Is that
the maintenance of the improvements will be by the adjacent property owners that would front the streetscape improvements, and the project sponsor has informed the neighbors, and they have agreed.
but not the neighbors, the homeowners association that is those neighbors. So it's not the individuals. That homeowners association has agreed to that.
I'm not sure if it's apartments
That's what it says in
or
here.
they're single families. Homeowners.
Right. Well, that's what it says in here. There's actually a homeowners association named. Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Ms. Hallinan, could you refresh my memory? We had other in-kind fee approvals in this area because it accelerated the realization of partial streetscape and open space improvements in the Exeter-Lansing Street area. I recall that from another project where we had some design input, and I assume this is a continuation of that.
In the Rincon Hill area, we had one more in-kind agreement for the First Rincon Tower, and the improvements were there on First Street and Harrison Street portions of.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
I'm in favor of the project. It makes a lot of sense. I just have a question from the staff report, and I don't really need an answer now, but maybe you can get it to me later. In your staff report, you say that there are 1,200 additional units that have been entitled by the Planning Commission. It names all the ones on Rincon Hill that have already been built or are under construction. And I'm trying to figure out where those other 1,200 units are we approved, because I walk up there many nights and I don't know where the ones are that are still approved but not yet built.
Yeah, I can send you the list.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioners, on that motion to approve, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Wu?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that will place you on item 13. Item 12 has been continued to October 22nd. So item 13, case number 2015-00565, 1 CUA at 1750 Fulton Street, conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alexandra Kirby, Department Staff. The item before you is a request for a conditional use authorization to establish a 690 square foot formula retail financial service use, doing business as Wells Fargo, at 1750 Fulton Street within an existing 55,200 square foot retail grocery establishment, doing business as Lucky Supermarket. The proposed project is located in a neighborhood commercial shopping district between Masonic and Central Avenues in the Western Addition neighborhood. Wells Fargo is a banking company with approximately 6,200 locations in the U.S. and 40 branches in San Francisco. There are 4 formula retail uses within a 300-foot radius of the subject block, with a concentration of 25% of the 16 commercial storefronts in the vicinity and 40% of the overall commercial street frontage. The proposed use would nominally increase the total concentration to approximately 29%, with no change on the commercial street frontage. One of the commercial storefronts in the NCD is currently a formula retail financial service operating as Chase Bank within the subject NCS. This location would offer the second financial service establishment in a neighborhood with limited access to such services. There is currently one vacant storefront within a 300-foot vicinity. The project will occupy an interior space within an existing formula retail use, and no exterior alterations are proposed to the existing storefront. Signage will be limited to a single illuminated wall sign that proposes to replace an existing exterior sign. 9 of the occupied commercial storefronts in the NCS are neighborhood serving, totaling 56% of these for formula retail. The proposed use qualifies as a neighborhood serving use. To date, no public comment has been received by the Department. The Department recommends approval as the proposed use meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code. It has been found to be compatible with the commercial nature of the subject NCS and 300-foot vicinity, and would nominally increase the overall concentration and retail frontage of formula retail uses within the district. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm representing Wells Fargo. I'm Jim Shively with Stantec Architecture. Thank you very much for considering our proposal. What we are working with on this in-store branch is an attempt to service the neighborhood. This isn't a destination bank where we'd be expecting people to come from miles to do their banking there. It's really more of a one-stop shopping opportunity for them. They can do their shopping at Lucky and do banking at the same time. What our customers really like, and we have a tremendously loyal customer base in this neighborhood that would very much appreciate the Wells Fargo branch there. But what they enjoy about the in-store experience is the fact that it is a secure zone in the interior of the store. In the plan, you'll see that the two ATMs are immediately adjacent to the customer checkout stand, which is really important to them. And the other thing is it's just the one-stop shopping. So what we're trying to do is just better service an extremely loyal client base by providing this in-store service. If you've got any additional questions, I'm here to answer those. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. We may have questions. First, we'll open up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is a good project. There's no Wells Fargo in the NOPA area, and, you know, I think it's great service to the public. I bank at a number of different branches, different banks, and it's really nice to have them, more than one in the area. Even if, you know, you have another bank, it's nice to be able to go from one to the other one if you have transferring funds or doing business with the different branches that banks that may have holdings of yours. So makes sense to me. I'd move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Moore.
I think there is a noticeable need for increased security. I think fewer people are using on-street ATM machines, and I observe it in my own neighborhood. People prefer to go inside when they can. What I appreciate about this particular one is within a formula retail, occupying a modest amount of space at 690 square feet is definitely not intensifying any formula retail, which I normally would comment on. So security, neighborhood service, and reasonably sized operation within a formula retail, I think, is definitely something I would support.
Commissioners, there has been a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis? No. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Wu?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place you under our discretionary review calendar on item 14 for case number 2014-1079 DRP-03 at 1783 Noe Street. This is a publicly initiated discretionary review of 3 separate parties, so we'll have 3 separate 5-minute presentations from the DR requesters and then a combined 10-minute presentation from the project sponsor. And then each of the DR requesters will receive a 2-minute rebuttal, and the project sponsor will receive a 2-minute rebuttal.
Before staff presentation, Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I am a dentist, and one of the DR requesters is a patient of mine, and in the last 12 months, this patient has paid for dental services to my employer dentist, and I was paid for treating this particular patient, but the amount that I was paid is far below the threshold that the city attorney has set for me to recluse myself. So therefore, based upon advice from the city attorney, I will be able to participate.
Good evening, Commission, Tina Chang, Planning Department staff. The items before you are a request for discretionary review of building permit application numbers 2014-0711 1073 and 2014-0711 1074, one for the demolition of the existing structure and the other for the new construction of the replacement structure. 3 public-initiated discretionary review requests were filed against the project, 2 for the replacement structure and 1 for the demolition of the existing structure, all by different members of the public. The project site is located on the west side of Noe Street, north of the Laley Street intersection in the Glen Park neighborhood, near the southern border of the Noe Valley neighborhood. The project falls within an RH1 zoning and 40X height and bulk district. The project is to demolish an existing 2-story single-family dwelling containing 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a 1-car garage, and to construct a new 35-foot, 3-story single-family dwelling containing 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms, and a 2-car garage. The structure is set back 15 feet from the front property line and includes a 5-foot wide staircase leading up to the entrance on the building's north side, providing a setback to the front from the adjacent bungalow. The block is characterized by an inconsistent pattern of mid-block open space. However, the proposed structure provides a code-compliant rear yard of 28 feet. A 25-foot rear yard is required. This is to preserve the mid-block open space at the southern end of the subject block. The adjacent property to the southeast contains a non-conforming cottage at the rear. Accordingly, the southeast portion of the proposed structure does run alongside the northwestern portion of the existing cottage. A 3-foot side setback at the southeast corner provides relief for the rear cottage. A roof deck with planters and solar panels is proposed, with a terrace at the 3rd floor along with the front facade and a terrace at the rear of the 2nd floor. The surrounding neighborhood consists of a mixture of 1, 2, and 3-story structures containing mostly 1- and 2-family dwelling structures. The residential neighborhood does contain multifamily structures, such as the one immediately south. The residential design team has found the overall scale, design, and materials of the proposed new structure to be compatible with the block face and complementary with the neighborhood character. After the discretionary review was filed for the subject property, the RDT recommended additional sculpting of the rear facade, reducing the southeast corner of the rear facade by 8 feet, and a 3-foot side setback on all floors for the majority of the southern property of the proposed structure along the southern property line, which the project sponsor has complied with. To date, the department has received 1 letter of opposition from an individual representing an organization called Protect Noe's Charm. This letter was submitted this morning, and I have a copy of that letter here for anyone who wants to review them. This is aside from the 3 discretionary review requests that were filed by the neighbors. Although, as noted in the case report, a petition including 17 signatures from residents in 14 properties is included as an attachment to 2 of the DR applications. The department recommends that the commission do not take DR and approve the demolition and new construction as presented before you for the following reasons. The project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan and complies with the residential design guidelines and planning code. The project meets the criteria set forth in section 101 of the planning code, in that the project would not reduce in the reduction of a dwelling unit deemed affordable or financially accessible, as evidenced by the appraisal prepared by a certified appraiser. No tenants will be displaced as a result of the project. Given the scale of the project, there will be no significant impact on the existing capacity of the local street system or muni. And although the structure is more than 50 years old, a review of the historic resource evaluation resulted in a determination that the existing building is not a historic resource or landmark. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First DR requester.
Well, I'd just like to clarify that the 5 minutes is to include the DR requesters and their team. So if you've hired any people to help you out, that's the time for which you have to speak.
I believe it's Mr. Harrington.
I'm
open to order.
I think the first application was by Mr. Sean Harrington, so we'll just go in the order of.
Cannot everybody speak on their own?
I don't think it matters.
We need to try this overhead before we start.
Just place the...
If you place it face up, it will come up.
It's kind of blurry.
Focused. Can you focus that, please?
See, you started my 5 minutes, but we haven't even figured the overhead.
Sir, we usually do start the 5 minutes. If you just want to speak, then staff can help you with the clarity.
No, I shouldn't speak with this like this.
Sir, your time is on.
Okay. Commissioners, good evening. Thanks for waiting for us. My name is Ed Tantsev. I live in an 1,800 square feet house on 102 Lately Street, corner Noe. Since '88, I'm the DR filer on the demolition. Under 317, as you all know, there's a mandatory DR requirement to demolish a single-family home. There are 16 criteria applicable to demolition, including affordability. If you allow demolition, affordability goes down to the tube. Does this project meet the 16 criteria? It does not. The speaker later would go into detail of the 16 criteria. So how do you avoid a mandatory DR? You look up the threshold values published by the planning department. Here it is. Hopefully it's in focus. The number is, the planning department published the threshold value for this property is $1.5 million as of March 5, 2014. There it is in the exhibit. It's dated March 5, 2014. A speaker later will go into more detail of the threshold values. So one submits an appraisal which exceeds the threshold. So the sponsor, which is an LLC, gets an appraisal for this property for $1.7 million, dated May 27, 2014. Appraisal essentially says the cottage is worth about $2,000 per square foot. This is a 900 square foot cottage if you don't count the basement. $2,000 square foot is a new record for this submittal. We looked at this appraisal submitted by the LLC. It picked the most high-priced remodels as comps. We were putting forward that LLC's appraisal submitted is not credible. We have support from the listing price. The listing price for the lot was $1.1 million. The appraisal says the lot is worth 50% over that. So the neighborhood hired an appraiser for this property. Neighborhood appraisal valued the property at $1.28 million. It's dated May 2015. I'm giving copies here for everybody of this appraisal that we obtained. So it's $1.8 million. So the appraised value we obtained is way below the threshold. We contend the appraisal submitted by the LLC is not credible. Here's the figure. Here's the appraisal by Jones. Therefore, appraisal cannot be used to excuse this application from the 16 criteria applicable to a mandatory DR. We have over 30 households supporting our DR application for demolition. 30 households. Go ahead, put the picture. Photo. We would welcome a remodel of this cottage, like all the other older homes on this block. These homes on this block of Noe are old. They're all remodeled, as you can see from this photo. This property is livable today since it's been rented out. There's renters in there. Next picture. This is a photo of the property on the right. It's an old cottage, 2 stories. Look at the photo on the left. It's at 1775 Noe Street. It's just like a house like this one. So we don't want demolition of this property. We welcome a remodel. We recommend that you take DR. Thank you.
Thank you. Second DR requester.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day for you. I've been sitting here a long time myself. I am one of the DR filers. My name is Sean Harrington, and I've lived at 105 Lately Street for 49 years of my 49 years on this planet. My family has lived in the Upper Noe Valley and Bernal Heights neighborhoods for over 111 years. Yes, that is right, 111 years. To say that I care about and am invested in my neighborhood is probably a gross understatement. Here in this first graphic that is being shown, this is a graphic listing the square footage of neighborhood homes. It focuses on the subject block because this block is so very unusual and unique. Planners sometimes comment that square footage is not a criteria that is controlled by in San Francisco's western neighborhoods, although it is now a key control in Corona Heights. I think this perspective misses the point. While square footage isn't controlled in most neighborhoods, as it is in some cities, it is a big part of how neighborhood character is defined. The average size of a home on our block is in the 1,500 to 2,000 square foot range. Not a single nearby unit is over 2,500 square feet. Even the block's anomaly, which you'll hear referenced numerous times by others speaking, is a non-conforming 3-unit apartment house on the corner. It is only 2,060 square feet for all 3 units. What does this tell us, especially when we have a number of properties that have almost 4,000 square feet in lot area? All of these lots going down the street from the project site are just under 4,000 square feet in lot area each, as you saw. For one thing, it tells us that open areas on this block are important. In fact, they are one of the defining characteristics of this block. Many homes, just like the subject lot, have open space all around them. These front yards and side yards, especially the side yards, visually connect the street to the green space of the interior block. This is an outline here that you're about to see of the existing home at 1783 Noe in green and the proposed construction in blue. In essence, the new structure takes away those aspects of the lot that contribute to the block as a whole. So one might ask, what is gained by this loss of character to the neighborhood? The answer simply, massive interior square footage for the benefit solely of the property sales price for LLC owners. Or, the size of the existing home also tells us that homes can and should step down with the terrain in a way that allows all homes to share in proximity to light, air, and open space. The size of the proposed building tells us that the value of interior square footage for LLC owners trumps the gentle slopes, the open side yards, and respect for privacy and light to neighbors. This graphic we did outlines in blue an expected height and width of a building on this lot if it were to transition between the 3-unit non-conforming apartment building and the smaller home to the north. It is important to note that the 3-unit apartment building on the right, a true anomaly on this block, as I explained previous, is a corner building which one would expect to be larger in massing, height, depth, and width than its corner non-conforming use. This should not be the case. The new building should transition in all dimensions to the building next down the street. That smaller home is very representative of the other homes on the block. Last. I want to leave you with this last graphic. The building in red outline is the proposed project. The green outline to the left is my house. The green outline to the right is one of the other DR filers' homes. This is the sponsor's own elevation, but colored so you can see, can see the massive difference in scale. Some projects that come before you can be improved with simple tinkering, with modest setbacks in detail and changes in material that can make a project work for a developer or neighborhood. This is not one of them. This proposal is so massively out of scale and out of character and is situated so inappropriately on its lot that the design cannot be fixed with mere tinkering. It is 500% increase over the existing building and 300% increase over the average size home in our neighborhood, and it blatantly disregards privacy impacts to me and my neighbors. And tinkering is just not going to be acceptable. We request that you take DR on this project. We ask you to approve, disapprove both of the applications for the demolition and the new construction, and help us to work with the sponsor and the architect.
Thank you. Third DR requester?
That's you.
I assume Mr. Rizzoli.
My name is David Rizzoli. I own and reside at the 2 residences at 74 and 74A Harper Street, along with adult sons Zachary, Max, and daughter Samantha. I purchased this property in 1983, and my family has lived in one or both of these residences ever since. The proposed design of the new residence at 1783 Noe Street is extremely large and out of scale with the neighborhood. It extends the tall bulk of the existing apartment building another 40 feet to the north and carries its three-story bulk eastward towards the residence at 72 Harper Street and along the north side of my cottage, dwarfing it. The proposed design imposes the bulk of the proposed design imposes an inappropriate character for the neighborhood. We support the comments of the community explained in the two other applications for discretionary review. Our request for discretionary review relates to the physical impacts of the proposed 1783 Noe Street residence will have on our cottage at 74A Harper Street that, in my opinion, are not reasonable. The design of the proposed new residence has direct physical impact on our cottage and imposes a San Francisco Building Code violation. This cottage was constructed in 1908 after the 1906 earthquake and fire. The north wall of the cottage was built a few inches. Show this one first. And then go to this one. Let go. The south wall of the proposed Noe Street residence is a few inches north of the common property line and less than 4 inches away from the north wall of the cottage for approximately 16 feet of its total length. This wall will cover nearly half the living room window and the entirety of the windows for the stair leading to the basement and a small window to the basement level, as illustrated in the architect's drawings. The foundations of this wall will impact the foundation stability of the north wall of the cottage. Access to a portion of the north wall of the cottage will be eliminated, making exterior maintenance of a portion of the wall impossible. The building code regulations require natural ventilation and light for the exterior occupied rooms and residences. The south wall of the proposed 1783 Noe Street design reduces the natural light to the living room to 8 square feet, which is less than the 9+ square feet required by the building code. This wall also eliminates all natural light and ventilation to the stair, for the stair to the basement, and half the natural light to the basement. Note the windows on the north wall of the cottage are along the common property line with 1783 Noe Street. This is not in compliance with the current planning code or building code, but because the cottage was constructed in 1908, long before either code existed, the windows are allowed to remain but not be altered. The proximity of 1783 Noe Street proposed south wall foundation excavation to the 74A Harper Cottage north wall foundation violates the area of influence of the gravity loading on soils that support this foundation. The present condition of the existing foundation is somewhat tenuous, and disruption of soil on the north side will most likely lead to failure of the cottage north wall foundation, and stability of the cottage structure would be compromised, and occupancy of the cottage may not be possible. This would be catastrophic for our family. Drawings attached to our submission for discretionary review illustrate minimal modifications to the proposed design that will reduce but not eliminate the risk of potential foundation failure at the cottage, retain existing natural light and ventilation to the cottage living room, thus not imposing a building code violation, retain some natural light and ventilation for the stair to the basement level, retain the existing light to the basement level, allow adequate space for maintenance of the north wall windows and gutters, and so forth, and may alleviate potential building department requirements for accelerated construction of the south wall of proposed Noe Street residence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attention.
Okay, now we'll open for members of the public who are not part of the DR teams. Anyone supporting the DR?
This turns this on.
Once you start speaking, sir,
Okay.
SF Gov TV will go to the screen.
Thank you. My name is Buck Turgis. I live about 150 feet from the subject house. And I've lived one block, within one block of the proposed house for 73 years. My family has lived in the area for over a century. I want to elaborate a little bit about the issue of affordability. As you know, a mandatory DR is required when the selling price of a house is less than the dollar value of a single-family household at the 80% level, which is given at, in this case, $1.5 billion. And this figure is dramatically outdated. It should be about $1.8 billion today, and can't possibly reflect what it's legally supposed to reflect. The proposed demolition doesn't meet the required quantitative thresholds. Now, there is a major shift occurring in San Francisco that is changing the nature of the western neighborhoods, one monster home at a time. San Francisco is undergoing a substantial shift from a city that has historically provided principal residences and workplaces to every segment of the population, all economic strata, all races, all professions, with a liberal representation of artists, musicians, public school teachers, and not-for-profit employees who support the arts, the disabled, and the poor. So this is a graphic about income disparity. In this graphic, you first saw at a hearing on 2224 Ward Street, one of the projects that led to the recently adopted Corona Heights interim controls. It demonstrates the sad fact that income disparity between earners in San Francisco widened more in our city than in any other city in the country between 2007 and 2012. And when we allow the demolition of a perfectly sound home of a smaller modest size to make way for a monster house, we're actively promoting the rise of home prices and the loss of relative affordability. And it is a sad but true that at this point, all we have left in many neighborhoods is relative affordability. While the relative affordability cannot match HUD standards of affordability, is an important standard. In fact, one of the criterions listed, it's this one right here, is whether the project protects the relative affordability of existing houses. And obviously does not do that. So it is quite obviously why the sponsor wants a ruling that prevents that criterion from being mentioned. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us today, Planning Commission. My name is Yvette Harrington. I'm actually reading a letter from Scott Chandler, who lives at 1775 Noe Street. He was not able to make it today. Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, my name is Scott Chandler. I've lived next to the subject property since 1981. As much as I want to be here in person to speak in opposition to this project, my work is such that I could not get away to attend. My job makes it difficult to take time off at will. I know other neighbors are also unable to speak here in person, but I wanted to make sure I spoke out to counter the battery of attorneys, architects, and LLCs that seem to think this building is a good idea. Others will document the huge number of problems with the design, the misrepresentations by the sponsors, and the fact that the development is completely and utterly out of size and character with a neighborhood that has existed for a better part of 100 years. I have only lived here about a third of that time, and I have seen many changes, but none so obtuse and inappropriate as the proposed investment property. I support all 3 DR applications regarding this project, but I have a few comments specifically about Code Section 317 and the demolition of the house. Not only is this demolition unnecessary, the property does not come close to meeting the requirements of Code Section 317 regarding the demolition of housing. The developers are using every trick possible to free their project from the level of review that triggers careful and legitimate oversight of the proposed building. Here's graphic 1.317, which shows the standards. This is a listing of all the criteria that are applied to the demolition of every single family home that is valued below the threshold that triggers review. There are 16 standards. The project does not meet 10 of those 16, including every standard on the list that deals with affordability. The 10 that fail are shown in bold. I would also like to note that there are non-owners living in the house right now. The sponsor may say that it's not being rented, but under the city's rent stabilization law, an occupancy not owner occupied is renter occupied by definition. With tenants living in the house now, the sponsor must believe the property is habitable in its present form. If so, why would the LLC owner want to demolish it? With the demolition of this home, we would be losing affordable housing and small-size rental housing, which is not being built by developers today. In this property, it already exists in structure that is in scale and character with the neighborhood. I urge the Commission to deny the permit asking to demolish affordable housing in a neighborhood that has so little of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kevin White, and I live with my family directly across the street to the west from the project site. My wife and I have lived there since 1989, and our house has been in the family since 1982. Honestly, this project, as proposed, is going to block light and our view east that we've enjoyed for decades. Instead, we're going to see a 5,000 square foot mansion totally out of character with the other houses on Noe Street, most of which are around 2,000 square feet or less. Believe me when I tell you, this house is not in the spirit or scale or character of the neighborhood. But what worries me is the process by which this is being presented as an appropriate building. Many of us believe, as you've heard, that the property does not exceed the threshold that exempts demolitions from a mandatory DR hearing. As you've heard, we question the accuracy of the appraisal attained by the project sponsor. At issue here is also how is that threshold figure determined? This is very important because the project sponsor's proposal clearly does not meet the mandatory DR standards. Section 317 of the Planning Code states that the threshold is 80% of the combines of land and structural values of single-family homes in San Francisco. You've already heard that this figure of 80% was last updated in March of 2014 with 2013 data. So here is a chart of how that average has grown since March of 2014 compared to 2015. It used to be here, and now it's here. I think we can all, well, actually, here, I have to go, it's off the charts, literally. I think we all know that the prices have grown significantly. I know that the zoning administrator's difficult job is to update this number periodically to reflect an accurate 80% valuation so that the legislative standard can be implemented. But I ask, why can't this be updated more frequently in a manner that it actually reflects current values and gives us the data to make fair determinations? That way, projects like this would get a thoughtful review and could not skirt mandatory DR standards. The last time the figure was changed, it was applied to projects in the pipeline. I ask you to please update the threshold figure with current data and apply it to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Good afternoon. I have a graphic here. My name is Pat Romero-Guillory. I am a longtime resident of Noe Valley. In fact, I was born in San Francisco. It's obvious to all of us that there are several key issues about the proposed building that need to be changed. Whether by disapproval of the current applications and allowing a submittal as an alteration, as we believe is most appropriate, or by a substantial reduction in the proposed new building. The building is far too tall, too wide, and too deep. The design guideline allowing buildings on a corner to be larger is only for corners. If we extend this guideline to the building next to corners, which the residential design guidelines do not do, then it will be extended for the next house in, then the next, and then every building on that block. This building needs to act as a transition from the large and non-conforming corner building to the other homes on the block, all of which are smaller, much smaller. Here's the video, the graphic. We propose a 4-point plan. First, the top floor needs to be removed or lowered, set back from all elevations substantially with interior height not to exceed 30 feet, which may be accomplished by some small 2 or 3 foot excavation on the first level. It needs to lower its height so it steps down with the street, like every other home on this block, and as called for in the residential design guidelines. Topography is one of the design foundations of this city of hills. Second, open side yards must be retained. Perhaps 10 feet of width on the south side where the existing south side yard is now, 16 feet wide, or a minimum 5-foot setback along the entire south side property line. On the north side, the existing building abuts the property line, but is not nearly as tall or as deep as the proposed building. We believe there should be an open side of the yard of 5 feet at all levels, behind the proposed side entry, and a further setback for upper floors. As proposed earlier, these side yards and the large lots on Noe are part of what is so special about this block. As you walk up the street, it feels like one of a garden, with trees and large plantings between buildings as well as in front of them. Third, there needs to be a reduction in the decks, in the size and the place to them, minimize privacy impacts off the north side and west property lines. And lastly, reduce the rear by at least 5 feet at all 3 levels.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional members of the public in support of the DR? If there's other speakers, please line up.
Is the camera on?
Yes.
Yes. Once you start speaking, SFGov will go to the camera.
Well, I don't want to lose my time. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rose Roskilly, and I've lived in this neighborhood for 40 years. There it is. The graphic. Well, first, I'd like to present a petition signed by 29 neighbors. The graphic there. Okay. The graphic depicts households that support a redesign in scale and character with the neighborhood, although we have a number of signatories who live on the periphery as well. This is an issue that is important to immediate neighbors because we will be personally affected by the mass and character of the proposed structure every day. It is important to families in other nearby blocks because they know this is a problem affecting every western neighborhood, most especially Noe Valley. Our neighborhood, specifically the small enclave at the top of Noe Street, is a treasure of small and moderate-sized homes. My neighbors and I don't oppose change, but we want change that is positive, not change that harms the landscape, scale, and topography of our neighborhood. Ours is a tight neighborhood. We watch each other's kids and pets gather for street planting and a retirement party for our Bob the mailman of 30 years. We come together for our annual 4th of July celebration on Laidley Street. We care about each other and our surroundings. How is the builder of this $5 to $7 million house, whose plans already show such indifference and disregard for the privacy and livability of his neighbors, going to fit into that? We fear that this project sets a precedent for demolition of existing smaller homes and development of impersonal, profit-based McMansions with no interest in being part of the neighborhood. This battle has been fought before. Several years ago, I participated in a discretionary review on the same issue. In that case, the outside, out-of-character house was rejected by the Planning Commission. Please reject this plan and help us keep our neighborhood the healthy, dynamic treasure that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Francis Fury, and I live on 59 Laidley Street, about 120 feet from the proposed project that we're discussing today at 1783. I'm a 40-year resident of the neighborhood. The last 31 years at 59 Laidley Street. Before that, I lived in Excelsior, where I bought my first home in my 20s, and before that from the Mission District of San Francisco. My wife and I have 3 boys. We were born and raised in San Francisco, went to San Francisco public schools. 2 of them are teachers at high schools, one of them a teacher at Lowell, where he attended as a student some 20 years ago. I would like to strongly support the DR for the neighborhood that's being presented to you. And I think you all are aware of the issues that I'm not going to go into the particularities of the DR. They've already been addressed, but I would like to go talk a little bit about the issues that you are, I'm sure, aware that faced all San Francisco families. And I'm sure that you have a commitment, as I do, to making San Francisco as livable and affordable as possible for the next generation of San Franciscos. That said, I wonder about the commitment of the current applicants who mean to develop the property in 1783 Noe Street, a house that longtime residents of the neighborhood have often referred to as the Brat House. The developers mean to demolish the house, a part of the history of this neighborhood, and build a 3-story, maxed-out, square-foot mega mansion, a behemoth home that, when finished, will hold triple the square footage of the average home size on the 1700 block of Noe Street. It will go far to destroy the character. If approved, this project will go far to destroy the character of a neighborhood which has been written up in the Chronicle, San Francisco Magazine, and the online version of the New York Times, referring to it as a quirky mix of earthquake shacks, unique modern homes, and modest cottages anchored by a 19th century mansion reputed to be owned by one of San Francisco's most economically successful madams in the Barbary Coast era. I'd just like to point out that I do support, I'm not against redos or refurbishments of the homes in the neighborhood. This is the first time I've ever spoken before you as regards a project. But I would like to note that if this project is built, it will be out of scale, out of character, and completely out of sync with the neighborhood that we currently live in and cherish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public commenters?
Good evening, I'm Georgia Shudish. I live on Duncan Street, but I know Sean Harrington because my boys played sports with his nephews, and I know the Rizzoli family because my boys played basketball in the Upper Noe gym with Mr. Rizzoli's boys and Samantha's brothers. I'm here because I did not read the Planning Commission agenda on Friday like I usually do. I forgot about it. And I read Socket Site last night, and I saw Monster Home in Noe Valley, Upper Noe Valley, Glen Park. It's all the same. It's one neighborhood. There is really a PNC. Mr. Petrovsky's letter was written to you last night at 10 o'clock. His email, I hope you got it. There are 200 people. I am a member. I've been to 2 meetings. They're percolating out there. I think it's interesting that the house that they want to demolish is 4 bedrooms. And this house that's being built is 4 bedrooms, but it's 4 bedrooms on steroids. And I think that the whole issue of the affordability number is really interesting. The number is probably due to go up, and that's something to be looked at. The comparables that were put in there, but the appraisal, it's interesting. One of them I showed you earlier, that's the one up on Chavez Street, that's now got that big new facade. And the other one is a comparable on 28th Street, and they are remodeling it and they're just going within the footprint. But I have another couple questions that I'd like to ask. One's about the slope. I've stood for years at Noe and 30th when my boys were at the school bus stop, and that seems like that should be a greater than 20% slope. I didn't see anything about that. I question that. But my other question, my biggest question, is about zoning bulletin number 5, side yards. Ms. Knight, in her brief, made a big deal out of the 40-foot wide lot. This is a 40-foot wide lot in an R1. If I'm not mistaken, and this is a question I have for all of you, and I don't see anybody here, so no, the ghost of Mr. Sanchez will have to rise up. It says, for lots with a width of 40 feet or more, but less than 50 feet, 2 side yards each of 4 feet. That's a really critical factor here. The people in this neighborhood like their side yards. The side yards make this property. The side yards would be a marketable thing, I think, if they were to remodel the house. So I hope that I support all these 3 DR people, and I hope that you will take the advice that this should go back to the staff, and the neighbors and the project sponsor and the staff should all work together to come up with something that's much, much more fitting for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, project sponsor, your team has 10 minutes.
Good morning, or good evening. It's not morning. Good evening, Commissioners Mark Loper, Ruben Junius, and Rose, on behalf of the project sponsor. And I'm actually glad that we have an opportunity to walk you through the project, because I think there may be some misunderstandings about the scope of the project. But before I get into walking through what we have done after the 311 has been filed until today to address concerns about neighborhood compatibility, I just want to briefly talk about the demolition issue. Until today, we had seen nothing or heard anything that there was an appraisal that had been filed. The appraisal that is at issue here that was attached to our response brief was filed or was done in 2014, and the building permit was filed, the demolition permit was filed about a month later. So when you're looking at that graph, you should probably be looking, if you're to take that as an accurate representation of the affordability threshold, you should be looking at it now, because the way that the code works is what we're talking about is what was the affordability threshold at the time that the demolition permit was filed. And we haven't had a chance to look at this new appraisal. It has to be done by a qualified appraiser. We're not really sure who did it. The DR brief itself had Zillow printouts, and in fact, the Zillow printout for the Home Now is above the 80% affordability threshold. So now I just want to walk you briefly through the design development of the property and talk about the changes that have been made since the DR requests were filed. And I think that this is important because it looked like from the graphics that some of the DR requesters provided, it looked like they are still looking at a building that is larger than what has currently been proposed. So there have been 5 major design development changes. There is now a 3-foot setback on all floors that extends for the majority of the southern property line. So that's the property line shared by Mr. Rizzoli, who owns the cottage, and Mr. Harrington, who is uphill. There has also been on the second story in the southeast corner of the rear facade, which is also facing both of those DR requesters, there's been a notch mass reduction that was implemented to allow light and air to come both into Mr. Rizzoli's rear cottage and also into the backyard of Mr. Harrington. The third change is that there was a stairway that was outdoor and that was on the southern upper part of the property that was leading to the roof deck. That stairwell has now been moved to the interior. There's no penthouse, and there is a sliding door to get on to the rooftop deck. And the idea behind that is to further reduce the amount of building mass that is near the southern uphill property line. In terms of the front setback, you heard a few members of the public come and talk about the building design on the front. There's a 5-foot setback on the northwest corner of the front facade on the second story, and the third story has been set back as well by an additional 5 feet. And I just want to run through about 4 graphics that will represent this. They were included in our DR packet. So this is a view looking north, and you can see here there's a 3-foot setback starting right here. This is Mr. Harrington's property, and this is Mr. Rizzoli's property. You can also see that the roof, the stairwell has been removed, and that there's a significant notch feature in the southwest corner. This is just another view of the same changes that have been made, where you can see more clearly the extent of the notch on the second story, and also the 3-foot setback and the stairwell that has been moved to the inside. Right, in case it wasn't clear, the yellow is what's been removed. And so now we're looking at the front of the building, and you can see right here the first setback, which starts at the second story, which is designed to benefit the property that's downsloping. And then you can also see on the third floor a 5-foot setback across the entirety of the building. And so now I just want to move briefly on to talking about this idea of scale and compatibility. I think that there's been some misunderstandings. A lot of what you heard was that this building was 5,000 square feet or 5,500 square feet. It's actually less than 4,500 square feet. This lot is an abnormally wide lot for this area. Most lots, as you are aware, in San Francisco are 25-foot wide lots. This is a 40-foot wide lot. And if this building were on a 25-foot wide lot, it would, based on the ratio, it would be about 2,800 square feet, which is comparable to many of the homes along Laidley Street, which are uphill of the property. I'd also like to point out that the building's lot coverage is only 50%, which is roughly comparable to 2 of the 3 DR requesters. And the top floor, the third floor, which is, the building has a reverse floor plan, which means that the second floor has all the bedrooms and the third floor has the kitchen and living space. That third floor only occupies about 32% of the total size of the property lot. The project is completely code compliant. We're not asking for any variances. That includes a front and a rear setback. In fact, the rear yard is larger than would otherwise be required. And the project also complies with the relevant design guidelines. And so I just want to walk through some of those very quickly, because I just think that there was maybe some misinformation about what the design guidelines call for. So I think it's important to walk through these. The first one, and I think it's the most important, if I could get the overhead, is rear yard cottage, because this is directly applicable to some of the comments that Mr. Rizzoli had. And as you can see in the image here, the residential design guidelines recognize that when there's a rear cottage, the design of a building needs to respect that rear cottage. And what it asks for is a side setback, which is exactly what we're providing. And We are also providing an additional notch on the second story, which allows light and air to access into this area, and we moved the deck the stairwell leading into the deck inside to address the issues with the rear cottage. The guidelines also talk about light, and the guidelines understand that in developed areas, access to light can be affected by new development. And the guidelines also suggest some features that would minimize those impacts. Those include, and this is going to sound familiar, upper floor setbacks, shared light wells, open railings, and a fire-rated roof, all of which are incorporated into the new project design. And just briefly, looking at the front of the building and how it is compatible with the design guidelines. For front setbacks, they should transition between the heights of adjacent buildings, which we do here. I'm sorry, not the heights, the setback of the adjacent buildings. The building to the south, which is uphill, it has no setback, and the building to the north, which is downhill, has about a 38-foot setback, and we are set back at 15 feet. Building scale, which is what I was talking about, was that taller buildings can be designed to address building depth, which we do here. There are features and articulations that are incorporated into the front design that are meant to transition between the larger building to the south and the smaller building to the north. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public in support of the project sponsor? Okay, we'll move on to rebuttals. Each DR requester has a 2-minute rebuttal.
This is great. 1783 Noe LLC tonight is showing their true colors. From its absent and faceless sponsor, owner Mike Morrell, and the other silent, faceless corporate members named on the current deed to the property, Mr. Shadi Abu Katir, both of which, by the way, never met with any of us face to face. And, according to Mr. Gibson, Mr. Morrell was too busy to meet with us. And he made this statement to me many times. To the high-priced legal representation that they put in front of you today to present their case instead of speaking on their own behalf. I think it speaks volumes with respect to, how they will try to fit into the neighborhood, I think. It amounts to, they're shaking their money-loaded fist at us like the economic bullies they are. They come from a world where money is might and might is right. To them, this neighborhood's culture and character, it doesn't matter because they bought the property and they can do whatever they want with it. This is how people go about these things. They organize as a corporation so they can skirt some of the issues. They got silent partners who are named on deeds. Why does a person who's going to build a family house need a silent partner on their deed? That's a great question. I think it should be asked to them. I could go on and on and on about, some of the issues that I've had, with this thing moving forward and the communications with the project sponsor through Mr. Jeff Gibson. But I think one of the things that speaks volumes is when he posted all the graphics and he basically brought us to the pre-application meeting and he had the schematics and he had the renderings on the wall and he says, this is what we're going to do. Not what do you think about this or what, how do you feel about this project? This is what we're going to do. And this is what's characterized our interaction with them. And I think it's just amazing.
Next DR requester.
Again, Ed Townsend, 102 Lately Street, corner Noe. Commissioners, just a couple of responses. Apartment building to the right of the project is 3 units, but it's 2,200 square feet for all 3 units. So I think I should point that out. The Lately houses, the attorney is talking about 4,000 square foot houses, are all built up against the hill. They don't block people's light and air. If you look at the renderings, this house is humongous. That's what I look at, just the renderings tell you the story. You took the top floor off 437 Duncan Street, August last year. Similar project here. You took the whole top floor off, and you voted majority, and I watched the video. So I want to remind you of what happened in Duncan, 437 Duncan, August 2014. It was a monster house proposed, similar to this. You took the entire top floor off. I was very impressed. As you can see today, they have no support from anybody. I just like to point this out to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Third DR requester.
Dave Rizzoli again. I'm not sure exactly what they're proposing, but in my discretionary review submittal, I had made some modifications to their drawings that would minimize the risk for foundation failure and eliminate the code violation for natural light into my living room. This is what I proposed for the first floor. If you look at the area down at the bottom of the building, I create a 3-foot setback and a notch at the office yoga room. On the floor above, that 3-foot setback and a notch out of the master bedroom terrace. And at the top floor, another 3-foot setback, and it indicates that would just extend all the way across with a 3-foot setback in the terrace below. These are the only changes I indicated that would minimize impacts on 74A Harper Street. Eliminate the code violation for light and ventilation to the living room, and minimize the risk for foundation failure. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, the public hearing portion is, I'm sorry, 2 minutes for project sponsor.
Thanks. Just quickly running through a few issues. This is what you just saw, if we could get that. And we are providing this with the small exception that there is not this ground floor notch. So that was the one of the concrete suggestions in the DR request. This is the second floor. You just saw this as well. And this is what was asked here, is a 3-foot setback, light well, which is what we're providing. And we're also providing a setback right here, cutting a large chunk out of that master bedroom. So I just want to point out that to the extent we received any actual suggestions in the DR requests, we did our best to accommodate those within the project's parameters. I just want to run through a few things. In terms of the 5-foot setback and what it says in the zoning administrator's memorandum, I believe that what that is talking about is for a different zoning district. That's for RH1D, which is a relatively uncommon zoning district, and we're in RH1. 437 Duncan had a penthouse that was listed as a party room. We have no penthouse. The third floor is the kitchen, and it is the living space. So I think it's like comparing apples and oranges. I also think that you can see from the project that we've done a lot to address light and air. What I think you may be hearing when you hear privacy and when somebody across the street is talking about light and air is somebody who may be losing a view. And so I think the project has been designed to provide light and air to the properties that would be affected by a new house. And the property is also designed to ameliorate impacts on others' views. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, the public hearing portion is closed. Commissioner Richards.
So that's
No.
A procedural question. We have two building permits in front of us, a demolition permit and a project permit, or one permit?
Staff, please.
There are two building permits. There's a demolition permit and
Okay.
and a replacement structure.
Great. Okay, so I want to talk about the building permit first. I'll be really honest with you. We have a 2015 appraisal by the DR requester against the 2014 standard, which actually is worse. We have an inflated market where we have an appraisal that's actually under the 1.5 million, which is kind of old news. So on the demolition permit, my thought is the appraisal that you have for 2014, we sat here last week and we did a project approval for the waterfront for 75 Howard Street. Luxury apartments on the waterfront, condos, $2,000 per square foot. Your appraisals come in at $2,000 per square foot. I don't think it's credible. So I absolutely can't support demolishing this house. I think that it doesn't meet the criteria, and I tell you, when I sit here and see this, I'm going to go to the Board of Supervisors tomorrow, and I'm going to ask to try to change Section 317, because I actually think you're gaming the system, to be honest with you. So I'm going to make a motion to deny the demolition permit.
Second.
Commissioner Antonini.
Well, I disagree. I've looked at both these appraisals, and the appraisal that was done last year was done by a certified public appraiser on behalf of First Republic Bank. And I know for a fact banks tend to be conservative in their appraisals because it's on what they're going to lend their money based upon this appraisal. And I had one done on my house recently, and it was very conservative because my son had bought a house down the street, and I know what it sold for, and the value on my place was much more conservative than it's really worth. So I think it's way at 1.705 in last year, and everybody's acknowledged that the prices of things have risen since then. Even if the lower barrier is raised somewhat, this is going to be far above the barrier at which it should be considered, and that's what staff's position has been, and that's my position. So, of course, I'm voting against this measure to not allow the demolition. Also, it's a wide lot. It's been spoken that it's 40 feet wide, and part of what you're paying for here is the size of the lot, because you can build a house of this size with some modifications, which I'll agree to, but you can make it an appropriate house and a big enough house for a family with 4 bedrooms on the upper floor, which makes sense. We've got a master, and you've got bedrooms for the 3 children, and you've got the appropriate bathrooms and things. Then that's on the middle floor, and then you've got the living room and dining room and the other spaces on that upper floor, and down below you've got a garage. I think the square footage is sometimes a little bit overstated, because I agree with 4,500, it may even be less than that, because in the old days when you talked about square footage, you don't count bathrooms, you don't count hallways, you don't count downstairs rooms, you of course don't count the garages. So what people are representing as square footage on the older homes, which is what I'm used to, are lower figures than what is the case being brought up on this one. And that's in terms of just the demolition situation, which I will go with the appraisal that was submitted and accepted by First Republic Bank. Second of all, they've done a lot of things, as they pointed out. The stairs are gone. The southeast corner is gone. They have now are, according to what I've been told, 16.3 feet from the cottage. So that's a pretty good separation. I don't see any reason for that to be any more. They have a 3-foot separation from the backyard of Mr. Harrington's house, which is a large backyard. I visited the site and seen it, but my house is 3 feet from the property line, and the house next to us is 3 feet from the property line. Even in RH1 detached neighborhood where I live, the setbacks are 3 feet from the line on each house. So that is probably more than adequate. However, I would propose a couple of things to help meet the concerns of the neighborhood to try to work constructively. I think there's plenty of room to drop 2 to 3 feet as you excavate for this house. The present height, from what I've been told, is 36 feet 10 inches in height. What is it? What do you give me the height, sir, if you would, please? Give me the height above grade.
Sorry, it's 34.
34 now.
Yes.
Okay, so if we knock off 2 to 3 feet, we can come down to be 31 or 32, which is almost exactly to the place where some of the DR requesters had asked for. Not that they necessarily need it. The light and air with the changes you've made and the views and the separation from the properties is adequate, but I think this would make the house appear to follow the slope completely, even more so, and I think it can be easily done. The other thing I would suggest, if you look at your plans on Plan A.21 and A.22 and A.3, these are the 3 floors. You've got this thing on the bottom floor, which is an office space, which, you know, could probably be incorporated into the large recreation room or could be made a little smaller. I'd suggest taking 2 feet off of the south aspect of that and 2 feet off of the, I guess it would be the east aspect where the small pop-out still remains. Accordingly, what will happen above that, where you now have a terrace, you'll have a terrace that is a little smaller. It'll have 2 feet less on the south and 2 feet less on the east. It'll still be a nice sized terrace come out of the master bathroom. And then on the very top floor, the setback is already complete there, but you would have 2 feet less on your TV area, which comes off the living room. Still minor changes, but it will create even more separation for the neighbors on that area. So there should be absolutely no questions on that with those things being done. And I'm neutral on the deck on the top. I think having a trap door, you've done it the right way. However, if the commissioners see fit to eliminate that upper deck, because this has quite a few terraces already on the different levels that can serve the same purpose as that top deck, it probably would be okay with me to get rid of that top deck. Let me see, I've got a few more things. Those are the main suggestions that I have to make a good project even better. And, you know, I'm not one of these people that says just because my house is small, you have to have a small house too. I don't like that. It has to be appropriate for the lot, which it is, and it has to have minimum impacts on the neighbors, which it will once we make these changes and the changes that have been done. And if it happens to be more square footage, you know, there aren't a lot of sites in eastern San Francisco where you can buy a lot big enough to build a complete family home. And so if there is one in Noe Valley, then it should be built to the extent that it can support the house that's being proposed. So I'm in favor of the project. I'm opposed to, I'm in favor of the demolition, and we'll see what the other commissioners have to say.
Commissioner Moore.
The problem with this particular building is not necessarily its oversized size, but its unadorned sameness. It's a completely unspectacular building. And what bothers me is that it does not show any neighborliness whatsoever. It is basically raw speculation. This building reminds me very much of the State Street Ord Court discussion, where there was a building after which then neighbors came out and asked the supervisor to establish interim controls which help with buildings that at a minimum would show a sense of neighborliness to what is there. And that is what I object to. What personally is difficult for me is that a lawyer speaks for an architect, that he speaks about changes which are completely unknown to me. I haven't seen them illustrated like before and after, but you're making some bullet points. In architecture, we speak in drawings and not in bullet points, and I've said that to you once before. And I object that that is the level of discussion you're bringing into this chamber, because what we are deciding is a physical discussion. That has drawings, that has befores and afters. Oh yeah, we took that notch out, it's not in the drawing. What I will approve is something which I can see, which I see measurements on, where I see sections and a three-dimensional depiction of a submittal that is indeed the changes you have made and discussed with the neighbors. And from what I hear here today, I do not see any resemblance that the changes you're proposing not even represented by your architect, are indeed the ones which everybody is aware of, or which are presented to me. The drawing changes which I see were made on the 10th of February. We are in September. So are those the changes in the drawings, or is there later drawings which I have never seen? You don't have to answer that. I'm just telling you my frustration. I am prepared to see a building here, so are the neighbors, but what is here in front of me today just doesn't meet muster. I think you can do a building which is a little bit more sensitive in scale, bulk, and fit. That is a building that patterns itself within an envelope that is more germane to the situation in which it's designed. This could be designed anywhere. And I cannot support it as it is. I support development, I support change, but you would probably have to go back to the drawing board and come with something that fits better. What I'm also having a hard time with, if we are all struggling to densify the city, then that is not only done by making a super large building without adding even a small in-law or studio apartment somewhere in the building. And the last question, before I let the other commissioners weigh in, is I'd like to get clarity about the situation with your renters. Would the project representative please address that to us?
There are no renters. There are guests staying in the home. And
Airbnb.
They're not Airbnb. The people that are staying there are not paying any money to the owners.
How long have they been there, if I may ask?
I don't know that.
You don't?
I don't know that.
How long have the neighbors observed the people being in there? Could you please address that for us, one of you?
They have garbage service 6 to 8 weeks.
Can we have
Would you
one?
come, please, to the microphone and give us an answer?
It's been at least a couple months. There's probably been 6, 7, 8 people. They're receiving garbage service at the house. They're having parties. They're occupying the intersection at the top of Noe and Lately at late hours, doing, I don't know, some kind of ritual dances. I don't know what's going on. But what I do know is there's plenty of people living there. And they're obviously
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I don't want to comment on it, but that reminds me of another application we had a few months ago where somebody said nobody lives there, and in the end somebody did live there, but we'll leave that for other commissioners perhaps to remember.
Okay, Commissioner Hillis.
So I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Moore said. I just think this is not one we can tweak around the edges to make it work. It's more responding to kind of taking advantage of the view than it is to the size and the scale of adjacent homes in the neighborhood. I think there could be a bigger home here than what's here. Clearly, it's a big lot. It could take additional size and massing. There definitely are homes up the street that are bigger, and even on Noe as you go down. I mean, and people have done it. They've extended onto the back, but I just don't think this what we're seeing. It's just got to go back to the drawing board. I think what we're seeing is not responsive at all to kind of where this is. So I'm not comfortable kind of coming in and shaving off some feet here and some feet there to try to respond. I mean, I think we run into this a bit when it's a more developer-sponsored project than kind of someone who's going to live there and is going to live with the neighbors in the future. There seems to be more discussion in that. Generally, when you have that, I would encourage that here. We've seen it where there is discussion, even if it is kind of a developer doing it. But there's not much indication that that's happening here. On the issue of, I agree our rules are odd on the kind of the issue of demolition. It's a lot with a single-family home on the top of Noe Street. I would imagine it exceeds the threshold level. And even if it didn't, we'd probably be here talking about a DR anyway. If it was not a demolition, it would be, a major expansion of this house, which may lead to kind of more expansion in the back than the neighbors probably want, instead of expansion in the front, which you can get here. But you've got a big lot. And there's more you can do with this than kind of just maximizing out on all sides and kind of responding to how the neighborhood works. So, I mean, I'd support just sending this back and trying to get some more discussion going with the project sponsor and the neighbors and figuring out a better project that works here, but I don't think this one does.
Commissioner Hillis, I agree with your sentiment, but I just want to remind us of our earlier conversation around length of hearings, and so I just want to caution that continuance just means putting it on another calendar. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to ask a couple questions to that point. Yeah, I definitely can't support what we have here today. I don't think that the revised 3D renderings, which I did see in the plan, in our documents, don't reflect in the plans because all we got was the renderings that were done at the end. So, I mean, there's just so many changes here that I think would need to be made. Commissioner Antonini named off some of them. I think Commissioner Hill has talked about others that I can't even begin to say that we're going to spend time here redesigning this project. My questions are to Commission Secretary and maybe to staff. So I forget what happens with indefinite continuance. Are we not allowed to do that? Do we always have to pick a date, or?
You can continue this matter indefinitely. The only difference is that when you continue something indefinitely, it has to be re-advertised in order for it to come before you. So when you pick a date certain, then basically the original advertisement and notices stay in place, and they can track when the item is up before you as part of the agenda that gets released.
Got it.
So if you pick a time certain and they're not ready, you can certainly continue it again.
Got it. And then second question, maybe to you, maybe to staff. If we were to deny either permit today, would the sponsor be able to come back with a substantially different project? Because it would be a different permit.
Well, if you denied a demo permit, I'm not sure how substantially different that could be in a year.
Right.
Or within a year's time.
Restore the demo.
Okay.
We can restore the demo.
Excuse me?
Can we vote to allow the demo in the next hearing? Or does it stand for a year that they can't demo it?
Well, we generally don't approve demolition permits without a new construction permit. They basically go hand in
We have to have
hand.
hand in hand. So
Yeah, okay. Got it.
But we can withdraw that motion and just continue it.
You could continue it. It would supersede your motion.
So I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so back to the issue of the continuance. I would like to make a motion for continuance, and the only reason I was asking about the indefinite piece is that I think this needs to go back to the drawing board altogether, and I don't think something like a 6 or 8, or usually, I think we usually don't go farther out than 10, maybe 12 weeks is enough, because I really think that they need to rethink how they're looking at this law, and I think they need to have some conversations with the neighborhood. And if this comes back to us, I don't want to hear anything about there was one meeting and nobody got to go to it. And, I would like there to be ample opportunity, not forever, but ample opportunity for there to be some discussion. So I guess if we were to put it out 3 to 4 months, is that too long for the noticing where we have, or is that?
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
irrelevant to the noticing. I think at this point, I think all the interested parties are here and present. But 2 months would be something I think that would be adequate, but that's entirely up to you.
I do think that the architect, who is not here, would have to, you're the architect, would have to also weigh in terms of his workload and everything else. The building has back to square one. It requires some conversations with the neighbors and then a somewhat modified approach.
Right. 1 second, right before you can come up, but right before you say anything about the time you need. Commissioner Moore, the reason why I was speaking without asking the architect first was just because even 2 months puts us in November, right?
I see.
And
I see
so
what
I'm
you're
thinking, I'm more thinking about the dialogue piece, not necessarily time for the architect, because I'm sure 2 months is probably, 1 to 2 months is probably enough time for the architect, but I don't want to hear, I was in Brazil for 2 weeks in Thanksgiving, and that's why I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
So, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
So I'm
Yes.
Jeff Gibson, the architect. 2 months would be more than enough time for us, as long as the neighbors are willing to meet sort of in good faith, quickly, without long delays. They'd already put off this hearing for a month, so as long as I know that they're on board with spending time with me, then we can work on it very quickly.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
I guess I definitely support a continuance. Where I was going with the demolition permit was actually to stop the demolition and actually try to incorporate the house into a new project. However, with Section 317, as Ms. Schutis can attest to, we may be here with Ms. Schutis 3 months from now saying that you're supposed to save this much, while all of a sudden the whole thing's down again. So I know, but part of the thing on Section 317 for me is for all these other things we have, historic preservation, transportation studies, et cetera, we have a list of people that we allow or we assign, we pick from, and we sell to the project sponsor. You've got to choose one of these 3 appraisers. These are the kind of cases that frustrate me where there's an appraisal that says this, there's an appraisal that says that, and we're in the middle of it. So part of the change that I'd like to see in this whole 317 is a list of approved appraisers so that we get an official, hey, this is what it's really worth, and we don't game the system. Well, it's an idea, and I'm still frustrated that we have a 2015 appraisal that shows less than your 2014 appraisal by a certified appraiser. Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
I have a few questions for project sponsor. If you could come up and answer the questions, please. I think during our meeting it was told that there was a family, perhaps Mr. Morell's family, that apparently is Mr. Morell. Okay, very good. I heard that they're planning to occupy it. They have 2 children, possibly a third on the way, and they have some aging parents that will be occupying the lower floor. Is that correct or not?
One child, possibly a second on the way. Yes, aging parents. Yes, the intention would be to occupy the house.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That answers a lot of questions that have been brought up. And the other is it makes a reason to have the elevator, which I was going to bring up too. I didn't know whether we needed it. Okay, thank you. There are a couple other things I'd like to, I am interested in continuing this. I am interested in finding a date in November or early December that is not loaded with a lot of stuff now, so we aren't at risk of having a very long hearing like we did last week. And also, let me ask one of the DR requesters, Mr. Harrington, is that late November, early December, if they work in good faith to redesign it with you, is that long enough?
Commissioner, no. The consensus amongst the DR filers is we would need at least 3 months. And we'd request 3 months.
Why, you don't want to talk to him? You should be able to
figure this out.
No,
we would love to talk to him, but I think that, based on the conversations that I just had and calendars that we have available, that we'd need that time. I personally will be traveling. I have matches that I'm playing in the UK, and I'll be gone for some time.
Okay, that could bring us into early December, I would say, and that's probably amenable to me. That would work. If we have, what do we got in a date in early December there?
Your dates in December are December 3rd, 10th, and the 17th.
All right, how about December 10? I'll make a motion to continue till December 10.
Second.
Commissioner Moore.
No, I'm sorry, I'm done.
In that case, Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to continue this matter to December 10th. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis. Aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that will place us under general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Meeting adjourned.